well blocked in time. Simon Newen, who wasn't able to go further. So welcome to Darabin. 6.5 minutes elapsed, just about to start your Sunday. One each between both of these teams in the Series Futsal Championship. My name's Ethan Rigg. The most pleasant and the happiest of afternoons to all of you. What a day we've got ahead of us here, not just in the second tier, in the top flight as well. You've got two teams who haven't had the start to the season that they would have wanted, as Jalali's at the back post to turn it around for Arians. A wonderful move. He made his run at the right time and just sauntered in round the back of the Braybrook defence, who switched off and afforded him the easiest of finishes at the far post. And Arians, who went 1-0 down, it was via an own goal, via quite a bit of misfortune, have now got themselves ahead and have got themselves on towards much brighter shores for a Braybrook side. They did beat Northcut last week in an all-important early season relegation 6-pointer. They're looking for back-to-back wins, not only for the first time this season, for the first time in the championship. Whereas for Arians, they are looking to get their season back on track. It's been a slow start for them, though Mohammed is twisting and turning, and the second attempt still trying to force a shot away, and had his effort blocked by Alice. Mohammed's take, lovely ball, lovely goal. Shimmer stolen, and Arians with a quick 1-2 punch have pulled away. Terrific ball. Braybrook switched off really from the side ball and were punished. A tightly taken goal, and one that gives Arians a much brighter, a much more positive look on the scoreboard. But Alice is wanting to make an issue at the other end and wasn't quite able to. Mohammed's touch was a little bit loose. And we take a look at the table quickly. Just going into the state of play today, Boline are at the top. They face Northcut in the late kick-off. RMIT have got a tricky assignment against the Fitzroy side here, only 3 points behind them. Kensington with the bye. Arians and Braybrook level on points coming into this game. 6 adrift of Fitzroy, 9 adrift of the playoff placed Kensington. And for Arians, it's been a while since a win. Looking for their first since the day after Valentine's Day, and Mohammed is in behind, and this time wasn't able to apply such a threatening touch as Togbar couldn't find Alice. Opportunity presented itself for them momentarily. Jafari went and lost it. And recycled well for Arians as Mohammed tried to work a yard on Taipi. A more patient approach from them. Jafari on the swivel, wasn't far away. Getting closer and closer to a fourth. And you really do get that feeling that it could be coming quite soon. Braybrook having to hang on a little bit at the moment. Long range effort from Fujido. Not one which troubled Ali Reza Shamkhani. And Arians would have looked at this fixture maybe just towards the point of the season where the table can become a bit of a crossroad as a way to get themselves some momentum and to kick on. As Maglis went on a run, Taipi cut it out, and Shokri came sliding through. This is the first of 3 today. As we mentioned, table topping Boline against Northcut in the late kickoff. Fitzroy RMIT second up. That is going to be an incredibly hotly contested fixture. Two teams who are at the moment in and around the playoff picture. RMIT have an opportunity to go back closer towards the top of the table, but for Fitzroy they could make it a 4-horse race already at this stage in the campaign, which makes a win for both of these teams, who are part of the chasing pack, even more important. Neither want to be cut adrift. Taipi wasn't able to get away from Maglis, nor was he able to get away from Nazari. Set it back for Alice. Fancy to go. And Nazari was there to block. First met on opening day. They kick-started the season. The very first game for the year on a Sunday. And it was a superb match. Ended 6-all. They had since met in the cup. Arians made more light work on it on that time. And at the moment, they want a timeout when they next camp. Braybrook pushing. There's Alice. Unable to spin Jafari. And Arians will have timeout. So they went a goal down through a bit of misfortune, but have added a treble since. It's Arians 3, Braybrook 1. Returning from timeout for the first time today, for the first time in the championship. Arians had responded from a little bit of a shock to the system when these two met to kickstart the season, the very first Sunday of the year. A tense, hotly contested draw, a high scorer, a real thriller and nail-biter. Braybrook back then would have thought it was a warm welcome to the championship for them. And in the months that have transpired and what has transpired since, they have only picked up a further 3 points. League's leakiest defence. Only Northcut have scored fewer. But at the moment, they have a 4-point barrier to the Warriors and the automatic drop. And are trying to put Arians on the back foot. Fujido poked it down the line. They weren't able to get much further. They do have a side ball. Fist into Togbar. Do gave it an effort. It was blocked well by Maglis, who steered it onto Jafari. And Nazari at the other end. Jafari on the follow-in. And it was well blocked by Fujido. Jafari took it quickly. Maglis darted across. And wasn't quite able to apply a finishing touch. Togba. Fujido, Alice with a loose touch. And it allowed Nazari to go and win it back. Now Shokri. Nazari. Patience from Arians. Maglis. Shokri. Went to thread it. Alice was alert to it. And now an opportunity for Mutabazi. Shokri was quick to marshal him and win a free kick. Shimo, another change made. Arians happy to rotate. Two on the Braybrook bench. It's quite the full house. On the Arians bench, Ali Mohammed amongst the substitutes as well. And they have another free kick. Togbar in with a bit too much force. Shokri. Again, it was set back for Shimo, who wasn't able this time to clip it to a promising position. We're approaching the stop clock for the first time today. These two teams at the moment, both in a relegation playoff place, both looking, wanting and hoping to retain their spot in the second tier. There's still a lot of time left in this season. It's very early in the race to turn fortunes around. You just get the feeling this could be the week where they either get cut adrift or they keep up. Tobar was battling. Shamkhani when he got it from a medley and flung it on for Jalali. Just wasn't quite able to get on the end of it, though. He appreciated the effort. Fujito and Newen was unable to steer it down the line. And now Braybrook wants a timeout of their own and will get one. Inside the final 5 to the break. There is no further damage done to the scoreline. It's Arians 3, Braybrook 1. Return from timeout, final time before the break in the afternoon's first instalment. And Arians at the moment have it going their way. Been able to put Braybrook on the back foot, but beyond that, they've looked devastating on the counter. Created many an opportunity. Lovely ball, however, for Alice, who went round Shamkhani and scored. And Braybrook from timeout have got one back. And there is another twist in the tail of this game. A really well taken finish. Was able to roll his way beyond one, beyond two. And now Jalali at the other end. Forced a good save. And now Fujido can go on the counter. Tobar the only other one up with him. And his shot was rattled directly into his teammate. There's a quick check-up. Just quickly, after Jamie Cameron wore that from Jalali, full force, more so than anything. Quick check on his well-being, and he's quite all right. And Mohammed will continue. Wanted to thread it for Jalali. Was cut out well by Alice. Newen wasn't able to get a foot in. Mohammed went and won it back. And set on by Jafari. Patient from Arians. Tamori. Returned it for Shimo, who was driving and was running out of room. Alice came across to close the door. This game, oh, so finely poised. Two teams who have not made the starts of the season they would have liked, have been battling the drop. Arians, who were in a playoff position at the end of the season, just gone. They rounded out 2025. Only a pair of games away from a top flight appearance. It didn't go their way on that occasion. And this season is an extension of that, as Alice with quite a willingful but ultimately unsuccessful hit. Jalali. Oh, lovely beyond one. Set it on for Shimo, who gave it a poke. Cameron saved. Jalali's following. And Arians have got themselves a buffer again. Brilliant from Payam Jalali, who has had quite the goal scoring habit this season in this division. Currently, nobody has more, and all he is doing is stretching his legs as the leader of the Golden Boot race. Another 2 added already. And he sense he may not be done yet. As Mohammed tried to tiptoe his way beyond 2. Newen went going. Jalali was there, and it's a good save from Cameron. Needed a faint flick. There is a bit of a Braybrook inquisition going on as well. Jalali's corner, that's rather rash. Whipped wildly out of play. Newen. Fujido. Alice gave it away, and Jalali has got 2 up with him. Shimo was 1, Mohammed was the other. Lovely futsal by Arians, and it's another good save at the near post. It will be a corner. Two and a half to the break. Shimo. Mohammed had a yards! And flashed his effort just wide. The way it opened up, it was such a sharp shift to get the room on his right foot. Just didn't have the whip he desired. Had it done, it would have been a postage stamp finish. It's Newen. Threaded for Fujido, had a yard. Shamkhani denied him. Doe happy to set it back for Alice, who's away from 1, away from 2. Still going was Alice, and was blocked well by Tamori in the end. Alice still twisting and turning, though he was starved of options, and Tobar was there. Immediately from the side ball and steered over. Now an opportunity for Shimo on the break. Jalali's in behind, 2 are in retreat. He tried to thread it through them all. It was more deft than destructive, and Cameron had a good sight of it. And now Tobar's had his pocket picked. Jalali's in behind and has flashed it wide. He expected the net to ripple after that. The shout from the Arians bench is he should have had a hat-trick, and maybe they might be right. Shimo, Jalali for a hat-trick, take 2. That's a brilliant block from Tobar to deny him. He and they are in the mood, however. Jalali set it back for Shimo, whose effort was blocked by Min Newen. The ricochet found Tamori, who drove it. Jalali was lurking. And Fujido was there at the second. And now Tobar, who's got Alice with him. He went alone and flashed it just wide. Newen was wondering why didn't he play the ball. Now Jalali on for Mohammed. The follow-in for Jalali, who is still hat-trick hunting. Remarkable. And now the counter's on. Fujido went alone, and it's a good save from Shamkhani at the expense of a corner. Final minute to half-time. The corner wasted. And now the counter's on. Mohammed away from Tobar, took a wicked deflection. It's a good readjustment from Cameron. Cleared only as far as Shimo. Blocked by Fujido. And now it's 2-on-1 the other way. Newen had Alice with him, still has Alice with him. And was forced to slow it down. Tobar gave it a poke. And Tamori was there to block. Can Braybrook give themselves a glimpse late in the half? Set back for Tobar. For Fujido. It's loose footwork from Newen. Time ticking away in this first half. At the moment, Arians have got breathing room, have enough of a buffer, and there's just that fluidity that's coming back to their game at the moment. It's been fraught for a lot of this season so far. They've been parched of a rhythm. A bit of fine-tuning has been needed. They look as though now, though, they may be starting to showcase some of that. Maybe one more look for Braybrook. Topo on the turn. They will have a corner with 4 seconds remaining in the half. A chance for a late look. Fujido's take. Out for Newen. Topa. Shamkhani denied it. Would have counted. And the clock beats any second attempt. A very, very good start to Sunday then. And quite the entertaining opening fixture. Half-time in Darabin. It's Arians 4, Braybrook 2. Returning from half-time in Sunday's first instalment, and where Arians went behind via an own goal. They then added 3. Braybrook, though, got one back before Jalali, who is on a hat-trick, the league's top scorer, already at the double. Arians looking for a first win in quite some time. It's ticked over 2 months now. Final victory for them in the league was the day after Valentine's Day. It's been quite a long time in the making. Braybrook looking at back-to-back victories for the first time. Shamkhani was quickly on for Shimo, and that was behind Jalali. For both of these teams, 3 points of massive importance today. As now then, Braybrook have got a golden opportunity. Yellow card issued. Taipi was fouled rather heavily. A couple shouts from the Braybrook bench that that card should have been a different colour perhaps. So free kick right on the edge of the area. Alice over it. The perfect start to the second half for them. It is Alice's take, and he's thumped it into Mohammed, as well as Tamori. Both of them wore it. The wall did its job, however, for Arians. Braybrook corner, Topa. Again on for Alice. A very good save from Shamkhani down low. And Shimo went to keep it alive. All he could do was further clear his lines. But a positive start to the second half for Braybrook, who, in truth, have been flying thus far. From the break as Taipi, again on the charge, again Shamkhani has to intervene. Very, very bright start continuing. Can they make good on their momentum? Alice. Lovely shift, lovely strike, lovely goal! Thumped in by Tom Alice. And Braybrook are back within 1. A wonderful hit. Searing strike through a couple of bodies. Shamkhani short-sighted and no chance whatsoever. Just the start to the second half that they needed, having been building. Found a way through. It's happened so often for them. And now the giveaway for Mohammed. Good challenge from Taipi. Topa, it was placed too far behind him. Shimo lost out. Taipi happy to reset through Cameron. Mutabazi. Alice, who's added a real spark to this Braybrook side since his inclusion in the squad. Shimo steered it. Mohammed's touch was loose. Mutabazi then turned straight back into trouble. And Mohammed got the final foot on it before it was ushered and escorted out of play. Cameron with a fling. Topa battling with Tamori. One that he was not going to win. Shimo threaded. Lovely ball. Tamori's in behind. And no one was centrally. Taipi, the only one there to get a foot on it and to try and clear. Jalali lost out on the slide. Togba kept it alive, and Braybrook can break. Had one further up with him, and again Tamori wore a poke right where you don't want to wear one, and he is in a bad way. Jalali in the meantime, still on a hat-trick, denied by Cameron. Mutabazi. Togba. Threaded for Alice, who had to stretch to keep it alive. For Mohammed. Jalali away from one. Taipi still in retreat with him. Togba then came to lend a helping hand. Shokri's following. Cameron save. A ricochet off Shimo. And Mutabazi did brilliantly. And his ball was threaded for Alice, but Shamkhani was quickly out. Shokri moved it on to Mohammed, who was happy to set it back. Jalali. Shimo. Shokri, lovely ball. Jalali, lovely turn. He was just only able to find the side netting. Taipi, can Braybrook again find a goal that would now be a leveller? They are searching to get back into this game. Alice, that's a tidy ball. Mutabazi worked a yard for himself, and the shot was one he hit off balance. And Arians just need to rally a little bit. First 7 minutes of this second half, and Braybrook have caused a lot of the issue. Shimo couldn't turn away from Taipi, and then wriggled his way through eventually. Wasn't able to thread away from Newen. Jafari went back for Shimo. Took a deflection off Newen. Arians will keep it. It's much more patient. It's a better build-up from them. They have been slightly forceful in their chance creation so far in this half, and Shimo left it. Taipi will let it trickle out of play. Alice gave it back to Fujido. Wanted Taipi down the line. Shokri came through. You can just feel a bit of a nerve and a bit of a tension around Arians at the moment. They have backs against the walls. Braybrook are pressing hard. It's a good win from Jafari, however, just to release some pressure. And the ball down the line for Shimo, who spun wonderfully and thumped it into the top corner. Picked out piercingly. And once again, when Braybrook get close, they are given another yard to chase after. Arians doing enough at this point in time. That for them is all that matters. Taipi stood it on for Alice once more. The angle was too dear. Shamkhani, that's a lovely, lovely roll. Nazari, gorgeous footwork and a good block from Fujido. Alice wanted to lead the counter and Shokri came through. Neither side's wanted a word yet in this second half. Time has been saved for the final 10, you get the feeling. This game going down to the wire, although 3-on-2 now for Arians, who have got an opportunity for Jafari. That'll do. Tucked in terrifically. And Braybrook's momentum, Braybrook's buoyancy is slowly but surely being broken open. Really well taken by Jafari. Just tucked into the corner. It wasn't blasted. Was placed perfectly. Alice still wanting to try and get them back into this game. Clever ball from Maglis as well, just to hold off. Halfway stage of the second half. Arians just beginning to stretch their legs a little bit. Shokri was under immense pressure from Togba and was happy to clear. Alice is in a hurry. Nazari, Togba, set it back for Fujido. And all of a sudden, the futsal that came with so much slickness in the early parts of this half for Braybrook now just feels a little bit heavier. More weight on each ball, more weight on each touch. Nguyen for Fujido, who thumped it into Jafari. And are those only duo of substitutes now starting to show that there's a bit of fatigue? Arians have had way more opportunity to rotate. Cameron directs. It's a good touch from Togba. Mutabazi. Togba, who turns Shokri. Jafari got a foot in. Shokri won it. Cleared it only as far as Nguyen, whose touch was heavy. And it invited Arians to go and win it back. Maglis, he couldn't sort his feet out. Shokri intervened. And now they can counter again. Doe in retreat did well. Mutabazi for Nguyen, that takes the sting out of everything. Just calms it all down again. Braybrook needing to build, unable to on that occasion. Jafari. Nazari. He's got Nguyen to go at and go beyond. Only had one further forward. Nazari wanted to go on his own and won a corner. Jafari tried to work the yards and it took a flick on its way through. Another Arians corner. They themselves, they know 3 goals as a buffer may not be enough. This corner was taken quickly and Jafari came streaming across. Wasn't able to get a clean connection on it. Taipi reinstated for Braybrook as they themselves now have it all to do. They've got to go and get a way back into this game. They have to find a way to save themselves. As Mutabazi couldn't thread it for Togba, and now Maglis has got around one. He's through on his own, and Cameron was courageous. Really well kept. Mutabazi wanted a foul. Jafari did enough to ward him off. Taipi. Challenge allowed him to reset. Mutabazi the only one forward. Shamkhani came and didn't get there. And an important block by Nazari. Had to make that denial. The goal was vacant. And had he not intervened, Braybrook would have got one back, and that's longer than 4 to take the corner. An error you can ill afford to make. Especially when you are in need of a way back into the game, in need of a spark, in need of the kind of pressure they put Arians under at the start of this second half. That's better from Mutabazi. A good challenge by Shokri. Taipi was able to turn his way beyond Nazari. Taipi wanted to go on his own, and now Jalali, who is all by himself, has got around one, pokes his way beyond the other. That's a cracking save from Cameron. And Fujido is down. And he's not best pleased about it. He's made his way off and is getting some treatment. Quite a few concerned Braybrook looks. In fact, this is not good. His afternoon is done. May have been victim of an inadvertent step from Jalali while he was getting round. Fujito being helped, not just to his feet, being helped onto a chair where he is going to remain seated. That is not something you want to see. We hope it's nothing massively serious. It was quite an outpour of anguish more than anything. He has his boots off, his strapping is coming off. Fujito will play no further part this afternoon. He is off court. He will be getting some treatment soon. In the meantime, Arians corner, and they will reload again. Mohammed's take, flashed across. Nazari was lurking. And you get the feeling if they get one more, that will ice this game well and truly. That's a lovely flick from Alice though. Mutabazi has hit the post. Grazed the base of the post. Had that gone the other side of it, Braybrook really would have had something to bolster themselves with. As Alice, that's a suave turn, had two to contend with. Maglis just made sure the door was shut down the line. Nazari, oh, lovely bit of footwork, away from one and then just put too much on it for Jalali. Terrific, terrific footwork to evade one and to shrug off the Togbar challenge as well, which was lurking. There's Alice, Togbar. Set it back for Cameron, who had already touched it. Togbar head in hands. And an opportunity now for Arians to ice this game. And so an Arians opportunity to give themselves a 4-goal buffer that may prove too far. Jalali, brilliant! But it won't count. It will not count. Such a well-taken finish. And the official on the far side, Benny Howe, waved it off. Braybrook immediately were in protest. Wasn't indirect. Went ultra direct. They all got out the way. Mutabazi. That's a loose touch from Alice. And now Arians do issue that timeout. They want one. Next possible opportunity. Mohammed's moved it on to Nazari. Maglis. And Taipi will see it out. This is for them. An all-important win. Moves them to within 3 points of Fitzroy. As Jalali went and won it back, went on his own. Azari was there. That will be 3 points for sure. A 4-goal barrier, enough to break Braybrook resistance. Arians have it, signed, sealed, delivered, timeout Braybrook. Not the way you want to go to one. They've been valiant in this second half, though Melbourne Arians have just gone over the top. We get a timeout, it's Arians 7, Braybrook 3. We return from timeout down the stretch. Arians have got a 4-goal buffer. Braybrook, who have been valiant in this game, may now just be a step too far behind. Tension turns next up. Fitzroy and RMIT. Arians know the gap. 2 Fitzroy will now only be 3 points. And they'll be watching eagerly to see how that unfolds. For RMIT, they can really apply more pressure on Boline. In the meantime, Shimo Ali Mohammed will steer it in. Arians will take another. Their first win since February in the league is well and truly on the cards. A really, really well-worked goal. Steered to the back post. Mohammed completely unmarked. The goal completely vacant. And that really sums up their afternoon. A great start in the early kickoff for an Arians side who, it is safe to say, would not have been too happy with how they started this season and where they found themselves, as Jalali still unable to steer it goalwards. But they will be looking and watching and waiting. If Fitzroy lose, the gap is only 3 to away to escape the relegation playoff peril at the earliest possible point. Whereas for RMIT, they know a win for them. It heaps the pressure on Boline right at the table's top. It keeps Kensington at bay, who are not able to retort today. As Mohammed now off the post, inches from another. New and lost out. Jalali, options left and right. They will walk it in, and Jalali finally gets his goal. Threatening all half. Has had many an opportunity which has gone begging. And in the end this time, steered with certainty. They're just ensuring the goal difference gets a boost. It will be important come this stage. Braybrook already the league's leakiest defence. Taipi though forces a save out of Shamkhani. Tamori. Jalali gave it away to Newen, who dropped it off for Alice. He's not been without effort. this afternoon as Thomas Alice. Though it will be in vain. A long time coming, a long time waiting for Melbourne Arians. For Braybrook, they were hoping that win last week was not just a blip on the radar from what's been a torrid run in the championship. Ball was rolling though, as Arians look to add another for the road. Speared long, set on for Togba, who had two to contend with. Tamori swung wildly, Jafari, Shimo chipped on for Ali Mohammed. Cameron came and collected the ball as well as Mohammed's boot. And then Shimo lost out. Taipi with the net vacant. Newen gave it away. Shimo on for Mohammed, who was waiting on a runner. Jafari obliged him with it. And Taipi did enough to shut the door. Final minute then of Sunday's opener in Darabin. Braybrook have battled mightily. Arians have made this a foregone conclusion at this point. Any they take will be in consolation. Shamkhani ensuring that may not even happen. Togba set it back for Newen, who steered it into Taipi. Or are Arians going to get one more? It is 3 on just the keeper. Mohammed around. They will tiptoe this in, will walk it on the line. The gentlest of rolls for Ali Mohammed and double digits for Arians. Emphatic. In similar style to when they met in the cup not too long ago. An important 3 points that gets them back on track towards where they want to be, as opposed to where they have been so far this campaign. There's Mohammed. Jafari behind Shokri, who wanted it steered further towards the back post. Fitzroy, RMIT to follow. An opportunity for both of these teams, both with different outlooks and outlays. Fitzroy have been in good form recently. RMIT have been superb to start the season and find themselves in the title race. So a tantalising second encounter. But for this one though, Braybrook succumb to defeat. Arians taste victory for the first time in a couple of months. A really wretched rot stopped by them. Full time in Darabin. Melbourne Arians 10, Braybrook 3. the second instalment of Sunday in the second tier, and it is one which draws quite a bit of intrigue when it comes to both of these clubs. RMIT have made quite a magnificent start to the campaign. They can return level on points with Boline at the top of the table if they are to be victorious today. Footscray have shifted their fortunes in recent weeks, and a win for them today takes them right back in to the promotion playoff chasing mix. A lot on the line already in the early stage of the season for both of these clubs, who have made differing starts to life in the championship in 2026. For Footscray, it's been a real change of fortunes. They picked up a point against Kensington in quite the contest last time out. That is really in the midst of their best run of the season. 4 games without defeat and quite a few victories in there. 3 wins in 4 for a side who have all of a sudden skyrocketed from relegation playoff possibility to promotion pushers. For RMIT though, the onus is on them. Go and take the lead. Go and put the pressure on in the title race and make sure that not only do you keep yourselves in the playoff spot, you build a bit of a buffer and you get to make sure Boline have to do their job in the final kickoff. A really late change to Footscray's lineup as well. Alexander Stojanovski, who's been a bit unwell in the week, he makes his way into the matchday squad. It was a very late in for the Footscray skipper. But tonight and this afternoon, a lot rests on the futsal here in Darabin. This game, possibly the most pivotal of the championship match day. As Arians was looking to make an early issue for RMIT. It'll fall all the way back for Jinghe, who was there to gather. Footscray were Season 1 2025 playoff losers, and on the other occasion, they dropped out of a playoff promotion spot on the final day. It was that defeat to Arians that really killed them in terms of their possibility at a second shot at series futsal in a calendar year. They'll be hoping this year they get another look, though RMIT have started brightly and they've got themselves a corner. Ascari's effort took a deflection on its way. Sahel Totakil's take. Ahmed central. Ascari lurking, as was Faisal Totakil. Good foot in from Frost, and then on the other hand from Hancock's. Up and away, Hancock's in retreat. Had an early go and wasn't too far. Quite a few faces back in this Footscray team. Tom Franklin as well. Elliot Froston in. And he currently has got the always tricky task of keeping Faisal Totakil quiet. And here is Franklin, though, wanting to go the other way. Footscray wanted a foul. Referee on broadcast side, Benjamin Howe, waved him back up to his feet. First real bit of action for Ben this afternoon. There's Hancock's Franklin. Lost out to Ascari. And Totakil happy to clear. The conversation is still ongoing. There's Hancock's Frost. Kept it alive, went round Ahmed, then found Franklin. And Ascari with a challenge that draws far less controversy. Hancock's gave it a hit, took a flick, will be a corner. A to and fro start. There's Hancock's hammering his effort over. But a bright start from Footscray, who will want to put RMIT under as much immediate pressure as possible. And that's another giveaway. Hancock's touch was heavy and it allowed Ascari to come through. Really to the rescue more than anything. Redbacks haven't hit a rhythm just yet. As Ahmed was short for Ascari. Franklin turned superbly and rolled it in brilliantly. Footscray have the lead, and it's been coming. Lovely take, lovely turn, and such a smart finish. Tom Franklin back in the team, back in the goals. And Fitzroy have got themselves off to the perfect start. Where they are chasing the promotion playoff pack. As it stands at this point in time, they will go level on points with Kensington, who obviously have the bye, and RMIT, although Tota Kill wants to enact immediate change and has lashed his effort wide. Real end-to-end start to this game. If it were to stay this way, Fitzroy would go above Kensington into the top 3 on goal difference. And Alexander Stojanovski just joining in a bit of Fitzroy frustration at the amount of attention being paid to Tom Franklin so far. And it's Franklin's free kick. Drilled low and it was surging. Andy Cow couldn't get on the end of it. Tota Kill not able to twinkle his way down the line. Cow got it back from Frost and then gave it once more. Franklin. That's the hell Tota Kill to go around. Hancock's wanted the return, couldn't quite. He didn't have an obliging run up. Although, safe to say, Fitzroy have made the best of the first 6 or 7 minutes of this game. They've got the goal that gives them the lead. A fine Franklin finish, the difference. And as it stands, it is one that propels them into the promotion playoff places. Quarter of the season already gone. This is where the table maybe starts to take its shape. This little patch. As Franklin clipped it, Frost was on his own and was denied well by a mix of Marabi and Tota Kill. Both marshalled him expertly. So Hail Tota Kill was watchful. Now Faisal Tota Kill unable to tiptoe his way through. Hancock's happy to clear. And Ascari didn't keep it alive. Just a couple of early RMIT errors. There's allowed Fitzroy a fast start. Frost fizzed it across. Franklin didn't connect. Had he done, however, Marabi would have had more work to do. Tota Kill. Lovely ball down the line. RMIT surging. Jinghe saves at the expense of a corner. Al-Hanai had his effort blocked. Corner sharply. Tota Kill shifting superbly. Took another deflection. They will go all over again. Corner for Tota Kill. Again, fizzed unworryingly at the near post, and this is the best patch RMIT have had in this game thus far. Fitzroy have done well at stifling out the danger, shortening the opportunities that have come to present themselves. Introduction of Kevin Mohal for the first time in the afternoon as well. There's Frost. Had 2 to go round and did so terrifically. Threaded it superbly for Franklin. And Marabi denied him marvellously. Ascari kept it alive. Prevented the corner. Ahmed. When searching down the line, it'll favour Al-Hanai. In retreat, Wong did well. And then Jinghe almost got himself in a muddle and cleared his lines. Al-Hanai got it from Ascari. Tried to steer beyond Wong, wins a corner. Askari gave it a flash, and Jing Hee knew nothing about it. He was turned. RMIT piling on the pressure. They are in search of a way back into this game. As Askari just checking on Wong, who wore one. Inadvertently, albeit. Totakil was charging. Jing Hee denied him well. Other nice side ball. Ahmed dropped off. He went for Totakil. It's back for Askari, and it was a little bit behind him. Marabi's now got to make good on it, and did so, but was unable to prevent giving it away. Wong. Frost. On for Stojanovski, who couldn't sort his feet out. But that is the look for Fitzroy on the break. First introduction of the skipper. There's Al-Hanai away from Stojanovski. And RMIT have a free kick. Jing Hee urging two in the wall. An opportunity for Totakil, who tried to spear it on for Ahmed, who found it for Askari. Totakil, Stojanovski slide, blocked his effort. Askari, Totakil, lovely futsal from RMIT. Tiptoeing was Totakil, he went to corner. Rolling foul issued. RMIT corner. That one was thumped, more so than anything, into Elahi. Totakil, Askari. Again, unable to thread it for Al-Hanai. Zaki Ahmed makes way. Roberto Stella making his way on. At the moment, they are still searching for that equaliser. Fitzroy kept it tight. Askari's flick, Stella. Tidy, Totakil. Evade the press well. Askari, when searching for Stella. And the ricochet from Wong almost found him. Stojanovski. Wong couldn't find Mahal. Askari took over and had his effort blocked. They are building momentum. A couple of concerned looks on that RMIT bench. They haven't found a way through just yet. Totakil back for Askari, who fancied to go from quite some range and wasn't able to find a more feverish touch. Wong. Stripped of it by Stella, but any room denied them. Wong did well. Elahi unable to steer it for Stojanovski. They ran out of room. Al-Hanai, who went on the charge, got around Mohal. Switched it for Totakil, who had Elahi to go at. Stella. Fancy to go, and Wong stood firm. Stella side ball. Askari's return was cut out, and Wong is on the charge. Two are up with him. Wong went alone and flashed it wide of the far post. Stojanovski was lurking. Mohal was the late runner. Fling cut up by Elahi. Al-Hanai, Totakil. Mohal blocked the first, and then some way, somehow, Elahi got on the second. Askari kept it rolling. Stella. Totakil gave it away to Wong, who was watchful, and then lost it for Al-Hanai. Stella almost had it fall fortuitously for him. Ball trickled out of play. And Jing Hee's taken too long. RMIT have been given a great opportunity, courtesy of a Jing Hee mishap. Fitzroy want timeout. got an opportunity now to get themselves level. So to kill, Stella slashed it over. And Fitzroy get through to timeout unscathed. They took the lead early through Franklin, and neither side has been able to add since. As we get a timeout, Fitzroy 1, RMIT 0. Returning from timeout, Fitzroy issued it. Elahi had a great look after being found by Stojanovski. A tidier touch and they could have been in for two. Chaos for RMIT at the other end, however, who really struggled to clear their lines. Ghazi Shamazi had to come across. This not transpiring how they would like so far. We're into stop clock territory for Sunday's second coming. Stojanovski's take. It took a flick off Totakil. It nearly fell for Elahi, who went down. Fitzroy protest was turned down. They wanted a penalty. Officials didn't oblige. Here's Shamazi. Stella. Shifted away from one. Got it into Alhanai, 1-1! Thump low beyond Jinghe. And RMIT finally turn the screw and find a way through. Out of nowhere. A half of caginess, of tightness of tension. And we are right back where we started. And now Stella almost got it back from Totakil. Jinghe fancy to go, you know. He's got two up with him. He then took a slip. RMIT one handball. Moved it on for Cal, who then lost out to Stella. RMIT have a free kick. They were certain that struck the keeper's arm as he slid down. In some way, somehow, he and Fitzroy escape unscathed. Totakil. Lost out for Frost, who's got runners up with him. Frost had Elahi. He went alone and was denied well by Marabi, who speared it for Totakil. Him and Cal became entangled. Now Elahi on the other way. Frost on the charge. Fitzroy looking lively. Cal at the back post. What a save that is from Marabi to deny him. That's a brilliant, brilliant piece of keeping. Stella wanted to steer it for Shamazi and couldn't. Elahi, Frost, who was given a flick and a bundle and wins a free kick. A few on the Fitzroy bench, happy that they finally have gotten themselves a free kick. Opportunity to reinstate their lead then. Cowan Frost holding court. It will be Frost free kick. Oh, it's blocked on the line. Remarkable. Fitzroy only just tonight. That's a brilliant flick from Totakill, who steered it in for Shemazy. Now Frost, who has given a flick again and wins a free kick, and he's not happy about it. He is not happy about it. And the first bit of fire and bubble, and the bench are happy to lean in a little bit. Fitzroy free kick. Cow drilled it. Franklin wanted to work a yard, was encased by three. And now Stella leading the charge for Shemazy, who was frustrated at the looseness of his touch. And quickly they could go. He on for Cow. Hancock's. Frost unable to steer it for Franklin. Down the stretch in this half, and there's just a bit of flavour and feeling in it. RMIT have got themselves level. Speared long for Shemazy. His flick wasn't able to find an option. The RMIT, who struggled for rhythm in the early stages of this half, having got that equaliser, have gone up a gear. They know they need to win today if they are to continue that title-chasing pressure for Fitzroy. It could be the top three if they are to deliver a fatal blow. That's a risky ball from Hancock's. Frost made it work, however, and ran out of room before trying to drill to the back post. Is there a late twist to the first half tale? One that's been tense and quite close and cagey. Does either side want to break free from their own shackles as Franklin, fouled by Totakill. RMIT just needing to be a little bit careful. They're one away from the limit, with just about 2 to go. Free kick for Wong. Slide from Totakill was off-putting enough. Shemazy went long. Hancock's got in the way. And they'll reset all over again. And where the futsal was fluid in the first patch of this half, it has now become very stop-start. You can feel that there's a real urgency in both teams, and there's quite a bit of scrappiness setting in. Hancock's wanted to go for Franklin. That's a great challenge from Shemazy, who stopped Franklin and then couldn't thread for Stella. The ricochet finds Totakill, and Ahmed on the far side has found a way through. RMIT turn it round before the break. Maybe a little bit of fortune. Zaki Ahmed's strike took a faint deflection, which wrong-footed Jing-hee. And RMIT have turned this half on its head. Right when they needed to. Right as half-time was setting. It was on the horizon. And all of that Fitzroy fervour in the first few minutes has faded. Totakill couldn't steer it. Now Frost, who is charging and was out of room. And now the dynamic changes. As it stands, they go level on points with Boline once more. Stella had 3 to go around the ricochet. Nearly favoured RMIT. He used all of his area to go and gather that. Hancock's on for Frost, who's out of room. And for RMIT, him and Wong became battled. So it's a kill with a go. Jing He had his palm stung. So it's a kill. Get right to the eye! Oh, it's glorious! Gorgeous goal! That's a terrific strike from Totakil. Worked the angle wonderfully and then just thumped it in. Picked the bottom corner with aplomb. And RMIT have got breathing room on the stroke of the break. And now they want to go about making it a bit more foregone. Frost and Shemazy clattered into one another. Is it the other way for Franklin perhaps? Marabi denied him the first. The vacant net at the second. And Hancock's was flat-footed. Inside the final minute of a completely chaotic and crazy half. Speared long, Shemazy wanted to make it work. Can Fitzroy halve the deficit before the break? Have an opportunity. It's a beauty of a drive as well from Wong. That might have been their look before half-time. Again, Shemazy unable to hold it up. The ricochet finds Stella, however. Hancock's pressed to good effect. That long fling only found Jing He, who's quickly on for Franklin. On the switch was Frost. Happy to set it for Wong. Threaded it for Franklin. Stella's challenge was firm. Franklin still bustling and battling. And somehow Franklin kept going. And it required a good save from Marabi. Just to go and close and cut the angle. And we have a gone shin guard on the far side. Frost. Wanted Franklin. Good read from Totakil. Got away from one, away from two, but then Hancock's came and put a stop to it. Franklin set it back for Hancock's, who's dragged his effort, and that'll be their look. So at this point in time, RMIT are going level on points with Boline at the top of the table if it stays this way. They were 1-0 down thanks to a fine Tom Franklin finish, but flipped it round and got themselves a bit of a buffer. Half-time in Darabin, Fitzroy 1, RMIT 3. Returning from half-time, and in the 20 that follow, RMIT will either go level on points with Boline, who are up next, or Fitzroy will find a way back into this game. Will find a way to push themselves towards the playoff chasing pack. If they are to flip this on its head, they would go above Kensington on goal difference and into the top three. The Eagles unable to respond with the bye. Northcut and Boline will close the show, as Elahi and Alhanai became entangled. Flung long for Totakil, who's backing off Frost. Faisal Totakil did well. Ahmed. Alhanai, who's got away from Cow, clipped it to the back post. Elahi did well. He then came to clear it. Wong. Frost. Tried to get around Totakil, was cut out by Alhanai, who is now on the charge. Frost was in retreat with him and did well. Alhanai then gave him a tug. Frost went around 1, not around 2. Set it back for Cal. Wong. Totakil gave away a free kick. Elbow was a little bit raised. And both benches in some conversation with officials in one way or another. Frost's free kick. Fitzroy needing an early avenue back into this game. Frost takes, Marabi had his palm stung, and Elahi's follow-in was far more tamed for the RMIT shot stopper to gather. And then he quickly went for Ahmed. Frost's faint flick at the expense of a corner. Almost end to end. A second half start of fire and fury. Ahmed, Askari, on for Totakil, now Alhanai. Unable to get away from Elahi, who couldn't thread it on for Frost, picked off by Totakil. Ahmed gave it a drive, and his hands were firm. Wong thought about driving momentarily, played it on to Elahi, who kept it alive. Alhanai also in retreat, and Totakil had to break his way. And wasn't able to steer it goalwards. Tidy touch on from Frost. Cow. Fitzroy surging at the start of the second half.
How much money do you think we're making? We've got 2 in there, just
Wong. Oh, it's a beauty of a ball, and Cow couldn't convert. Brilliant ball. And it ripped RMIT wide open. Desperately close. The opening Fitzroy start to the second half had been building towards, and they just couldn't find the finishing touch. Stojanovski unable to go further down the line. Frost was in a hurry. Gave it on for Wong, who steered it for Frost again. Stojanovski a late arriver. Wanted Stojanovski at the back post, who was converging but too late. Flung on for Totakil, who was warded off by Wong. Now Frost. Skari came in on him. You get the feeling that as this half drags on, if Fitzroy get back into this game, it will be one of fury. Ahmed's got an open net! Jing, he spilled it. A little bit of conjecture about whether the hand was on the ball. It wasn't firmly enough. And Ahmed was there to steer in. And for all of Fitzroy's muster, the first second half strike goes the way of the team chasing Boline at the top. Will that quell the momentum? Steered for Franklin. Him and Alhanai have been entangled all afternoon, and now Alhanai was pressed by Stojanovski. His clip only found Wong. Stojanovski. It's a good challenge from Alhanai to pick his pocket. Stojanovski then went back, and Alhanai went beyond him. And now Franklin shut the door. Alhanai was not happy about it. And that little push on Franklin was well sighted by our commentator on broadcast side, Benny Howe. As Wong went charging, it slide in from Shemazy. Fitzroy corner. Maybe another glimmer to get back into this game. Stojanovski. Ahmed quickly across. They need to find a way quickly to shave off the deficit. Stojanovski. Spun his way through, Marabi got palms, and now Ascari could lead a counter. Ahmed the only other one forward. Shemazy then found himself in space, wanted to thread it the way through. Wong denied the first, the second found Jing He, who was quick to go for Stojanovski. He chopped it off for Frost. Threaded for Wong, and that was just too far ahead of Stojanovski. Totakil waited on Shemazy. Totakil almost was able to swivel. Franklin stayed with him. So back for Ascari, who gave it away to Wong, and now Fitzroy can counter. Stojanovski was one way. Ahmed intervened, however. He's now on the charge. Got it from Shemazy. Hancock's in retreat and threaded at the back post, where there was no obliging runner, much to Zaki Ahmed's behest. And still, by the fine margins, it is only 3. As Franklin. Hancock's came charging through. And Footscray have shown some adventure in this second half. Quite a few changes getting their orders. Kevin Mohal looking for his first introduction since the break. Frost, Alahi also being prepped to come back on and try and change this game. There's Wong, got it back from Hancock's, speared it quickly for Franklin in a flash. Tom Franklin worked a yard, not once but twice, went around 2 and won a corner. Good stand up from Sahel Totakil. Just to deny Franklin from firing firmly. Hancock's take. Wong threaded dangerously. Ascari got a foot on it. Wong kept it going. Stojanovski away from Totakil. Hancock switched for Franklin, who set it back for Wong, and it was blocked by Totakil. One then another on either attempts. Wong, Franklin, Footscray turning the screw. Looking for an opening, Stojanovski. Wanted handball, got handball. And just as Stojanovski was more akin to a Viking quickly, he finds his way off. Footscray have got a free kick. Kevin Mohalin stated. Hancock's, Franklin, the two in discussion. It will be Franklin's free kick, and it will be fired wide. Near the halfway stage of the second half, RMIT the only ones to add from the break, and Jing He made a firm save down low, and is in some discomfort because of it. Franklin will quickly come off. Frost will be reinstated back on. And Jing He just making sure that he's all right. Was an awkward one for him to get down to. Was hit with pace, only got fingertips to it. Didn't look the comfiest save. Totakil's corner. It's taken short for Ascari. Shouts of handball. Mohal wanted to march and then lost it. Ascari! Totakil! That's a belter! He has screamed that in. An absolute corker that thundered its way into the roof of the net, and RMIT have got 5. Brilliant. Just brilliant. from Zahail Totakil. Footscray weren't happy. They thought there was a handball in there. They have a corner. Hancock's from it. Frost tiptoeing forwards. Steered his effort over. Terrific finish. And a lovely ball. And Totakil. Oh my goodness me! Special beyond special. Trickery. Tiptoeing terrifically. The flick was fantastic. The finish was fanciful. 2 in next to no time. Footscray hit for 6. RMIT are running riots as we get a timeout in Darabin. Returning from timeout, Footscray are going 5th man. They've got to save this game. 5 to make up. And time is no longer their friend. It's been fantastic from RMIT so far. 2 Totakil, absolute net busters, 1 from each. The first, a rocket. The second, balletic and brilliant. Shemazy down the line. Totakil warding off Wong. Shemazy again. Lovely footwork. On for Stella. The back post runner was Totakil, who thumped it over. Another golden glimmer. And Footscray throwing the kitchen sink at it. Wong lost out. Totakil was wanting to shoot and just wasn't able to. Send long down the line. Good touch from Totakil, one to another. And they want to press high. They don't want to let Footscray breathe, nor the 5th man come to any sort of fruition. They know he can't touch it, and now the net is vacant, and Hancock's is uncertain, and Shemazy on for Totakil. Astonishing. Off cow, off the post. RMIT corner. Take it with depth. Oh, brilliant ball! Wonderful! Faisal Totakil with centimetre brilliant measurement. Magnificence in millimetre. And turned in at the far post with ease by Shemazy, who couldn't miss. RMIT's day. It will be them who will go to 16 points. They will draw level with Boline, who now know they have got it a little bit to do in the final game of the championship. Frost on a flash, off the post and in. So Footscray get one back with immediacy. And a very well taken finish at that. Frost found his way. Yeah, that's almost a poor giveaway. Totakill made it work, however. Stella. The return had too much on it. We're approaching the stop clock. Ticking into the final 5 of the second coming here in Darabin on Sunday. Elahi with a lovely turn. Mohar's got a look, and Mohar's dragged it wide. His best opportunity of the afternoon. They've all been kept quiet. Franklin's challenge, a good one. Stella. Made his move beyond Mohar. Steered it in for Totakill. Faisal Totakill had 2 to contend with and was too many. Frost. On for Jinghee. Threaded again for Franklin. Marabi fancied a go and didn't catch it cleanly whatsoever. It's Frost once more. Fitzroy just starting to find a few more opportunities, though the net is vacant. Frost in to press on Stella. Totakill, oh terrific, away from one, gave it a good hit. Jinghee had his palm stung and was able to pick up without pressure at the second time. Cow, no way beyond Totakill, who was searching and surging, and now Jinghee wants to go. Had nobody further forward. Marabi, if he's quick, can give it to Stella, who's got a vacant net, and Cow chested down just in the nick of time. Franklin wins a free kick. Franklin's free kick. Oh, gave it a good go. And it was whipped just wide of the far corner. That, though, seems more like a microcosm of Footscray's afternoon. RMIT have been ruthless. Footscray have had opportunities become more forlorn. That's a good read, however, by Elahi, who's got 2 up with him. Decides to go it on his own, and it's a brilliant slide from Shemazy. Taken quickly for Franklin. Not beyond Totakill. And Marabi, quick to go, and quick to release Stella, who is storming! And it's another! It will be the top 2 undisputed for RMIT. Devastating and direct. And Stella speared it in. And for Footscray, they will no longer be closing. They will be looking over their shoulder at Melbourne Arians, who gained ground in the early kickoff. This has been quite the rout for them, unfortunately. But for RMIT, this is emphatic. Gets them back level on points with Boline, and they want timeout as well. Jinghee. One for Cow, and Mohar with a loose touch. And they will get that timeout. A second half that could have gone either way has gone the way of RMIT. They have added many as we get a timeout. Footscray 2, RMIT 8. Returning from timeout then, RMIT issued it. They've had quite the day. Quite the performance from them. Boline will be watching on. They are up next against a Northcut side who are in need of a point in 2026, let alone 3. And it's a tall order against top of the table. As Cal loses out, Stella again at an open net and this time rushed to shoot. A bit of Fitzroy frustration being shown. Day that has not fallen favourably for them. Franklin Stojanovski. Franklin couldn't clip it. Cow happy to let it go out of play. And in fact, it did not take a flick, and RMIT will have it, and Fitzroy just can't believe it. They just cannot believe it. As with many today, disbelief has been the word in that group. Mahal unable to take it cleanly. Franklin there to clear. He makes way for Wong. To kill. Suhail. Back for Faisal. Those two have worked wonderfully today. RMIT's real dynamic duo, and they've been at the 4. Shemazy away from Wong. Him and Cal then both had a clip and gave away a free kick. And this is a result for RMIT. It turns our title-chasing trio to a duo for 7 days, albeit at that. Totakil, Shemazy, cleared away. Frost reinstated, you'd imagine, to the end. Stojanovski got it back from Jinghee. On for Frost, Stojanovski slid, Wong's follow in, was cleared away by Stella, who now can go. Options left and right, one of whom was Shemazy. He fizzed it across, it was read well by Frost. Totakil went and won it back. Lost it to Stojanovski. Frost. Lovely ball for Franklin, who finishes tidily. Brilliantly taken and really well worked. Consolation though it may be for Fitzroy. That is showcasing some of the betterment of what they've been capable of. Although this game, a foregone conclusion. RMIT not just wanting to add another, wanting to tick the seconds down. 68 seconds remaining in Darabin. He went long. Hancock set it back. Does Jinghee fancy a goal? He went to Rabona. And bruised the outside of the post. Couple of shouts from the RMIT bench that he's wasted between the sticks. And then he makes a good save at the other end. A keeping run that almost ended a Rabona tucked into the bottom corner. Brilliant from Totakil on the other end. Stolen at the near post and smashed in another. It's been his day, it's been their day. RMIT at their brilliant best. And for Fitzroy, this is the kind of frustration that they'll have to dust themselves down from. Hancock's, Wong, Jinghee. For Frost, denied by Marabi. Taken quickly. And Hancock's on the follow-in. Took a flick from Stojanovski potentially. The skipper will claim it and will be awarded it. A late Fitzroy rally to chip away a couple of goals. Though it may merely be consolation, though it may merely be pride. Prevented this from looking worse. Stojanovski drilled it to Hancock's, and the follow-in from Wong, complete chaos. And Marabi unintentionally moved the net. Corner taken quickly and nobody was ready. The net wasn't even restored to its original state. Corner set for Jing He, who got under it. Dying embers of Sunday's second coming. Marabi, long, Frost's flick. Can RMIT find double digits is the question. Shemazy. Al-Hanai, lovely footwork, and well read by Wong. On for Hancock's. Shemazy dived in, as did Ascari. The clock will beat all comers. No, for RMIT, it's a return to level on points with Boline. Fitzroy heads in hands. Full time in Darabin. Fitzroy 4, RMIT 9. Final instalment for the second tier on Sunday. Series futsal in the Premiership to follow, but for the timing, it's one who are a Premiership hopeful against one who are looking to stay in the second tier at this point in time. Boline have been blistering to start life in the Championship, currently top of the table. RMIT having just won, breathing right down their necks. A win would see them go 3 points clear at the top of the tree. They are, however, facing a Northcut side who are without a point in 2026, in desperate need of such. And a start which Boline have been looking to make as a quick one. The Warriors have been rather shield and crestfallen so far this campaign. It's not been the start they would have liked. A quarter of the way through the season. Always time to turn it around. However, that is just starting to become a little bit of a worrying watch when you see the calendar. As Fitzroy gave it away on this occasion. Garcia. He moved it on down the line for Lynn, who wasn't able to get there. Still charging was Gaio. Boline side ball. And Fitzroy, who's in no rush to take Gallo, just had his ball cut out. You just joined us today. Arians beat Braybrook early, and in the following, RMIT were far too firm for Fitzroy. And quite the look. Only two on the bench for Boline this afternoon to close out the show. You have James Russell, who's looking most dapper on the touchline, it has to be said. Looking to make early inroads, a liken to Mourinho, so maybe even Guardiola in a way. That's a lovely ball as well. To be set back for Gallo, who was swarmed upon immediately by Marisic and as well by Lim. Set it back for Zintzas. Gallo again had a go, Boline have a corner. Wanted to start at a breakneck speed, have the league leaders. Corner for Gallo once more. Zintzas. Gallo got away from Marisic, moved it on for Futterat, who tried to steer it centrally for Fayar Hussein. Hooked away by Garcia. Northcut just holding firm early as Kruzaratis went driving and Haskell got down low. Kruzaratis set it for Hussein. Futterat. Zintzas. Gallo gave it away. Marisic has got an open net if he chooses it. Rolled it on in the meantime. Gallo denied it on the line. The ricochet for Marisic, who got away from Futterat, but not Gallo. And now it's on for Kruzaratis. Futterat arriving. And brilliantly blocked by Lin, not once but twice. Fayar Hussein's effort blocked by Garcia. And hammered anywhere by Jerry Lay. Northcote have been most quiet on the touchline so far. Isha Haskell just wanting a bit more energy from those awaiting introduction. As Kruzaratis waited on Gallo, who gave the return. It's a very, very crisp clip. Kruzaratis couldn't slide it. Away beyond Lay and Garcia. Happy to see it out of play. Hussein. Again waiting on the runner. Kruzaratis was the easy out. Lovely return and a good save from Haskell. Quickly out to stifle the danger. Kruzaratis gave it a drive and flashed it wide. They are getting closer though, are the league leaders. Just starting to turn the screw against the Northcote side, who can't keep a hold of it. Gallo driving forwards, and Haskell denies him.
It's coming, Boline, well done, it's coming.
Boline pressing for an early opening. Futterat's corner was too long for Kruzaratis. Zintzas was there to make sure it stayed alive. Kruzaratis now driving. Futterat on for Hussein. How did he miss? Steered it wide at the far post. Brilliant opportunity to get an opening and to maybe go and get this side in front. Flick on found its way for Futterat. Now Hussein. No way beyond Marisic. Serafimovsky. Lay. Got it back. Northcote just trying to take the sting out of an early Boline onslaught. They flicked it on, and they kept it rolling. If it was a tame one for Zintzas, though. It's better from Eshem Rezai. Kruzaratis tried to thread it for Gallo and wasn't quite able to. They have been playing all the futsal, though. Have the league leaders thus far. The side staring the drop in the face. Yet to really lay a glove. There's Lay. Serafimovsky with a good dummy. Found his way back to Marisic. Who only spit it into Futterat. And now Gallo, who's got options left and right. Futterat was one. Set back for Gallo, who whipped it wide.
40 seconds, next one.
Lay tried to evade Kruzaratis. He wasn't quite able to do so. And Boline still searching for that opening goal. May have come close a couple of times. There's Gallo. Able to find a way beyond Serafimovsky. Corner quickly. Tsinsas advanced. Moved it on for Kruzaratis. And they win another corner. A plethora of bullying opportunities. None of which have found the net just yet. Kruzaratis got in ahead of Rizai. Marisic out for Lay. They did well. Serafimovsky on for Marisic once more. Very patient from Northcut. Marisic wanted to wait and draw. Gallo was the only one there. Fiyah Hussein lost that to Serafimovsky, who was happy to retreat and take the yards avoided. Speared long for Lay, who had runners left and right. Rolled it on to Rizai, who lost out to Gallo. Serafimovsky went to clip and wasn't able to. Still, we are unbroken in our deadlock. Approaching 9 minutes of futsal ticked over. Kruzaratis, again too much on it for Hussein. As Northcut have just settled. They weathered a bullying storm. And now might look to create an opportunity, though it's given away. Hussein on for Kruzaratis, who got around one and fired Boline ahead. Finally, they found the key to open the door. And Kruzaratis picked the corner to perfection. And the league leaders are stretching their legs. Brilliantly taken. Gorgeous finish. And Northcut, who have withstood, all of a sudden had their resistance broken. Boline bustled ahead. There's Gallo. Kruzaratis. Al Khawaja had a quick stumble, recycled it for Haskell, who was happy to clear his lines. Many an opportunity for Boline. They thought they'd squandered the majority. They thought they might not get too much more of an ascendancy. They made it count right when it mattered. And as it stands, halfway stage of the first half, the league leaders are going to continue to push as far forward as they can. Al Khawaja wants to change that. Ranzelin gave it to Rizai. El Khawaja this time had his pocket picked by Kruzaratis. Kyriakos, handball. Faint graze, but that is all it needs. Free kick quickly. It was taken for Lagozzo, who got in a good area. Kyriakos. Kruzaratis. Rizai still clipping at the heels. Kyriakos. Gallo. Patient from the league leaders so far. Tsinsas, Kruzaratis. Rizai did well to get in ahead of Kyriakos, who was charging. Tsinsas. Kruzaratis, lovely futsal on it. All it needed was the finishing touch from Lagozzo. Blistering Boline move. inches from a second, and it would have been richly deserved. All Lagozzo needed was to finish the move he started, and Boline would have doubled their advantage. El Khawaja. It's well done by Rezai. El Khawaja. Ranzelin. Couldn't get around Lagozzo, and now an opportunity for Gallo, who is away on the break. Two in Northcut. Couldn't stop him. Gallo kept going and sat them both down. Kyriakos, Chrysoratis, Tsinsas. Chrysoratis. Lagozzo was one of the options. Kyriakos was found. Now Gallo. We got away from Ranzelin. Lovely swivel from Lagozzo. Found Gallo once again. He hooked aimlessly, and El Khawaja clears into the roof. Still, they are pressing and hammering for a second, for a buffer, for a bit of breathing room. Chrysoratis shifted superbly. Haskell was sprawled but unblemished. El Khawaja on for Duman. El Khawaja steered that beautifully into the path of Peter Lin. He just couldn't take it down. Now Futterat. Clipped on for Lagozzo. Kyriakos. Futterat. Searching for Lagozzo, who wins a corner. Corner taken with haste. Kyriakos. Gallo. Lagozzo didn't catch it cleanly at all. Boline have dominated this half so far. North could have hardly had an opportunity. They've had a plethora, they just haven't been able to make them count. Discussion is whether or not to go for a timeout. Providing boots on the ground journalism, the reply was soon. So the league leaders happy, but wanting maybe a bit more cutting edge. As Futterat tiptoed beyond two. Lagozzo again had to lunge. Haskell and El Khawaja shut the door on him. And then Duman came across. And what a free kick. And that timeout will now come from Boline. El Khawaja tried to spear it for Lin, who took a tumble. Gallo got a foot in. Duman's take, El Khawaja. Duman. Sold El Khawaja short, and now Kyriakos on the counter. Given a shove by Mahdi El Khawaja, who will find himself in the book. And now, Boline will get that timeout. And when they come back, they will have a free kick. Many an opportunity for the league leaders, though they've only taken one, courtesy of Chrysoratis. As we get a timeout, it's Northcut 0, Boline 1. returning from timeout. Boline issued it. The league leaders leading this afternoon. Though perhaps not best pleased with the fact they haven't taken more opportunities. Fitzgerald. Mason went speculatively rather than spectacularly. Opportunity was on for him. Goal was vacant as Duman. Kyriakos took a tumble and won a free kick. Boline free kick. And another really, really good look to make inroads. Kyriakos stung the palms of Haskell. Fitzgerald found Duman, who wanted the return and got a flick on its way out of play. Late and searching for Duman. Him and Kyriakos again became intertwined. North could have a corner. Set for Lay. On for Fitzgerald, who threaded dangerously. Sintas had to be sure. Now Kyriakos given a shove by Duman. And for that he'll find a yellow card. North could already have two walking the tightrope. So Fayyah Hussein's free kick. Set it on for Sintas. He fancied to go himself and stung the palms of Haskell to win a corner. Take a quickie for Lagotto. Oh, what a save that is from Haskell. Brilliant. Elastic from Isho. And the corner's wasted. And now Lynn has got a look. One had been further advanced. Lay had gone on a charge. Dropped off well by Futsal. Kyriakos. Set it for Lagotto. Kyriakos. Lagotto. Happy to work their way around Northcut. That shape holding firm. Lagotto. Hussein. Futterat. Kyriakos worked to yards and Fitzgerald shut the door. Still is only singular and slender the lead. There's Hussein. Futterat. Happy to take their time. Northcut unable and unwilling to be drawn out of shape. Sintas. Hussein. Sintas has gone fifth man and he fancied a go and flashed his effort just wide. And it is Northcut's turn to have their time out. Into the final five in Darabin. No change to the score. Northcut 0, Boline 1. Returning from timeout. Final time in this first half. Boline's lead is slender. And it is the cause for a bit of disgruntlement as Fitzgerald had it fall his way. And Kyriakos there to block. Lay to quickly go. Now Garcia. And around Hussein, set it back for Fitzgerald. Garcia. Lynn was lurking. Kyriakos clears. Northcut's turn to maybe look. Lynn had to lunge to keep it alive and wasn't able to. Time ticking away to the break. Neither side really has been willing to budge in this half. Boline have played the futsal, and they have the lead, they have the goal. Northcut have held firm. There's Chrysaratis. On for Hussein. Return for Chrysaratis, whose effort was crashed across the face. Worth noting as well, Northcut have got 4 fouls. So they need to be cautious to the break. Corner for Tsintsas. Chrysaratis, good challenge from late. Tsintsas. Hussein provided an option. Tsintsas, Kyriakos on for Chrysaratis, who's around 1. Fancied the shot. And Hussein's effort was one which he sliced on the strike. Late. Oh, he went long and nearly went over everyone. Hit the roof of the net in the wrong way. Nearly went over the lot and in as Hussein clipped it for Lagotto and Marisic cleared into the railing. Inside the final 2 minutes to half time at DCSS. Kyriakos. Chrysaratis, who had lay hustling him. Still unable to get away is Chrysaratis. Tsintsas unable to provide the 1-2. Northcut on a late surge, maybe. Garcia moved it on to Marisic. Michael Marisic had a go. Tsintsas' palms were stung but unfurled. As Kyriakos clipped smashingly and Chrysaratis blazed over. Real rarity from him. Slashed and sliced. His effort some way over the bar. This becoming a real source of frustration for Boline in this half. Heading towards the final minute. Steered on once again. Lagotto, Kyriakos, Hussein. Tried to thread it. El Khawaja got in the way. And again they have an opportunity, and again there's a shout. Boline not happy. Thought as though they may have had an opportunity for a free kick in a really good position. Set on quickly. Again, Lagotto twisting and turning. And just unable to fire goalwards. They were oh so close. It's speared on for Garcia. Can Northcut go and snatch something before the end of the half? Comes out for El Khawaja. On for Lay. El Khawaja and the flick. And some way, somehow, it does not find its way in. Marisic. Lay for a lurking El Khawaja. Cleared only as far as Marisic. They'll run out of time to get another look. So Boline have played a lot of futsal, have had the opportunities, they still have not been able to break through more than once. Half time in Darabin in the final championship installation for Sunday. It's Northcut 0, Boline 1. And so, for the final time this Sunday in the second tier, managerial talks, managerial changes. An opportunity for Boline to stretch their legs at the top, or for Northcut to pick up points against the leaders. And Marisic, they got an early look, and somehow it doesn't find the net. That is unbelievable. Astonishing as to how they've not scored. Inches. It was almost harder to miss. That, at the moment, sums up the Northcut mood. When it's not going your way, it is really not going your way. They caught Boline napping. And the goal was gaping. And it was unfilled. And now Garcia gave it away to Futsal. He moved beyond Marisic momentarily and then wasn't able to find Gallo. Goodness gracious me, you can't get much closer. They were about to walk in an equaliser. And instead, it becomes yet another piece of the pantomime that is their season so far. It's El Khawaja, tried to stiffen Marisic, Futsal, who took a tumble and a stumble. Sinsas happy to cool things down. Gallo. It's a good challenge from Hussein. Gallo. Futsarat. Clipped it. Hussein got round the back, and it will trickle over the line and in. It is cruel. Oh, so cruel on Northcut, who in the second half's opening seconds had an opportunity at an equaliser and now find themselves where one trickled wide, one at the other end trickles in. And the drip feed of goals does not fall in their favour. That's positive from El Khawaja. It can be a cruel game sometimes. It really, really can. And Northcote are feeling that in all of its relentless lack of mercy at the moment. Hussein. Tintas. Gallo. Lagotto. El Khawaja went to cut it out. Hussein had it off a loose touch and fired over. So now they have that insurance goal. The league leaders can breathe a little bit easier. Warranted it off their first half, though you could argue that Northcote maybe should still be only one adrift. Garcia, El Khawaja, who crashed it wide. Sintas and short for Gallo. Now Hussein. Oh, lovely swivel and a sharp strike, and the following was steered wide by Gallo. Haskell made a tidy stop. Though the follow-in was flicked over, Gallo went galloping through. Just wasn't able to find the finishing touch. Here he is again, though. Dropped it off for Cruzaratis. Lagotto, Gallo. Lagotto, Cruzaratis. El Khawaja got in the way, and it fell for Garcia. Got it back from Rizai. Late. Rizai, who was sold short, and Gallo was quick to clip at his heels. 2-on-1 for Boline. Lovely ball and a brilliant slide from Haskell. That stopped a surefire third. Immediate intervention from Isho Haskell as Cruzaratis went charging, and Garcia got a good challenge him. The top flight is, of course, to follow. Aku and Fitzroy open up the series portion of Super Sunday. The following, Pascoe Vale and Moorland. Much has been made about the Lions, much has been made about the Blues this season. Both in need of 3 points that would feel like 6 to either who gets them. And to close the show, Carlton, Hart and Hume. Two sides wanting a change in fortunes. Hart picked up a valiant point against the Blues last week. Hume have been running hot, though the form has become patchy. In the meantime, giveaway from Rizai for Cruzaratis. Haskell denies at the expense of a corner. Kyriakos. Gallo. Kyriakos searching. Rizai got under it. Zintas came a long way from home. And Kyriakos ran out of room. And Northcote have got to be quick. Lay's got an opening and Zintas denied him. Two massive looks now. And Northcote still have not blemished the clean sheet, though they are getting close. Rizai gave it a drive. Zintas did well. Lay was lurking. Cruzaratis couldn't steer it beyond Garcia. Kyriakos. Cruzaratis. Lovely ball to find Gallo, who got away from Serafimovsky and forced a good save from Haskell again. Cruzaratis got on the clearance. Wasn't able to launch beyond Lay. Rezai, Lay, lunged to keep it alive. And now Serafimovsky had a go. And speared his effort wide. Gallo. Kruzaratis. Kyriakos. Kruzaratis, give him room! And lashed it wide. Plenty of conversation on the Northcut bench about how to get back into this game. Here is Duman. Serafimovsky. Rezai couldn't steer it for El Khawaja. Instead only found Kruzaratis. Gallo. Kruzaratis happy to take all the time out of the game and slow it right to a stop. Northcut going a slow creep. Tintas. Threaded it on for Kyriakos. And Kruzaratis has got to go to keep that alive, and will do. And now Northcut can press. Kruzaratis breezed beyond Duman. Gave it away to Serafimovsky, and now the opportunity could be on. Duman, Serafimovsky, since that saved the ricochet out. Duman with an open net off the line. Goodness gracious me. What more must they do to score? One off the line, one trickled over. And Kyriakos wins a free kick. Three gilt-edge Northcut chances. Still plenty of time for them to get back into this game. Boline have an opening for a third. Kyriakos' free kick. Deflected off Serafimovsky. Isho Haskell was really not best pleased with the amount of contact being shown to him. Him and Futsarat were heavily entangled. There's Gallo. Zintas just got out of trouble. Threaded for Kruzaratis. Serafimovsky in retreats. Kruzaratis wins a corner, which was taken quickly and wasted. El Khawaja, Serafimovsky couldn't keep it in. Halfway stage of the second half here in Darabin. Kruzaratis, beauty of a ball. Futsarat gets the ricochet. Maybe a stroke of fortune for Boline. A stroke of fortune for Northcut. Misfortune for the league leaders. El Khawaja. Serafimovsky wanted a runner, nobody was forward, and so he went it alone. Serafimovsky on for Duman, who couldn't get beyond Gallo, and him and Gallo were deeply entangled, and Duman and Gallo now those two just saying good afternoon to one another. Though it wasn't quite cordial. Now Michael Ciaris has got quite the decision to make here. A yellow, and Duman is off. Two yellows, and that'll do it. A rush of bloods. Red mist descends early in Darabin this Sunday. Duman's second bookable, enough to see him off. There was a lot of Northcut protests, though. I'm not too sure what they could be protesting on that bench.
You can't be with the bench. You have to go to the other side. That's not okay. Thank you, man.
And Duman just taking his leave proper. So a one-man advantage for Boline then. The league leaders, 2 up, now a man up. Northcut will have to cling on with all they can. It's a very slow saunter from Duman. And he finally makes his way beyond the barrier. They can get back underway. Boline with the extra man. Northcut seeing red. Futterats. Gallo. Returned it for Futterats. Haskell intervened. Kruzaratis went crashing. It's a good block to deny him. All on his own though was Kyriakos. Futterat out an open net. Boline belter third. And all the resistance is undone. Haskell, no chance. Boline can smile brightly. Northcut restored to the full 5. And Lay had an immediate launch. That's a fabulous save from Zinsas. Contemplation about timeout on the Northcut bench. Corner for El Khawaja. Lay wanted the return. Gallo got it out to Hussein. Fayyah Hussein did well. Gallo got it back from Kyriakos. Hussein. Gallo. Zinsas. On for Hussein. They're just taking their time now. Turning what was momentarily a steaming Sunday into a leisurely stroll. El Khawaja gives away a free kick. Now, Mardi's also just got to be a little bit cautious. He too's on a booking. Northcut could ill afford to have 2 chalked out for next week. So a Boline free kick. 1 in the wall. Gallo's take. It's a good save from Haskell, who got a firm hand. Futterat set it back. Gallo couldn't steer it. Haskell will gather. And was looking quickly to fling it long. It was cut out by Gallo, whose touch was loose. It allowed Lin to go and win it. El Khawaja, Marisic gave it back to him. That's lovely footwork from Mardi El Khawaja. And Gallo just about did enough to get away from him. Futterat beyond Lin. Kyriakos, Gallo. Hussein gave it a hit. El Khawaja was there to block. And Kyriakos on the slide. Perhaps unnecessarily. And he concedes play. Late. Couldn't thread it for Lin. Went simpler for El Khawaja. Marisic. Lay. El Khawaja gave it a go. It wasn't as close as he would have liked. Approaching stop clock then. Under 60 to go until we tick into stop clock. Futsal to close out the championship. Zinsas with a good fling. Futterat with a good touch. Lin intervenes to good effect. It will trickle out of play. And it seems as though the search for a first 3 points of the calendar year for Northcut will continue, though this has been spirited. Haskell on a venture. Now the net is vacant. Gallo didn't keep it alive. Boline at the moment, 3 goals, 3 points, and 3 clear at the top of the tree in the second tier. As Haskell invited to have a go. And maybe one which Isho would like back. Timeout about to be issued by Boline. So they will want to rein their side in for a word for the final 5. Though it's not been blistering, it's been professional from them so far. Isho Haskell coming out to play 5th man. El Khawaja. Marisic. Ticking the time down, and he told Haskell to go back to his net, and El Khawaja's touch was loose. Boline will have timeouts. A second half where they've added 2 as we get a timeout. Northcut 0, Boline 3. Returning from timeout then. Northcote have got it to do. They need to find 3 in next to no time just to rescue a first point of the calendar year for Boline. It's an opportunity to see it through and to go 3 clear at the top of the second tier. Over a quarter of the season ticked over. That time is elapsing quickly. As Hussein battled with Marisic, who just did enough in the end. A few frustrated, a few dejected Northcote faces on that touchline. As Lynn had a yard, and it hit the outside of the stanchion. Fia Hussein tried to steer it off for Lagozzo. Now then, Garcia went lunging in. Lagozzo, who... Well, he only clattered into Isho Haskell because he was collected initially by Giovanni Garcia. Isho Haskell, collateral damage on that occasion. Michael Marisic trying to plead the point, though it was Garcia's lunge that caused Lagozzo to lamp the Northcote keeper. Four fouls for Northcote as well. They are on the limit almost. Boline free kick. Lagozzo, Hussein over it. 2 in the Northcote wall, Haskell there too. Lagozzo left it for Hussein, who hammered it into Haskell, who denied well. Hussein, Sintas. Moved it back for Fia Hussein. Futterat got away from Lynn and tried to steer the whole way around and wasn't able to. Haskell, who may want to venture, and now Gallo, who's got away from Lay, steered it on for Futsal, who went the dink. He had 2 on rushers as well. They could have walked that in. Futsal went the cheekiest of chips and just clipped it over the bar. Marisic. Speared it down the line for Lynn. Lagotto gives away a corner. Corner for Garcia, Zintas denied him. And Lagotto cleared it away. Eyeing up a clean sheet are Boline. 3:28 from shutting out Northcut. It was late. Garcia. Sat Futsal down. And then ran himself out of room. Zintas on for Cruzaratis, who chopped away from Garcia. Lynn lunged in. Garcia, Lynn. Again unable to evade Cruzaratis. Marisic. He wants Northcut to go high. Can they pinch a goal back? Marty Al-Khawaja is eagerly awaiting reintroduction. Garcia. Lynn again had to lunge. Lagotto did well, and now the counter could be on. Cruzaratis, who flicked it with flair, but only to Lynn, and now Lay. Futsal intervenes. Almost battled with Marisic. Lynn went lunging in on Hussein. They've got to be cautious. Garcia went the other way. This game has become stretched. Lagotto, Cruzaratis tried to work a yard for himself. Lynn took a tumble, having all the full force of the shot. Marisic wanted to come through. It then fell for Fiar Hussein. Futsal on for Lagotto. Well worked by Boline to evade the press. Lagotto shifted onto his left, and Haskell saved. Lay kept it alive, and Lagotto made sure it found touch. Marisic. Al-Khawaja reinstated. Found again is Mahdi Al-Khawaja by Marisic. Tried to work one on his right. It's a tidy ball for Garcia, and still somehow they cannot find the net. Al-Khawaja was the runner, waiting simply to tap it over the line. Cruzaratis came in to intervene. Northcut settled for a corner, though they know they could have had more. Marisic. Garcia. Marisic again speared it. Futsal cut it out, and now he might go on the charge. The thread for Cruzaratis. Lagotto was lurking. Haskell went to go and gather it. Moved it on for Lay. Al-Khawaja. Away from Futsal, who left a leg on him. Mahdi Al-Khawaja wins a free kick. And a yellow card as well. And Northcut want timeout. The Warriors will get it. 96 seconds to go in this game. Boline have got the points all but wrapped up as we head to timeout. It's Northcut 0, Boline 3. Returning from timeout, Northcut free kick, Marisic's take. And the second effort is rather ballooned over. That has gone quite the way. Michael Marisic didn't catch that cleanly, sent that back to Strawberry Fields. Since that went lurking long, Marisic on that time, to that occasion, with a good challenge. Time ticking down for the league leaders. 3 goals and 3 points, all but on the cards. They played the futsal in the first half, found themselves frustrated by a staunch rearguard Northcut action. The Warriors could have equalised within 10 second half seconds, though. The ball, instead of trickling over the line, trickled wide of the post. Then at the other end, they were the victims of misfortune. A third added since then. They've had their opportunities, though. It will be a tale of what if for them. Still searching for that first point in 2026. The look goes on, the wait goes on. They wonder when it will come. 4 adrift from safety at this point in time. But for Boline, 3 clear at the top of the table. The prospect of being not just promotion but title favourites now really well and truly making itself known. Inside the final minute in Darabin, Marisic. And Fitzroy lunged in heavily. And he is on a booking. That is walking the tightrope and then some. That is walking on the thinnest ice you could imagine. Borderline cracked beneath his feet. That was too close. 3 up in the final minute. There's no need for that, really. And Boline would ill want him to go and miss a week. Lagotto, Cruzoratis, battle with Garcia, Lagotto, then went and picked it up, and now Cruzoratis around it, the follow-it, oh that's brilliant from Fitzgerald. Magnificent block. That's a terrific denial. Haskell's first save good, but that's superb. So Boline denied one for the road, for the time being. Futterat. Zinsas onto Fayyah Hussain. Al Khawaja quickly stormed on the loose one. Fitzgerald had an open net, and that one again quite speculative from Northcut's number 15. Speared long, Hussain, Cruzoratis crashed it wide. Dying embers. Boline, top of the tree, and maybe, just maybe, one more for the road. Will they get it in time? No, they will not, and it went over anyway. But it matters not. 3 goals and 3 points for the league leaders. Professional, composed, staunch. The Lions roared, and they now stretch their legs at the summit of the second tier. What a week of Championship futsal. Fantastic from start to finish, and the finish in Darabin is Northcut 0, Boline 3.
Cosmo Russo, another year around the blocks with Fitzroy. They're defending their crown yet again heading into 2026. How's the camp feeling ahead of another title defence?
Definitely off the back of nationals. Morale's pretty high, but we've been in this position before quite a few times, so we're we're pretty focused. I'd say we're back at training already. As good as nationals were, it's kind of already in the past. I feel like just everyone's in really good spirits, looking forward to the new season. Slightly different format, but yeah, we're ready, and yeah, I don't know, can't wait.
On the format change, of course, a much longer season, cup competition has returned. How does that change the focus heading into the campaign?
We play everyone 4 times now, 3 or 4 times. So I feel like there's more opportunity for the league and the positions to change within that time. Whereas previous seasons, it's felt very much like you lose one and the title's pretty much over then and there. So we just have to pace ourselves, still take one game at a time for sure, but understand it's a longer season with cup games in between there. So yeah, I feel like now more than ever, we're relying on the entire squad, and we have a pretty big squad. So yeah, I feel like it's a good opportunity for everyone to play big minutes and contribute both in the league and the cup competitions as well.
Want to return the attention back to nationals, another title won by Victoria. Of course, the Tigers getting the job done in Gold Coast, but there was a story that developed over there with Sean Price, his goalkeeping in both the semi and the grand final. He was huge in those penalty shootouts and his own individual performance. Can we just touch on how that was, seeing a young goalkeeper really step up on a big stage?
We all love Sean. We all loved him before the tournament. He's just like the nicest guy. Doesn't miss a training, learning off Aaron all the time, like just eager to learn. And yeah, I feel like everyone was just so happy to see him have this breakout tournament. He's played games with us in the league, or for us in the league before, and he's done really well. But I feel like this was definitely a kind of coming out for him. 2 huge penalty kind of shootouts, which he basically won it for us. But also just in the game as well, made like countless important saves, which kept us in the game. And then I feel like just the penalties were a cherry on the top.
Is he a testament to how Fitzroy nurture up-and-coming players into becoming not just parts of the team, but instrumental parts of the club moving forward in the future? Would you say he's a beacon of that progression as a player at a club?
I feel like Fitzroy, for as long as I've been involved, has had the same kind of development process with kind of senior players and then kind of middle players and then the younger players coming through the youth system. I feel like we do a really good job, and this is a credit to Jimmy. We do a really good job of bringing in new players and exposing them to a very high level of futsal. You might not see it each week because they might not play all the time, but our trainings are very intense, often as intense, if not more, than the games we play. So those players, even though they're not playing week in, week out, they're getting exposed to a high level of futsal. And the knowledge is there. I mean, you've got Jimmy, you've got Scott, got Josh, myself, Aaron. Like, there's a lot of Corey. There's heaps of players there with good experience. And yeah, it's great to see someone like Sean. But I mean, we have other players like Seb, for example, had a season when he first joined the club where he didn't play at all. I mean, maybe played a couple minutes, but he stuck with it. And the following season, I feel like he made huge improvements, and then I feel like has continued to do so. And he was also part of that nationals team. So yeah, it's just a credit to those boys who stick with it and kind of understand it's more than just one season. I didn't get as much game time as I would have liked. There's more to it.
I'd like to shift the attention onto the national team setup and how it correlates with Fitzroy. You've had experience with Miles Downey in the men's setup. How does it compare?
I feel like at Fitzroy we're in a really fortunate position, having Aaron and Scott in particular, as well as Corey, and I guess you could say myself, we have experience in that setup, and also Jimmy as well. And a lot of our sessions that are organised and run by Jimmy or Scott kind of come from the national team setup kind of style of playing. So I feel like it really helps, and I felt like this for me as well. Going into that system, that it was very familiar, and it wasn't all these new concepts that I'd never seen before, but something that we'd been working on in Fitzroy through, as I said, Jimmy and Scott as well, definitely incorporating elements of the national team system into Fitzroy training sessions. So yeah, I feel like it's definitely a good place to be if you do have aspirations to kind of play for the national team. It definitely makes that transition much easier.
Being amongst those ranks, how would you compare the quality of the likes of yourself and those at Fitzroy to those in the national team? And with future selection, what would it be to get back in there and not just be a player, but really solidify yourself in that setup?
I feel like definitely it's important to perform each week here at Series Futsal. I assume they watch the games and, you know, they want to see you performing at a high level. But then also things like the nationals, it is important to kind of showcase yourself in that environment as well, because you're playing against new players from different states. And I feel like if you can do both those two things, perform week in, week out in Series Futsal, and then also on a national stage, that puts you in a really good position to get called up for a training camp or just be in and around that environment. And then ultimately, I feel like it falls on the coaches to select the players that fit the system best. And yeah.
To return our focus onto Series Futsal in the upcoming season, it's no surprise to many that Fitzroy are heavily touted to win the title again. Not to get lost in their opponents which surround them, but what would be the Tigers' greatest test outside of themselves heading into 2026?
So obviously you have Moreland, who have been our kind of biggest rivals for the last, I don't even know how long, 5 years it feels like. You've got Pascavel there. They've done some good recruiting, so they're always kind of a threat as well. I feel like Aku and Hume are doing the right things. I know Fernando's at Hume, and from experience, he brings a wealth of knowledge to any team. So yeah, if that Hume team kind of listen to his instructions and his tactics, I feel like they'll do well. And Aku as well have a good young group that have stayed together for a while, which I think is a super important and kind of underestimated thing for a team. As just to touch on Fitzroy, I mean, we've played together for, I didn't even know how long. So we just know what everyone's going to do, where they're going to be. And that comes with playing with each other in the same team for years. So I feel like those Moreland, Hume, Aku, Pascavel, just off the top of my head, but not to sound cliche, I just feel like if we just have to focus on our game. I don't think anyone can play as good of futsal as us. And the games we lose, I feel like we lose ourselves by making silly mistakes or whatever. So yeah, I'd say those four teams are the ones we're looking at as potential challenges, but ultimately I feel confident that, you know, we'll come out on top again.
My last question would be, if you use the last few years as a metric of Fitzroy's success, is there an expiry date on the dynasty? Knowing that you just continue to win, not just national competitions, but here in Series Futsal Victoria, is there ever a time where perhaps that isn't the goal? Not because it can't be, but due to availability, players moving on, retiring, not recruiting, not having the same level of calibre of those in the team currently. Not to go too forward in the future, but in the foreseeable future, it's hard to really see a time where that culminates. But through your lens, how do you see that?
I feel like, that's kind of what makes Fitzroy so unique and special, is that for even the last 10 years, I mean, it used to be Fernando was the senior player, and then there were players under him. There was Alistair Dunlop and Ange Fusca, who I don't even know if people remember. And then below them were me and Scott. And then below us are Harry and Elias. So I feel like for as long as I can remember, Fitzroy have done an excellent job at integrating youth players into a high-level senior team. So I think what makes Fitzroy so special is the ability for new players to come into this environment, learn from the senior players, and be integrated into the squad, all while still playing the best possible futsal at the highest level. And that's been done for as long as I can remember. When I joined Fitzroy, the first time would have been 10 years ago, I think. And there, above me, there was Alistair Dunlop and Ange Fusco, and above them, because they were a couple years older than me and Scott, who were there at the time, above them was Fernando. So it was just this kind of trickle down of information. And I feel like we're in a similar position now. I mean, our team is really young. I think, yeah, I'd say me and Scott are senior players and we're mid-20s. So I feel like I can't see an expiry date, but then, you know, you have players below us, Harry, Elias, Seb, Sean. I'm sure I'm missing people, but, you know, they are younger again, they're early 20s. And then below them, we've got Oscar Bryant. He's 17, I think, just won MVP at Nationals for his age group. So, yeah, I feel like that's what makes Fitzroy so good and so special is we are bringing in new players and we are looking to the future, but we're doing it, and this is credit to Jimmy and Jason as well and everyone involved. We're doing it in a way that doesn't necessarily like give up games. Yeah, we're able to keep winning and performing, but still giving those younger players experience and exposure to then, you know, take the reins, and then hopefully the same thing will keep happening for many more years.
Well, the focus, of course, on the upcoming campaign, but we appreciate your time today, Cozzy Russo. All the best with the title defence.
Great, thank you.
Good evening and welcome to Darabin. Welcome to Series Futsal, yet another Sunday installation in the top flight in the Premiership. We've had all the Championship pass us by over the course of the afternoon, but now we are back to the top flight and we have the reigning champions, the league leaders, the front runners for the title once again. Fitzroy taking on a Melbourne Aku side who, when they met last time, were given quite a battering by the Tigers in such a way that it has shifted the identity of QEMU and Joe Akon's side and perhaps their fortunes for the season in and of itself. Aku had made a bright start, but then when they met the reigning champions, it kick-started a slide with which they have recovered from a little bit. But that being said, this is a team who have got their number. Fitzroy unbeaten against Aku here in Darabin, although Francis Marr is on the early charge. Arians had to save and the follow-in as well. Brilliant double denial from the Futsal, and it fell for Nepomuceno on for Parthamos, who gave one to Rogan that was hot, though he did well. And Nepomuceno ran out of room. We'll quickly get into the lineups just as we've flown into action. Arians gets the nod over Sean Price for Jimmy Soufas tonight. Elias Parthamos, Javara Nepomuceno, Scott Rogan and Cosmo Russo all start for Fitzroy. And for Aku, Lucas Grigg begins between the sticks. Noamar, Connor Irwin finally makes his return. Nakano and Francis Marr as well. So quite a strong side for QEMU, though his substitutes are looking a bit depleted. Dan Baker in and amongst them. Marcus Fernandez does not have playing kit on. He's still recovering from injury. In fact, QEMU, the manager himself, is kitted up. So that is quite the sight available for Aku. And for Fitzroy, their bench is got quite its fair bit of firepower. We'll get back to that in a second as Nakano is in. And Arians denies him a plethora of early opportunities for Aku to go and get at the Tigers. Rogan moved it on to Russo, who wasn't able to skip beyond Noamar. And just to touch on those substitutes, Pep Filio, Josh Allen, who's just returned from the outside, Christian Peluso against his former club, and Oscar Bryant as well as Sean Price. So that is all that is available, all of the characters, the cast for the evening, in its opening entirety, as Nakano, with fancy footwork, got away from Nepomuceno. Irwin, Marr, patient for Melbourne Aku, who are just looking to get their season back on track and are looking to get themselves right back into the mix and playing the more positive futsal that we saw from them in the early months of the season. And here is Nakano, who's been a big re-addition. Back on to Noamar, who's got Parthamos to go at, dinked it on inventively. Rogan was best placed and was happy to clear. Quite the start for the side in Evergreen this evening, as Noamar came crashing through, flashed his effort over, caught it as sweetly as he'd like, nothing belligerent about that. Marr wasn't pulling any punches. Aku are looking to land a blow on the reigning champions early. Russo, Rogan, Nepomuceno. Set it back for Rogan, who didn't have Russo. And for the first time this evening, joins in the commentary box as always. It's your usual Sunday instalment. Adam Palombi, welcome to Darabin.
Oh, it's good to be here, Ethan Rigg. What a place to be on a Sunday. The court looking rather okay, and well, it's not too warm in here, thankfully, considering it has been quite the nice week in Melbourne. Weather-wise, we've had a lot of sunshine. I've been getting a nice tan this week, Ethan, hence I was a little bit late today, but arriving on cue might have been Francis Marr inside the area.
Gorgeous, gorgeous day, gorgeous week in this gorgeous city of ours. April usually is when it gets gloomy. That wouldn't be the case ever in this building, nor on the outside today, as Russo worked a yard and Nakano slid in to good effect. Aku's bright start, though they're just being given a reminder by the reigning champions of the firepower they possess. Parthamos went to set it for Rogan. Nakano cut it out. Parthamos got the ricochet. Rogan was arriving. Russo made the move to the back post. Was blocked by Marr. Nakano then battled. Still they can't clear. Rogan, Nepomuceno had to ward off Connor Irwin. Nepomuceno happy to take his time and can't find a way through.
Great read by Francis Marr. It's an even nicer ball to find. Cozzy Russo from his Futsal teammate of Scott Rogan. Well tracked by the one of two Marr brothers on court.
Russo just worked the yard for himself, got it back from Nepomuceno. Good challenge from Irwin. Parthamos. Nepomuceno tried to steer it. Noah Marr knew not much about the block he made.
It's twice now in a matter of moments for Francis Marr and company. Aku cutting the Fitzroy passing lanes in attack, and it's not causing confusion for those in white, but certainly getting them a little bit unnerved on court.
Parthamos with twinkle toes. Shout on whether that stayed in or not. Marr was there to clear. Nakano makes way for Owen Cooper-Flynn, who got himself on the score sheet last week.
Our mystery man.
Our mystery man. We're able to unmask him with the help of Kiwi Mew at half-time last time out. Thankfully, we get the luxury of that from the off this evening. And his first role is to go and have a run at Russo. Instead, left Noah Marr to do that duty. Fitzroy happy to retreat. Last time these two met each other in the league as well, it was a real mauling for Melbourne. Aku wasn't their best performance of the season. They've rebuilt since then. Tonight, again, is that big test.
11-0. Well, 3-week rebuild, Ethan Rigg. It's not been exactly too much time in between that poor result. And although they were spirited against Hume, they had coughed up a lead in that match to ultimately have the 3 points go to the Black Army, who sit third on the table. As Marr pickpockets out of Cozzy Russo. It's well done from Rogan to cut out the danger. A rebuild in 3 weeks, Ethan Rigg. That's a short amount of time, but it can be done.
It certainly can be done. I think they've been helped by the fact that they faced Fitzroy quite a lot in that time too. Had Moreland in the cup, so they've faced a lot of the big boys. It's been that opportunity just to get that identity back.
Noah with the side ball. He lofts it for Francis. Rogan, intelligent to let it roll out of play. No, he wasn't. It flicks the back of his head. Remain with Aku on broadcast side. Irwin. Benjamin Howe will indicate Fitzroy having a side possession.
They just started this game with a little bit more aggression than the last time they played Fitzroy in the league. Aku were very timid. They weren't really willing to step up, but you're looking in particular the leaders of Noah Marr and Francis Marr tonight. They've been superb so far in making sure that they're actually willing to go and get at Fitzroy and put them under a bit of pressure.
Oscar Bryant on court trying to follow up. Nepomuceno stopped by Irwin. Josh Allen. Parthamos wiggling onto his left. You wouldn't believe it, but Francis Marr there to block yet again.
Brilliant from Parthamos. Just such a good shift away from Cooper-Flynn. He's looked really lively to start this game. Been unafraid to get a run at Aku, where Fitzroy haven't had a lot of rhythm, and a rarity as well. Oscar Bryant taking too long to take that corner. They haven't had a lot of rhythm, but Parthamos has been the one so far that they've looked to try and build that.
What can Aku try find? 5 minutes played, lots of fluctuations in terms of time. No real moments to speak of yet. Arians had a couple of early scares, although the returning goalkeeper has managed to spare his blemishes. Irwin. Cooper-Flynn. Waves play on by Benjamin Howe. He nods his head to say that's not a foul. Allen in possession for the Lions. Cooper-Flynn out of play. Well, the Lions, of course, not to be confused with the Tigers, but Pascoe Vale facing Moreland in the second matchup this evening. They face the Moreland Blues. Both sides, having noticed their lineups on social media, look rather lighter. So we'll see how that match is to transpire come the 6:50 kickoff. Marr chipping. Cooper-Flynn. Irwin was deployed forward, so was Francis Marr. Noah Marr awaits the movement. Flynn lunging, couldn't get there. He was tracked by Nepomuceno as Pepfilio lent to the court. Russo. Bryant for Pepfilio. Confronted by Marr, he tried to play a reverse pass for Bryant. Flynn has done really well here to get himself an attacking scenario. Marr was in support.
Could have squared it. Definitely could have squared it, Cooper Flynn. He did the hard work well. But when you've got the option, just keep it simple there.
Marr coming deeper to retain possession, to have the ball at his feet. Lucas Grigg will have to claim. Aku will restart. Francis said to Noah, go fetch, it's not going to work. The Tigers, under no real duress, will have the ball back. Eerie to how majority of these clashes start in recent history. It might be an opening for Fitzroy, not cleared by Cooper Flynn. Eerie in the fact that it's always a tight affair in the opening few minutes, in the opening half. Aku not wanting the floodgate to open just yet. They keep themselves rather defensively sound. Although offensively, haven't done much to infiltrate Aaron New, although Marr was going for a journey, and Alan said, you're going down.
And tonight, that'll be tested even more. They've only got 2 on the bench. Have Aku. So come the second half, where the floodgates open for them last time, that'll be the big test. They've got a free kick, and they've got an opportunity to make good on a bright start. Francis Marr's free kick. Cooper Flynn is lurking. Short for Noah Marr instead. He's got Allen to go at. Marr. Nakano. Lovely shift from Nakano out of yards. And a good save from Aaron Yu down low.
The brilliance of Nakano matched by the save made by Aaron Yu. Fantastic from the Aku flanker to take the game on, roll inside and get his shot away. Aaron Yu adjusting accordingly, as the futsal usually does.
Aku corner. Marr's take, one to another. Francis Marr tiptoed away from one. Russo left the leg in. It'll be a free kick. Already been in a couple of battles, Francis Marr. Fitzroy giving away fouls in promising positions. Aaron Yu just setting his wall. Filio and Bryant, the 2 tasked. Noah Marr well within range.
Huge chance this. Very huge chance for Aku.
Opportunity to throw a spanner in the Fitzroy works for the evening plans. Noah Marr's drilled it wide. Gave it a good hit. Aaron Yu's wall was obsolete, although they weren't able to find the finish. A very bright start from Aku, however. Got Fitzroy on the back foot.
That might show or scratch the surface on the technicality of Marr, considering off half a step generated a lot of power on that effort, as Pepfilio has his effort blocked at the other end.
Lucas Grigg called into action. Fitzroy now just trying to flip the script. Bryant and Russo flicked it wide. It was only a whisker. Whip with pace. And Cozzy couldn't get a finishing touch. And just when Aku thought that they would continue to create many an opportunity, Fitzroy fire back in firm fashion. This akin to how it normally goes. Tick over 8 minutes gone, scoreless. Deadlock's unbroken. Aaron Yu's been busier. As Noah Marr had to sort his feet out. Filio was lurking. Francis Marr then breezed beyond Bryant. Ran into Filio and somehow kept going and then went beyond one more. Allen cleared only as far as Nakano. Cooper Flynn dropped off and then Russo made life difficult. Nakano held him out. Filio then got an elbow in. And in fact, Fitzroy get a free kick for the first contact.
Not sure how Francis Marr kept the ball there. He had many players surging forward ahead of him. Thought might as well get last, or around perhaps last, the last player, I should say, on that attacking display for Arco, although in doing so, look what's happened. Fitzroy have a free kick.
Rogan's take. Peluso, who had a yard, couldn't skip beyond Marr, and now the counter's on. Nakano's up with him, and it's just too far ahead. That not a bad look to go on the break. Nakano had to lunge, and they just weren't able to capitalise.
Aaron New peeling wide. Trying to cause some confusion. He's going to go fifth man, Aaron New. The net momentarily vacated, although Rogan takes possession. Aaron New jostles back towards his goal. Russo confronting Kui Mu, who's on court for Aku tonight. Rogan rolling in for Allen. Big save by Grigg. Marr tried to escape. The last touch comes off Russo. It's the danger the champions possess. They can simply do what they please whenever they feel like it. Marr for Nakano. Had a fantastic spell at the end of the 2025 second season campaign. Had the Aku number 13 injury plaguing the start to his season in 2026. If Kuimu can get him firing, what a player he could really be for his side, and ultimately in changing their fortunes they currently have.
And since he's come back, he's looked really good too. He hasn't lost that sharpness and that ability to tiptoe beyond players. The finishing touch will come for him, but you can see he's lively and he hasn't lost that on-ball ability, which has been the main thing.
Rogan blocked by Nakano on cue. Stalemate remains. Joak on with a nervous look towards the stop clock. 10.5 left in this opening half of the men's premiership here at DCSS. Peluso in no rush. Allen deepest. Parthamos at the back stick. Rogan will move. Peluso flicking. Rogan controls it. Allen, first time. Nice pass for Peluso. He got his shot away. Nakano blocking yet again. Kui Mu with a back heel. Nakano under pressure. Marr much the same. Kui Mu not deceiving anybody. That chip attempt of a clearance. Fitzroy with a spring in their step. Out comes Aaron Yu again. Rogan. Aaron Yu on his own. Peluso. Lots of pace in the ball for Allen. Marr wasn't sure what to do with it. Parthamos, edge of the area. Allen swings and misses. Rogan for Parthamos, who steps inside Kui Mu. His effort dragged wide.
That's good from Parthamos, and it's good from Fitzroy. The ball speed is there, and that's been the big thing. It opened Aku up the way they were able to move quickly. It gets inside Kumi well, just drags the shot a little bit.
Well, Joe Akon was having a glance at the stop clock and has handed in a timeout slip to Benjamin Howe. Nakano. Fine read of the play. Marr. Blocked by Rogan. He'll keep it alive and back himself to roam down the court. Aku had handed out the timeout slip, although won't issue it just yet. Fitzroy's ball, that's why. Rogan for Allen. Across the face of goal, Peluso had a sniff. Grigg yet again adjusting at close range.
Good save. from Lucas Grigg. It's really well worked. The ball is fired across with a lot of pace. All it needs is a touch. He does well to catch up with it and not get too blown away. Aku still waiting on that timeout. Fitzroy have another corner. Rogan, Peluso again got a yard. Irwin, that's a tidy ball. Poke for Francis Marr. Rogan was rapid in retreat. Francis Marr went down. Will be a corner. Aku are going to have timeout, but they may have some concern with Francis Marr here.
Both players certainly had eyes for the ball. So they went for a gallop.
Francis Marr, thankfully, back to his feet. Aku will go into timeout without too much more concern now. The deadlock unbroken, 0-0 between Aku and Fitzroy. Return from timeout. Deadlock unbroken between these two. Always tightly contested first halves. We are well beyond the halfway stage. Neither Aku nor Fitzroy have blinked. Aku started strong. The Tigers have just begun to turn the screws. And Connor Irwin had it inadvertently ricochet back off him. Rogan. Happy to try and draw Noah Marr. Parthamos being given the ground by Connor Irwin, who was in retreat. Nepomuceno, Rogan, Marr got an intervention. Now Nakano got away from Peluso. Irwin, patient from Aku. That's a tidy ball from Nakano. Noah Marr with two to contend with. Peluso was one. Both took a tumble. Irwin then came in to take over. Marr left it for Grigg. Nakano, under pressure from Nepomuceno, had to clear his lines. Just turning the heat up on Melbourne Aku a little bit. There's Parthamos. Rogan. Set it back for Elias Parthamos. Peluso had made a run. He went Rogan instead. Who got round Marr. Grigg did well at his near post. Francis Marr came to clear. Parthamos on the ricochet. Irwin there to wear it. Fitzroy momentum just starting to gather. Aku sitting a little bit deeper. So around this time they got broken down in their last meeting. Peluso shifted away. Parthamos got a flick. That's a great save from Grigg. And the ricochet off Irwin took the sting out for him, who was quick to go for Francis Marr. Cooper Finn being interjected without really knowing much about what's going on. Gave a quick shrug to Joe Akon and QEMU and then got it back from Irwin. And it was a bit of an awkward one, which opened the Fitzroy door to press.
Handling Ethan Rigg. Well caught, son. Part-time commentator, part-time cricketer.
More of a
For those that
second.
can't see that, Ethan Riggs had to catch the ball that was poised right for that of the Fitzroy bench.
Nepomuceno couldn't find a way beyond Marr. But that is the pressure that they are under at the moment. Aku for the time being still holding firm, but Fitzroy are just starting to chip away and erode at that solidarity. Parthamos, good footwork. Peluso was again swarmed by Mar, and Owen took over. Now it's 2-on-1. Rogan got an all-important touch on it. Noah Mar there to recycle. Aku had a good look on the break, but Rogan with a crucial intervention.
That is fantastic from the captain. And if Fitzroy had a score from here, it would all stem from what Rogan had done at the other end. Grigg denying, Mar never cleared. Parthamos, Rogan had his back turned. Peluso, Fitzroy keep it alive. Nepomuceno, Rogan, up and over. But how about the captain, Ethan Rigg? Irwin, some great footwork. He's really added that layer to his game, hasn't he, in recent seasons? We call him Steve, but his name is Connor Irwin, and well, had great footwork to get away from his first marker. The ball was chipped for a vacant Francis Marr on support in the attack, although Rogan, in all his experience, knew exactly where to position his foot to ensure an intended pass, which would have made it a one-on-one attacking situation with the keeper, Aaron New, was to not transpire.
It was excellently done from Scott Rogan. Fantastic read. Time and again he's put himself in that position. Time and again, whenever Fitzroy spring on the break, he's the one to kickstart it, and usually off something like that. It's the kind of experience and the knowledge you get someone of his caliber.
Irwin chipping. Mar's been lively, hasn't had an end product to speak of it yet, maybe deserving of it. Rogan. Parthamos, the Fitzroy bench calling for ball movement. Rogan. Cooper Finn's done well, although Rogan's gotten around him. That's an intriguing matchup, if ever I've seen one. The height and mobility of Cooper Flynn. The pace and acceleration of Scott Rogan. Keep an eye on that down here. Fix on pivot, doing battle. Rogan trying to use his body to where he can. As the futsal roof, Rogan glides it for Parthamos. Peluso lurking wide. Nepomuceno inside the area. Rogan. Peluso central. Parthamos rolling it. Nepomuceno gave it back. Parthamos has hit the post again. The cannon struck the post twice in this half. Dare I say, in the last 5 minutes of stop clock futsal.
He's getting closer and closer, isn't he? Lovely work again just to set it for Parthamos. The way they open the space up for him has been so good. He's been unlucky to hit the woodwork twice, but Fitzroy are just starting to find their groove.
Nepomuceno. Peluso. Trying to shift onto his left. Irwin says, sit down, son. 2-1 for Aku. Cooper Finn. Wasn't sure where to go. Rogan picks his pocket, and away go the Tigers. Peluso. Big block by Marr. Crucial match moments for both sides.
And Fitzroy are going to be handing in a timeout slip just off the back of that. End-to-end futsal. Game really opened up for the first time. Two big interventions. Rogan marshalling Cooper Flynn well. Big from Marr there.
Jason Ishak handing the timeout to the fourth official, and before he knew it, his whistle sounded to indicate that to be the case. 0-0, Melbourne Aku Fitzroy at a deadlock upon the resumption of play. Fitzroy have possession deep in their offensive half as we cross to timeout. Russo's corner. Filio, Parthamos. Russo tried the nonchalant back heel. Ma had time to compose himself towards broadcast side, was confronted quickly by two white shirts. Nakano will take his place. They still miss the presence of Marcus Fernandez, don't they, Aku?
They are eagerly awaiting his return. He's been a frequent face on the touchline as well. Accompanied Joe Aku and accompanied QEMU, but when he comes back out on court, you will see this Aku side take on much more confidence in the way they play.
Ma. Cooper Finn reached. Finn or Flynn, Ethan? I feel as if we're getting that, or at least I'm getting that incorrect. A mystery man from last week.
Cooper Flynn, Owen Cooper Flynn. There's Owen the Irish spelling, so. But Cooper Flynn.
That'll do. Parthamos. Hughes stepping out. We've seen that happen time and time again. Rogan, last man now for the Tigers. It's nearly crafty. In fact, it wasn't. He was out of play.
Still, these two locked in a tussle. Neither has blinked so far. Fitzroy have come the closest. Elias Parthamos has thumped the post twice. The woodwork denying the reigning champions. But for the time being, to the credit of QEMU's side, they are holding firm.
Oh.
And Fitzroy going fifth man. They've had enough of a stalemate. They're going to make their move. Inside 4 to half time. Eagerly waiting and wanting a breakthrough. Rogan got it back from Parthamos, and now Russo lost out. Nakano! Inches wide. Desperately close to an Aku opener.
That's the risky run when you play fifth man. We've seen it time and time again in recent weeks. Nakano had no time at all to work, and, well, he wasn't far away at all from scoring.
Still, Fitzroy persist. They will take that risk, knowing what the breakthrough could be. They're going to carve their way through a current forest of green that presents itself to them. Rogan on for Allen. Turned it to Scott Rogan. Allen quickly, Parthamos incisive. Lucas Grigg again got the angle right. Nepomuceno had it fall his way. Allen reset all the way home for Rogan. Aku just carved through momentarily. Fitzroy still going with fire and fizz. Russo, Allen, Rogan. Aku just firmly holding for now. Nepomuceno, Parthamos, there is Russo, there is the opening. Nakano intervened. Maybe Fitzroy missed the chance to pull the trigger.
And they found the space courtesy of the power and placement on the pass from Nepomuceno, which allowed for Russo to receive across the face of Lucas Grigg's goal. All stemming from the man from Curaçao.
Parthamos, Rogan. Can they go? Those two in tandem. Nepomuceno still wanting it. Allen the one central now. Russo switched it back for Rogan. Russo once more. Can they carve an opening? Time ticking away to half time. Rogan. It's too long for Russo or Parthamos. A rare misstep. Francis Marr, who was really hustled by Allen. Connor Irwin was under similar duress from Nepomuceno. Now Rogan had Noah Marr to go at and was able and eventually forced just to slow it. Now there's no fifth man. Rogan was a bit disgruntled about that, and eventually Russo makes his way on. Rogan, Parthamos. Melbourne Aku just hanging in there. Fitzroy really, bar that one ball from Nepomuceno, yet to make any inroads. Allen, and here is Nepomuceno. Out the other way for Rogan. Brilliant from Noah Marr to just slow it up and stop it at the source. That's very well found by Nakano too. They made it work. Minutes of the break in Darabin. Francis Mara to go. Normo's following. Oh, magnificent from Aaron Yu.
Vintage Aaron Yu on display. Very good overall play from Francis Ma, who wasn't really sure what to do straight away. He kept everybody, including Parthamos, guessing. Made the right decision, got his shot away, and the rebound was followed up by that of Noah. Although the outcome remained the same, Aaron Yu blocking not once but twice. He jostles off, on comes Koziruso. Fitzroy want a goal before half-time. Although it's been a decent start for Aku, we've said this and we've seen this from them in recent Fitzroy clashes. Once the damn wall breaks open, becomes really simple for the Tigers. Although they're 26 seconds away from having, I believe, only a third scoreless half here at Darabin in the men's premiership this year.
Been a real collector's item.
Brilliant ball for Ma! He knows he should have scored. He went for the powerful finish off the volley. It's a fantastic find from Nakano, the movement equaling that of the ball. Oh, it would have been something from Aku. Only 15 seconds left in the first half. Fitzroy want to test Grigg. 5 seconds left. They'll have to try and get the shooting position now. 2 seconds from the corner.
Good hit by Parthamos too. Could easily have blazed that away. Well placed.
Irwin! He was wide, but the clock would have beaten him anyway. Half-time at TCSS. Aku and the Tigers still scoreless, although both sides having opportunities to break the deadlock as we cross to half-time. First half with lots to discuss between both sides. They certainly tried valiantly to open the scoring, nor neither could, as they're going to have another restart to get the ball rolling in the second. Adam Palumbi, Ethan Rigg, the usual suspects on a Sunday here at Darabin. Aku, in recent weeks, haven't hit the gears they've wanted to. They've perhaps had their mentality tested in their last few premiership matches, although a great way to rectify what's been a difficult last 2 months of futsal. Could stem tonight against a side who beat them 11 goals to nil only less than a month ago, Ethan Rigg.
And you wouldn't know it with the way that you've watched how Aku have approached this game this evening. Yes, they've rode their luck at times. Parthamos hit the post twice. It's been a much more mature performance than it was on that night from Melbourne Aku so far.
Irwin going long on the kind of the idea. Rogan. Russo resetting the Tigers. Aiden and Albin Chachi's Lions entering the den, as are the Moreland Blues. No Evre Pido this evening, although he is in the building watching. Dex Hard also in attendance as well. Grant Lynch not featuring on the team sheet. 4 goals so far this campaign, equaling that of Christian Peluso in terms of the Golden Boot race. Peter Parthamos, the chief, always keeping everybody up to date at the start of each round with his traditional previews, as Greg was going for a dive. He wasn't sure whether Russo would have got some contact on the ball arriving from Pep Filio, which went out of play.
And he couldn't take the gamble, could he, Lucas Grigg? He had to be sure that he gets the angle covered just in case Russo gets a flick and then pulls away at the last minute.
A real summer feel late in April here tonight, just off Plenty Road. It's certainly welcomed. But it might have the Aku boys just playing at a different level right now, as Parthamos, Filio, Russo. Josh Allen will take his turn, having the fly kit on. Rogan. Parthamos. Josh Allen. Russo. Rogan. Pepfilio. Aku settling behind the ball. Matching the movements of those in white. So they try to find that intricate pass to create the opening. Filio. Not many times you'd see Pep do that. Allen thought about going off for Arians, went back to the sticks instead. Backed himself to play goalkeeper. If there was any moments that had arisen where he'd have to make a save.
They also backed on Fitzroy being able to win that ball back quickly to press high and force Aku.
Pepfilio! Lucas Krieg has been on one today. Well, not making the save there. His positional advantage certainly put off Pepfilio, who dragged the shot wide. Speaking of Pep, he's gingerly trying to run off what was a tap to his ankle. And he won't soldier on, so on comes Nepomuceno.
First real change of force in this second half for Fitzroy. Aku still holding firm for the time being. The last time these two teams met, they did well to get to half-time with the clean sheet still intact. They conceded late on, and that was what opened the floodgates for Fitzroy on that occasion. Oh, it's a clean slate for Joe Akon and QEMU's side this evening. Fitzroy still searching for that opener. They know that 3 points, it not only keeps them top, but it ensures that Moreland have to do their bit next up. A few of the Blues in the building for them to take on Pascoe Vale next. It's Russo. For Rogan. Out on the switch was Allen. Rogan. Trying to draw Aku out of shape, though Francis Marr has pinched it. He's gone round Allen. Oh, that's brilliant from Rogan. Super block.
Superman.
To deny a certain goal. Flash earning his namesake. He was as quick as it to deny Francis Marr's effort.
He's gliding on the court like Superman might glide in the sky. Rogan blocks a grounded effort. It was certainly goal bound.
Marr's corner. Francis to Noah. Francis Marr mistimed the jump, though got it. Parthamos couldn't clear. Noah Marr.
Ooh.
Got too inventive and too cute, and Rogan picked it off. Nepomuceno did the same, and Noah Marr got a foot in.
Had to recover. It was too pedestrian from the package. Uncontestedly gave the ball up.
Rogan. Fitzroy slowing this game almost to a standstill. Parthamos, it's too short for Nepomuceno. A few rare small errors for Jimmy Soufis' side so far this evening. Aku yet to capitalise. Nakano. Francis Marr, he's come the closest. One cleared off the line. Great effort before half-time. Irwin. Marr battled with Rogan, who got a foot in. Marr for Owen to have a hit, and Arians had to push away for a corner. Hit with good force from Connor Irwin. Required the palm from the Australian international. Corner with depth. Francis Marr, oh my goodness, that's glorious! Absolutely beautiful. A piece of Marr magic, and Melbourne Aku have the lead against the champions.
Oh. How about that? Brilliant off the volley from the corner. They all got around Francis Marr, and why wouldn't you if you're an Aku player? He's been lifting, he's been spearheading the campaign for the underdogs tonight, and he finds his goal.
Some volley Third time's the charm for Francis Ma. And arguably the hardest of the three. He pinpointed the bottom corner. Allen wanting immediate reply. Ma is now charging. Aku had two further forward. No, he was happy to reset through Irwin. Noah Ma wanted the return. Rogan quickly onto it. What a hit.
Brilliant. Brilliant from Francis Ma. When this man has confidence on court, he's unplayable. It's simply a matter of when he is feeling it, and tonight he certainly is.
Given away by Nakano. Rogan fancied to go himself, took a deflection, and it will be a corner.
Nakano has been blocking all night. Another important one they compound as each block's made. The clock has flown a lot quicker than what it might have in the opening half. Fitzroy corner, they'll look to mount an immediate response. Allen with ferocity, but not much accuracy. Grigg. Keeper to keeper. Naranyu will have his turn. Rogan, Allen. 1-2 between them both. Ma commands the space, has Irwin in support. The backtrack from Rogan meant that he got a foot on that Noah Ma attempt, and it was awkward for Aranyu. Corner, Aku. Irwin. Outside of the foot for Nakano. Brilliant save, Aranyu. What a stop from the man in pink.
Terrific save. How's the ball, though, from Connor Irwin? Mentioned someone who's been adding more to his attacking arsenal. That's a superb ball just to split them.
Ma with the roulette spin on Allen. Aku really embracing the occasion tonight.
And there's a real energy about them as well. They want to get at Fitzroy. They sense there's an opportunity to really have a go at this Tigers team who've not been at their best.
Irwin thought he tries luck. From the corner, the effort goes wide. Rogan to get it recycled again. Beluso, Nepomuceno, bullet off the ball. Irwin, 2-1 for Aku. Ma might go on his own. Not around Rogan. Corner again.
Rogan's had so many big blocks in this game. Noah Ma having a fantastic night. Just the way that they're willing to go and swarm Nepomuceno is something we've not seen from Aku against Fitzroy ever, really. There's no fear.
Ooh. The Aku boys very adamant that might have been a handball. The count started from Benjamin Howe. Side ball. Grigg picks it up. Minor movement from Nakano. We'll go short instead. Might have been inadvertent, hence the officials. Never really looked to bat an eyelid. Those handball jeers. Ma asking a bit of Francis. Hugh reads the play well. Rogan has to work. Ma wins possession. Nepomuceno in there. The Tigers get it back. Rogan goes down. Ma was convinced he had the ball. Benjamin Howe says otherwise and issues a yellow card.
Although he wins the ball in the tackle, he goes through Rogan to get it. He comes round him from behind. He scythes straight through him. Francis Ma trying to protest convincingly enough. Goes straight through the futsal route. But that's the energy about this Aku side at the moment. They are making this a scrap, and you can see Fitzroy playing with a desperation almost. And we haven't seen that for some time.
Benjamin Howe will call for the mop. He's not sure where it might be, but Benjamin Howe does know. And Rogan's back up on his feet. Aku trying to find that galvanised performance. I was going to say they have that dog in them, but they've been playing like the Hounds. They won't feature tonight. The Lily Whites, Thornbury have the bye. Well, that won't stop Romario Bajo from watching some futsal on a Sunday night. He is in the building. Sure, the rest of those from Thornbury enjoying from the comfort of their own home. Meanwhile, on court, Allen got to work with the free kick, and he scored. Squeezed it through the one-man wall. The epitome of human excitement, as many might call him, Josh Allen equalises for Fitzroy.
And it just takes a little flick on its way. Diverts it beyond Grigg. It's quite central for the keeper. Aku have to make sure their hard work isn't undone. Josh Allen rips Fitzroy level, really from nowhere. And now there's a bit of tenacity about the Tigers. Marr gave it away to Russo, who had a yards. Owen had to block. Corner Fitzroy.
That's how quickly it can all change from an Aku perspective. Wasn't the worst free kick to concede, although the actual attempt on goal, Lucas Grigg would demand more of himself, considering he's had a decent game tonight, has the number 99.
Corner for Bryant, who belted his volley, but wide.
A grounded effort through the wall. Of course, the deflection doesn't help anybody, although not the greatest time nor place to concede from an Aku perspective. Now, Ethan, in full transparency, it's a question mark in their character. In recent weeks, we've seen them start the games really well, not put their opponents to bed, keep them awake by not tucking them in, and it's more often than not come back to haunt Kumu's men. Let's see if tonight is much of the same or perhaps a change in their mentality.
Here's the goal scorer, Josh Allen. Quickly on for Russo. Bryant drifting centrally. Peluso threaded it through the legs of Irwin. He didn't have a back post runner. But there's just a renewed sense of urgency around Fitzroy now. That equaliser has almost allowed them to be reborn. Noel Marr again gave it away to Allen. Bryant took over. Peluso. Josh Allen. Oscar Bryant. Noel Marr hot on his heels, and Nakano's picked it off. Marr the only one further forward. Recycled it through Irwin. Tried to clip for Marr. Allen got in the way and then had his pocket picked. And Noel Marr is on the charge. Peluso to ward him off and did so to good effect.
Allen wanted a foul, never got it. Had his arms raised to say, "Where was it, ref?" They resumed.
Marr for Irwin. Nakano. Oh, beautifully around Bryant. Nakano. And Oscar Bryant gave him a shove in retaliation. And for it will find himself with a yellow card.
Oscar Bryant not pleased with himself in the last couple of passages. He was getting outbeaten by those in Aku Green, and the frustration earns him a spot in the book, says Michael Ciaris. The Tigers equalised from a set piece. Aku have a chance to lead again from one.
Noah Mark given the responsibility. Only one in the Fitzroy wall. Peluso the lone soldier. Noah Marr's free kick. Had the pace but not the placement. Maybe that's just the shot in anger. But they need to remind Fitzroy that the threat's still present. That's a great read from Marr again. And he poked it on for Cooper Flynn, who wasn't able to get there. Ahead of Aaron Yu, who had quickly made way from home. Allen. Russo. On again for Josh Allen. He went to thread it. Good call from Grigg. Just to ward Nakano out of it as he was ready to take over. Irwin. Nakano. Noah Marr. Again for Nakano. Those two work it out well. Irwin on the switch. Steered it down the line. Gave one for Cooper Flynn to chase, and he wasn't quite able to.
So Francis Marr back on court. Russo blazed over. Sometimes Cozzy too quick for his own good, too creative for his own ideas to come to fruition. That might have been one of those times. Marr, Nakano, Francis Marr, bit of a heavy touch. Pepfilio sensed an opportunity to press. Joe Akon has the timeout in hand again. Comes across to the third official. And that's exactly what Aku will resort to right now. One apiece in this contest. Josh Allen equalising from a free kick just on the edge of the area. Aku with the timeout as we cross to a break. Nakano. Aku needed the refresh. Nakano. Well, not sure how we can try to describe that one. He's had no pressure on him and gone very long. He doesn't mind playing over the top. Worth mentioning tonight, though, Ethan, no Angelatos brothers on court available for Aku. They had a different layer to their game, and Jerry nor Angus here. Aku have withstood the pressure of that being the case. Rogan drifting centrally. Russo, Rogan, Filio, side ball Tigers.
And still Fitzroy unable to break through and break down. Aku have held firm. It's quite really astonishing, although Russo's got a look and Griggs saved. They've only got 2 on the bench this evening. A real lack of rotation. The QMU side are going the distance at the moment. And to be fair to them, are taking it right up to the reigning champions. And some of the Lions just wander behind play. Adorned in the other edition of that new set they've got. Nakano. They turned it for Noah. And now Nakano again, who got away from Rogan. Couldn't go beyond Filio, nor Russo. Now Noah who took over, steered it back. Francis Marr fancied it. And with the goal he scored this evening, why not? Filio. One for Rogan. How long do Fitzroy wait before they go fifth again? Is a question that starts to come to the mind. Filio searching. Allen almost had it on the ricochet. Francis Marr was there for Aku to intervene. Connor Irwin. Now Noah Marr. They've done well, as that's a loose touch from Irwin tonight, to slow the game down whenever they can. Just take all the sting out of whatever Fitzroy have had to offer. Performance of real defiance. Almost a coming-of-age Aku evening if they were to get something out of this game. But Rogan's looking to change that. And fired it into the side netting. Flung long immediately. Marr was the direct option. You got a punch. And then was helped out, although Francis has won it back. Noah's up with him. And Aku have their lead back. Brotherly love. Brothers combine. And Melbourne Aku restored to their advantage. the link up of those two. Francis kick-started the counter. Noah went and polished it off, though. Rogan wanting immediate response. Lucas Grigg quick to deny. And Francis Ma has got away from Filio. And went to square it for Cooper Flynn. Parthamos was there. What a sliding doors moment. Noah Ma continued to go. Filio battling. Francis Ma took another ricochet. Cooper Flynn. Ma. What a look that was.
He's had a purple patch. Francis Ma, the danger might not be averted yet, although Pep Filio clutching again at that left ankle. Hobbles off, which slows the Aku move for now, but what a spell it has been from the number 26 for Aku. Really embracing the leadership role following the injury of his captain. And Aku are looking like they want to inflict more punishment on the scoreboard. Nepomuceno, Russo, Rogan inside our last 8.5 minutes as the captain blazes over.
And Scott Rogan really not happy with the amount of contact he receives. Was in quite a bit of conversation with Benjamin Howell as he made his way down court. Benny not having it.
Oh, Nakano. It was well lofted. Rogan was too bothered by the officials and getting his point across. Nakano had the header opportunity, glanced by. Rogan steps inside, deflecting ball, always dangerous. Last off, a Fitzroy shirt. Grigg. Aaron New will get this underway. The Tigers, who trail by a goal, 2-1 the score. If you are just joining us, Francis Ma opened the scoring at the start of the second half from a corner. Well volleyed from outside the area. Allen equalised from a free kick. And Noama was in the right position following an unselfish move, as Ethan Reid coined as brotherly love between the Mars. It's been quite the compelling watch from a neutral perspective. Grigg getting wasteful. Aku tucking behind the ball. They want time shaved off the clock. This would be a season-defining win if Aku can hold on. We're a long way away from that being the case. Allen. Parthamos. Allen. Nakano hot on Rogan's tail. Nepomuceno coming shorter. Rogan blocked by Nakano. Francis Ma lurking forward. Loses out to Parthamos. Allen. Nepomuceno quickly forward go the Tigers. Nepomuceno drifting Nakano. Wasn't sure where to go. Flynn down the line. Finds Ma. Keeps his feet. Irwin has the ball in play. A chance for Aku. Oh, they're too hot to handle right now, and they were as intricate as you could possibly get.
That is absolutely excellent from Francis Ma. Just to hold it up and clip it in the channel. Ran the line as close as you can without it going out of play. Fitzroy switched off, and Irwin got in behind. Aku at the moment are all over them.
Looked as if Irwin wanted to go around Aaron New with his feet. He wasn't sure. Connor Irwin really in shooting position so close to the keeper. It's rare to find him doing that, and hence he wasn't sure where to go. The controller simply disconnected. Nepomuceno. Grigg won't concede to these near posts, but will palm it out for a corner. 6.5 left. Aku lead. Fitzroy haven't lost since their Hume defeat earlier in the season. Nakano had Ma as a first-time option. It's never acknowledged as the ball again goes out of play at Aaron New's end. Josh Allen has the fly kit on. Ethan, no surprises. Here he is, the lone scorer for the Tigers so far. Parthamos, Rogan, Allen. Nakano, the watchful eye from both the two Tigers on his side of the court. Rogan peeling away. Now the Mars turn to hold the numbers on the right flank. Russo stepping inside. Francis says to the troops, let's get in order to defend this free kick. With Noah Marr, the culprit, having conceded it.
Fitzroy pushing and surging. Searching for a second equaliser. Josh Allen, fly kick fifth. No shocks there. You wondered when it would happen. Jimmy Soufas pulling the plug. Elias Parthamos' free kick. Oh, beauty! Thumpy on Grigg, thumpy on Daku, and Fitzroy have got parity again. Aku undone from a set piece for the second time tonight. The direct route working for Fitzroy.
Melbourne Aku, as much as they've played really well, and not to be very critical, but to concede from 2 free kicks, it's not exactly what you'd want. They've really taken the game to Fitzroy tonight. They've stifled their movements. They've found goals to put them in front on 2 occasions. They'll have to try a third time now if they are to hit the lead again. And all considered, Ethan Grigg wasn't sure. You could tell from the free kick he might have had the earlier goal conceded from the same scenario in his mind. He rushed at the last moment. Parthamos had the ball go through the keeper's blind spot, really. Can't fault the cannon for that, but the keeper would want more of himself.
Lovely ball from Allen for Rogan. Nakano got a flick. Nepomuceno was lurking. And as they did when they replied the first time, Fitzroy have gone up a gear. Nepomuceno's corner. Josh Allen. Parthamos. Russo. Aku's turn to hang on. Rogan. Nepomuceno. Nakano poking. Irwin poking. Corner. And they're not happy about it. Aku disgruntlement. And Fitzroy sense an opportunity. Russo. Nepomuceno. Rogan! They've gone and turned it round in a flash. Next to no time from levellers to leaders.
Aku were incensed that the corner decision hadn't gone their way. They were adamant it came off a white shirt. And I believe the feeling from the technical area spilt onto the court. The troops have momentarily put tools down, and you cannot afford to do that against Fitzroy. They'll punish you. And they're now in front for the first time in this contest with 5 minutes left on the clock.
Aku at risk of coming undone. That's far too long from Irwin. For all they have given this evening. For all the maturity they have shown to have a lapse like that. It leaves a sting, it leaves a sour taste. That being said, there is still so much time to go. This, with how this game has gone tonight in a seesawer, is far from over. Russo. Not beyond Noah Marr. And now, there seems like there's going to be further reprimand.
Francis Marr's on a card, he's got to be careful. They can't believe it, Aku. They cannot believe it. They are jumping out of their chairs from their technical area.
Allen's take, thumped. 2 decisions, 2 moments. Joe Akon channeling Didier Drogba.
Rogan, Allen. Another goal might seal it for the Tigers. Nakano does well to usher the captain out of play. Irwin, Marr. Kanaku really turn this around, not just in the complexion of this match, but the complexion of how in the last moments of the last few weeks have really gone against them. Much the same's happened tonight. Russo rather was there. Parthamos nearly to seal it. Grigg going long. Ma had all eyes for the ball and directed the header completely away from the goal.
Aaron, you just came charging as well. Had to go and commit the Australian international. It's a great run from Francis Mark. He gets unlucky, but Aku have not got to lose their heads here. Still firmly in this game. They've seen how quickly it can turn.
All the Fitzroy boys and the Aku bench having a conversation. All in smiles, although all outspoken. An important 3 points for both sides in terms of their seasons at this stage of them. Russo. Irwin closes the space. Mar's effort goes high and wide.
There's also a conversation between Scott Rogan and Connor Irwin as well. Out on court. They both were exchanging pleasantries, let's say.
Ma cuts it out. Here's Noah. Nakano. 3.5 left on the clock. Nakano, corner. Might have been going wide. Aaron Yu took no chances. If Aku can turn this around, it would put to bed any thoughts of not having the mentality to be mentally in the critical stages of matches, which has been a question mark around their game in recent weeks. Huge 3.5 minutes left for Kuimu's men. For the Tigers, equally as important, would keep them a point at the top, of course. That's if Moreland are to win against Pascoe Vale. Would keep them well and truly where they want to be. That's at the top of the SFE Men's Premiership ladder. Irwin steals it off Allen, and away he goes! Mars hit the crossbar. Somehow the package hasn't scored. Francis Marr, meanwhile. Connor Irwin, he's had a great game tonight, has the number 4. Kept it alive. No, he hasn't. Yes, he has. Keeper's ball. Well, there was a timeout, in fact. That was all the confusion that was caused. Aku believe they can still turn this around. That's what they're going to discuss from their benches. Fitzroy, how can they seal the game? They have the advantage. 3-2 the score. We cross to timeout. Benjamin Howell saying both assistant coaches walking a very tight rope. Be getting rather conversational. Fitzroy will want to see this game out. 2.5. In fact, just over that left on the clock. All eyes on it. Rogan. Nakano cuts it off.
And the big talk from the Aku team talk at that timeout was Connor Owen came up straight away and said, we're still in this. We can still go and get something from this game. That belief hasn't died yet. So clearly, mentally, they are still truly all there.
Allen down the line, wanted Nepomuceno, won't find him.
Aku have got to go, though, if they are to save themselves. Time, not yet a factor, not necessarily their friend either. They've got to get at least one. Irwin tried to thread it for Mar. Shout of hand ball against Rogan, waved away quite quickly. 2:17. And to think only a couple minutes of stop clock ago, they were leading. Nakano, Allen came in, fell for Francis Mar, who's had quite the night. He doesn't want that to be in vain. Mar once more. Irwin, Nakano. Wanted to thread it for Francis Mar. It's well read by Rogan. Anywhere will do. Lucas Grigg long. Too long. Only finds his opposite number. Nepomuceno got it from you. And what a free kick. And Connor Irwin.
La, come on, Michael.
Connor
Come
Irwin
on, Michael.
will find himself in the book insinuating what Nepomuceno had done. And while Michael
get off it,
Ciaris
Michael.
doesn't see the funny side.
He'd be fun at parties, wouldn't he, Michael Ciaris? No, we only say that in vain. Probably the right thing to do from the official standpoint, but we don't mind the comedy from Connor Irwin.
Is that in the book for dissent or simulation?
A combination of both. Why not?
Fitzroy free kick then. Chance to ice the game. Elias Parthamos. That's a good save from Grigg.
Puts that worry to bed for now. Lucas Grigg had conceded from 2 set pieces tonight. Wasn't to make it a third.
Corner taken for Rogan. Allen. Again for Scott Rogan. Irwin and Aku on the press. They've got to go if they are to get something from this, though. And something, if they were to pinch an equaliser, you could be very well to make the case to say it's richly deserved. Mar. Noah for Francis, who's got Russo to get at. Irwin. No Mar. Irwin. Nepomuceno holding firm. Francis Mar has got to go at Rogan and rattles the side netting. And now Rogan was swarmed on immediately by two. Javara Nepomuceno's calling for calm. Aaron Yu was in quite the hurry to get that going again. Fitzroy had no shape. And it might present Aku with an opening. Irwin, Mar. Rogan and Russo sorted out. Final minutes in Darabin of a Sunday special. An enthralling opening chapter to tonight's story. And still, the final pages have not been penned. No, Mar. Have Aku got one last look? Mar driving. No for Francis. Rogan's challenge a good one. Russo. Nepomuceno.
Smart.
Still
Very
going
smart.
at Owen. Wins a free kick.
Very intelligent from Javara Nepomuceno. Knew the clock was not far away from ringing out. Thought there's no need to go for goal. I'm going to sit this ball in the corner. Earn a foul's exactly what he's done. That shows experience. That shows knowing the court inside and out, and smarts from Javara Nepomuceno.
Futsal brain for the man from Curacao. 40 seconds, guys. And that little piece of intelligence, I mean, it's in the Fitzroy constitution, really, isn't it? It could be something that gets them over the line. A late free kick. If they are to sneak another, it'd seal it.
Russo will go back for Rogan. Seconds, a very valuable commodity. They've got to go to Aku. They get the ball back, although Mars slips on it. Nepomuceno for Russo. Big save, Grigg. And away goes the package. 2 against 3 for Aku. Fitzroy's side ball.
Cosy Russo got lucky there. Quite a lot of contact, must have just done enough without fouling Noah Marr. Certainly no fragile goods is the package, but he wouldn't want to arrive at destination damaged.
Russo. Marr cuts it off. Irwin charged at it. Aku have to go. Marr. Well, he went for it, and judging by his confidence tonight, thought he could do something from that distance. 15 seconds left. Yu goes long. Too long. It resets for Aku. How will they play these last moments? It's happened before. It can happen again. Grigg goes long. Hasn't been a strong point of his game tonight. Yu throws it down the other end. Side ball Aku. 8 seconds left on the clock. And Grigg's gone. Grigg down low, couldn't find anybody. Russo. It's only a second left. It was gutsy. It wasn't pretty. But it will be the champions who reign supreme. Aku huffed, puffed, but could not blow the Fitzroy house down. And they came back from behind to the Tigers to win 3-2 against Melbourne Aku. If that's how we're starting tonight's instalments of the Men's Premiership, buckle up, get the popcorn, even pop open the red. Why not? We've got a lot of futsal to play out, and we have some games of similar quality to follow. The Blues, the Lions, that's next. The middle of tonight's three clashes about to commence. Moreland Blues, Pascoe Vale Lions, live and in living colour, and in moments away from being inflated. Evangelista rolls the ball to indicate kickoff. These two sides with different stories to start their season so far, but no love lost for Chavanon, who has exchanged the black and white of Pascoe Vale for the Moreland Blue. Adam Palombi, Ethan Rigg, the usual two. Where else are they going to be on a Sunday? Ethan, how are both sides lining up tonight?
Both going very strongly. We'll start with the Blues. Apostolakis between the sticks. Cooper, Stellitano. Chavanon starts against his former side, and Dexter Hard for the Lions. Jarvis Gin, the man between the sticks. Newen, Evangelista, Kuradate and Kevin Lamb. The Moreland benches looking a little bit more scarce. Okambe Rackley, certainly a member on the bench. Ibrahim Habi as well. Herdus Dizada listed too. Ata Ibrahim as well, though we don't believe he is in the building. He's just made his way to the bench. Pascoe Vale, Turgut, Chemezi. Quite a lot of options. Kademi as well, and Julian Vu. All expecting to make an impact.
Early corner for the Blues. Dex Hard behind it. Cooper calling for it. Stellitano took a deflection. In fact, no, it didn't. It was right off the boot of Stellitano amidst all the bodies. Evangelista. No Saka Waljaran tonight. He has been suspended following last week's match. Although is in the building watching on. Kevin Lamb trying to find something from nothing. Apostolakis for Cooper. Stellitano. Stellitano. Cooper. Dexter Hard was the idea. Pass was cut off, and the Lions on the back foot from kickoff. Dex Hard, shot blocked by Michael Newen. Kuradate. Evangelista. Got around Stellitano. Newen. Kuradate. Lamb. Back to Kuradate. It's a good move from the Lions. Nobody home in the centre.
All they needed was the runner. Fantastic move. Lovely link up between Kuradate and Kevin Lamb. The sharpness with which they've worked with. It's been a real focal point of Pascoe Vale's game. We know they like to hit teams out the traps. The problem is, how can they go about sustaining that this evening to have a go at Moreland?
Dex Hard, Stellitano isolated. Not through the gates of Lamb. Sideball Blues.
Also worth noting, no Kevin Dos Santos for Moreland this evening either. Saka Waljaran accumulatively with yellow cards serving a ban. He was booked twice last week and was retrospectively suspended for one game too.
Hard, Stellitano will take it on. Blocked by Lamb. Lamb blocks the pass. Cooper. Evangelista blocks off the pass, and it falters back to Apostolakis. Arn. Cooper. Lamb cuts it off. Evangelista. The Lions have been cutting passes off early. You blink, you would have missed it. Kevin Lamb with lots of power across the face of everybody.
Really good as well from Lamb, and well done by Evangelista. They worked very well in a tight space together. Pascavel, who've been on the back foot, unafraid to hit the Blues on the counter. Cooper on for Chavinon, whose return was good, and Dexter Hard was the lone man. Jarvis Gin wore it in the save. Lamb and Evangelista now going the other way. Stelitano put the challenge in. Adam Cooper tiptoed his way around one, around two, and Kevin Lamb was the only one there for the cutback. On the slide, found Dexter Hard. Caridate, good challenge. Stelitano then went and won it in a chaotic central space, but then only found Jarvis Gin.
Jarvis Gin has to be the most unfortunate futsal player, dare I say, we've seen at Darabin. We've seen him time and time again wear shots to the face, to the mid-grip, to the crown jewels. He can't seem to catch a break, and even upon his return in a new year, has again struggled to, and you can't blame him by any stretch of it, but struggled to absorb the power of the ball. It was shot at such close proximity towards him. And you got to feel bad for Jarvis Gin. He's okay, he's a firm competitor, but he certainly wore one early in this one.
Pascavel shot stopper, certainly unafraid of being in the wars.
And he's the nicest guy too. It's not as if nobody dislikes him in the community. He's well regarded amongst the community, but you wouldn't think that with how he continues to cop physical abuse practically by the attackers shooting towards him.
It's always untoward, always seems to be on his return, Jarvis Gin. Never a stranger to wearing one or two, and he's worn one already this evening. It was point blank from Dexter Hard. And here is Stelitano. Moreland have made a bright blue start as Adam Cooper had two to contend with. Dexter Hard, Stelitano made a good run. Cooper. Pascavel being shifted. He's around Michael Newen, who lunged a leg and blocked. Stelitano.
Technique.
Brilliantly done between those two, just to keep it rolling. And now maybe an opportunity for Chavinon. Caridate picked his pocket, and now Pascavel have got 3 on 2. Cooper read it too well, easily telegraphed. Stelitano, Adam Cooper, they will walk it in, and Gio Stelitano puts Moreland ahead. The Blues picked Pascavel pockets and went coast to coast. The Italian steered in at the back stick.
Cooper won the ball, transitioned forward, and since his return to the national team, he's been playing at his absolute best as Adam Cooper, and it was shown in the weight of his pass across the face of goal for Stelitano at the beating of both the defender and keeper to allow for the assists. Stelitano jogs off. It's been a pretty routine start for the Blues.
Evangelista wanted to clip it on for Kevin Lamb. Cooper, a little bit less certain that time. Pascavel corner. The Lions looking for a response. Couple being prepped and readied on their bench. Lamb's take with loft. Chavinon read it well, nodded it on for Cooper. On once more. That's a teasing ball for Bayrakli, and it just teased him too much out of play.
Looked good. Initially, it looked very good. Adam Chachi holding the timeout behind his sleeve as if it's a ace you might find at the poker table.
Michael Newen. Happy to slow things down. Wanted to draw Dustizada, who's adorning a new piece of headwear. Kademi. Vu. Second attempt. Dragged his shot wide at the near post. Kademi introduced early. Snared an equaliser as they made their way back against Thornbury last week. Pascavel. The Lions are to find their roar in 2026. With what he showed last week, he could be an important piece of the puzzle. On Bayrakli. Nobody else was further forward in blue.
Kademi. And back in possession. Atta Ibrahim. Such a dangerous player. Nearly kept it alive. No, he didn't. Dustizada on court also. So Blues having their younger players featuring at the minute. Ibrahim the most experienced, bar Apostolakis. On. Dustazada. Won't reach the pass, but pedestrian, and an apology from Atta Ibrahim towards that of the man on the flank. Kademi. Had met Andre Caro back in 2021 when the doctor was applying his trade in the UAE. Remained good friends, and that's how he found himself in Pascoe Vale black and white. The man who equalised with the last kick of the game against the kryptonite side of Thornbury, which Pascoe Vale have always seemed to struggle up against, although Apostolakis was not struggling, certainly showcasing his keeping by making a save. Vu. Barakli tussling. Chamazi. Kademi. Chamazi. Evangelista. They work it out somehow, do the Lions. Evangelista. Teasing with his lefts. Now Dustazada can rampage down the court. On in supports. Drags it wide.
Good break from Moreland. Pascoe Vale initially worked it out really well. Evangelista, he's been such a big miss for them, and it's so good to have him back with how intricately he works. But the second Dustazada picked that up, he was off. On went with him. Pascoe Vale have got to be cautious because they've been called out a couple of times now.
Turgut, Vu, no court to work with. Cooper. Well measured. Ibrahim heads it on, nobody home. Barakli nipping at the heels. Chamazi not measured. Cooper and Barakli work things out. Dustazada back to Apostolakis. Cooper. Ibrahim gets around Vu. Crosses in. Too much to handle for Dustazada. Turgut. Composed. Vu. Chamazi. Lem about to come back on. Chamazi can't hit the target on the pass, and Turgut will look towards his teammate to say, what was that? Cooper. Nor can he hit the target, so passing and accuracy early, despite the Moreland Blues leading.
The real collector's item for a lot of them. It's been a very scrappy start to this game, aside from the first few minutes where Moreland had that possession. Neither team can calm it down. They're both wanting to go at 100 miles an hour, and at the moment, no one's willing to take control.
Turgut, a little bit awkward for Apostolakis. Controlled it with his fists and claimed it. Ibrahim. Cooper. Barakli receives the ball out wide. Dustazada back to Barakli. More damaging of the people sitting near the goals than what it was for Jarvis Ginzers.
Nice though from Dustazada. Good little 1-2 with him and Barakli. They, at the start of this game, have been the two that have linked up really well for Moreland and have given them that energy.
Ibrahim. Dustazada. Cooper confronted by Turgut. Kademi could have shot, had nobody home, although Adam Chachi is liking what he's seeing.
Plenty of positivity for the Pascoe Vale manager. Though they trail Moreland, they are just starting to get a bit more of a grip on this game. Cooper, Dustazada. Tried to breeze beyond Newen and wasn't able to do so. It was diligent from Michael Newen. Over a year now since him, Kevin Lamb made the move from Fitzroy. How times have transpired for them at Pascoe Vale. They now have to step up and lead the new Lions pack. Atai Ibrahim. Got a yard on Lamb. Ibrahim had a go. And Jarvis Jing got a flick, and Moreland have a corner. Faint touch from the Pascavel shot stopper. Dexter Hard's take out for Atay Ibrahim. Adam Cooper was screaming for it. Ibrahim twisting and turning, trying to get away from Lamb. Now it is on for Adam Cooper, who's drilled it wide. And now he is in conversation with Dexter Hard as to how that corner should have been taken. Kademi threaded it down the line for Turgut, who got in ahead of Ibrahim. Now Newen, Kademi, and Dustizada took a tumble, and Turgut was the one who impeded him. Moreland just doing well to slow Pascavel down whenever they wish to advance. Stelitano, Ibrahim, Cooper, clipped in for Hard. Dropped off again for the futsal route. One to another, him and Atay Ibrahim in combination with one another. Dexter Hard, Michael Newen making his assessment tricky. Cooper. Couldn't get away from Kademi, who gave him a clip, more than free kick. The Blues in search of a second and have just stolen the ascendancy right back. Only one in the Pascavel war. Adam Cooper, Stelitano gave it a flick, Jin got a palm, and Turgut cleared. Apostolakis out from home to go and reset. Cooper, Stelitano, not beyond Lamb. Lions sitting in, having to soak up for the time being. Cooper threaded that superbly for Stelitano, who couldn't get a shot away. Lamb had two to beat. Did superbly to find Newen, who couldn't thread it beyond Atay Ibrahim. Two up with him, Kademi, and Newen shut the door. And Kademi was wrestled. Ibrahim won it. Hard on for Stelitano, though it was too far ahead. Pascavel in need of a response. One of this league's most decorated clubs. Well, at the start of the season they would have liked. And at the moment have got it to do against one of their bigger rivals. Cooper. Stelitano. Still waiting on movement. And Gabriel Zabayos wanting ball speed. Here's Dexter Hard. Stelitano continued, clipped it, Kuradate. Jin was unsure and was courageous as arm was lurking.
It's well done from Jarvis Jin. Courageous keeping. Stelitano wanted things to happen. He was tired of the left, right. Got the ball inside the area. Forced something of unassertiveness. Lamb. Kademi dispossessed. Dex Hard. Had a poke. Kuradate. Kademi. Kuradate's in! Great save of Apostolakis. The incision on the pass was surgical from Kademi to allow for Kuradate to try and infiltrate the sticks. Stelitano has the last touch.
Lovely ball. Really lovely ball. That's so much better from Pascavel. They've looked a bit timid to start this game so far. There's that first bit of adventure, and it's Kademi again. He's willing to go and take this game on. A good burst of energy from Kuradate. That's what they need more of.
Cooper. Dex Hard. Cooper. Kuradate. In support as Evangelista. Corner. Evangelist's take. Decks hard on his own, will clear. Lamb. Might test the near post of the keeper. Out of play for a goal possession. So 9 minutes left in this opening half. It's gone quicker than usual. Balls remained in play a fair bit. Stellitano has the corner. Hard, Cooper. Chavinon, not quite.
It's well done by Michael Newen. Just to initially close the door, have the awareness. He was always scanning on Chavinon to go and make that block. He did very well to shut the door there. A split-second opportunity for Moreland, and it was closed out well.
Oh. Jarvis Chin, bothered. And hit the post and gone out. Lamb, Newen. Arn pressing hard on his former captain. Wins the ball, and Stellitano had a chance, denied by Jarvis Chin. Close proximity to the keeper. Throws it long, hits the railing. That's the first time I've seen that tonight.
They're not helping themselves at the moment, Pascaval. That ball to Michael Newen, it puts him in a really, really tricky situation. Arn's got the energy to go at him, and Moreland have pressed so much higher. They're very good at isolating the Lions, and that's where they've been able to cause turnovers so far up the court this evening.
Postelakis taking too long. It's Benjamin Hell. Once again, I've only seen Adam Cooper smile a handful of times in my life. There was a smiley poised there towards Benjamin Howell. And he wasn't smiling once Kurodate got around him. Decks hard. Cooper. All have done a good job at moving the Pascoval lines around. Lions have done a decent job of not allowing the Blues to find a shooting area. Evangelista cuts it off. It was there for Stellitano. Rolls out of play.
And still, the Blues are unblemished. The Lions looking for a roar. Dexter hard drilled low. Good save by Jin. And now Kurodate.
Oh.
Cooper dived in. Kazuma Kurodate via deflection from Hard, which took the sting out of it for Apostelakis. Pascoval springing on the break. First real bit of warning they've given Moreland for some time. Stellitano, Barakli, Cooper. A return for Barakli. His first touch took him out of play. Blues will have seen Fitzroy win an arm wrestle in the early kickoff tonight. Know that there's still work to be done in the title race. As it stands, stays this way. There's still two adrift of the Tigers, though the barrier to Hume remains. Cooper and Jarvis Chin not beaten at his near post. Barakli went to thread it for Stellitano and couldn't quite. For Pascoval though, lost tonight, keeps them adrift of Aku. If they're to find a way to turn this around, it would take them out of the relegation playoff places already in this early season. Quarter of the way through the campaign at the end of the night for both of these clubs. Michael Newen took a deflection and Ferreira came firing through. They couldn't divert his header beyond the Postelakis and in. Easily the best that they have created thus far this evening. Chavinon, Ty Ibrahim, Barakli. Ibrahim once more. Measured for Arn. Newen's hot on his tail. It's brilliantly done from Moreland, and then Barakli gave it away. Ferreira's got a look, and Pascoval have a corner.
Barakli, pedestrian. And Ferrer had very good awareness and reactions to adjust.
Michael Newen drilled it low, and his effort was flashed across the face.
He has that in his game, Pereira. We haven't seen it fully yet, but it's been building as the weeks have been coming and going. He reads the play very well. Just needs a touch more aggression, I think. If he was to have his reads, pay off something, or pay off to something rather tangible.
Atay Ibrahim. Moreland just taking their time. Champions of the first season here in Darabin. They're looking to pose a real charge to go again. Chavanon around Ferreira. Blocked by Shemazy, who then dived into good effect. Ferreira now take two, has got away from Arn. Newen's up with him. Ferreira on for Newen, who got a yard, and Apostolakis save well. Much better from Pascavel on the break. Michael Newen springing to life. Apostolakis truly equal to it. Stellitano, Barakli. Stellitano, Ibrahim. Given away, Evangelista happy to rekindle. So can the Lions launch something? With the time ticking down to the break. Evangelista, Newen, that's brilliantly done. And it's a good challenge from Stellitano, who was firm and steered it on for Dustizada. Moreland have got numbers, as does Ferreira, who's in a bit of a good patch in the last couple of minutes. Shemazy, Newen, Evangelista. Sizing up Atay Ibrahim. Stellitano then came across. It's a good challenge from Ibrahim. Evangelista, Ferreira. Newen wanted the 1-2. Dustizada in diligently. And Atay Ibrahim cleared his lines.
Josh Fusco might not know what an Achilles heel is, but Pasco Vale, their Achilles heel might be an early goal in this game. Chemazy. Newen. Evangelista. DeWood. Oh, in fact, it was Newen. DeWood Ferrer was on his own. You thought Newen was going to try to find him. Captain went for goal instead. Ibrahim. Gets around Ferrer, Chemazy. Gets around Ibrahim momentarily. Lions want an equaliser. Apostolakis takes no chances. Corner, Paco. Evangelista. Newen blocked. Chemazy in the clinch. Couldn't throw a punch.
Much better from the set piece from Pascavel. Good movement from Michael Newen. Shemazy, despite wearing it really, inadvertently blocking it, did well to readjust and try and get a shot away. Moreland at the moment, you can sense they're just trying to slow the tempo down. Pascavel, on the other hand, are quickening it up, and that's where the opportunities are coming.
Evangelista cuts out to Tizada. Credit to the Lions so far, though. They have stopped Moreland from infiltrating offensively. Their shape in comparison to the start of their season. And this clash looks better. Looks like it's been worked on in training. Cooper. Katemi handles the ball. And that's a very cheap yellow card Ferrer will receive for kicking the ball away. Why would you do that?
It's unnecessary. It's the free kick given up. Ferreira's having a good run in this game. He's having a very good spell. He doesn't need to do anything rash in that situation. It's mindless. It's a bit reckless from him.
Adam Cooper does not mind a free kick goal against Pasco Vale. Nor does he not mind it from downtown. He's on the tarmac now, Cooper. Went to loft it for Atay Ibrahim, not shooting. Vu. Apostolakis. Sultana controlled, although not on or in between the white lines. Cooper keeps it in, swivels. Vu out of play. Cooper, measured. Staletano, Dustizada. Cooper. Ibrahim. Went for goal. Stings the palms of Jarvis Jin. Dustizada. Back for Ata Ibrahim. Who goes for Cooper. Spin move from AC3. Lem in the way. Kademi. 3 against 3 now for the Lions. Kademi. Too much for Lem. Out of play.
They did well, though, defensively, Pascoval. Just to slow Moreland up. When the opportunity to spring on the break came about, if Kademi was cleaner, Lam might have had a look. And still, in the Premiership this evening anyway, it's been a goal-fraught first-half affair. There weren't any between Fitzroy and Aku, only one at the moment between Moreland and Pascoval, and Kuradate gives away a free kick. Perhaps an opportunity then for the Blues. Christos Apostolakis, outspoken as ever, in conversation with Michael Tsiaris. So Adam Cooper, essentially from the commentary box. Certainly within range. Cooper crashes it and crashes it into the side netting. Kademi. Threaded well for Vu, who was waiting on options. Ibrahim and Staletano shut the door on him. 2.5 to the break in Darabin. And Staletano is the difference maker, and he is on the march. Dustizada. Staletano wanted to reverse and re-find, though he only found Jarvis Jin. Now Kevin Lamb, who ran into Dustizada, and then went and won it back. Kademi, Kuradate, chance for Pasco Vale. Kademi's in behind. And rolls his effort wide of the far post.
The angle worked against him. Had Kademi was shooting into a very tight pocket of space. He forced out so wide.
Vu, who picked it up well, fancy to go. Apostolakis saved, and Cooper happy to nod to safety. They just have Moreland under some pressure. Kevin Lamb ricocheted off Staletano, found its way to Dustizada. Now Cooper, Staletano away from Kuradate and not beyond Kademi. 2-on-2 the other way. He went from inside his own half and had Apostolakis diving and hoping. Ibrahim. Cooper. Much more measured for Moreland now. Dustizada. Again at Ibrahim. Staletano. Dustizada. Clipped it back for Staletano. Steered it on for Cooper. Ibrahim. Who breezed beyond Vu. Still going was Atay Ibrahim.
Enrique Pimenta-esque from Ibrahim, working on the flanks, cutting inside onto his right to shoot to, in fact the left to shoot towards the bottom right corner. Shades the MVP.
Kevin Lamb when searching for Vu, though the ball was too vicious. But a Pascoval saving their last lunge of the half for late. As the 20 is ticked by, they've grown. Confidence and stature. Can they land one on Moreland? Cooper got away from Lan. Jarvis Jin just came to clear. Turgut makes his way on. Lamb. Searching down the line. Turgut worked to yards, but couldn't get round Atay Ibrahim. It was really well done by Moreland's number 5. And he moved it on for Adam Cooper. Blues soaking up the seconds, under 60 to go. Next to Hart, Cooper. Or is there one more sting towards the Lions before the break. 31 seconds to half-time. Ibrahim, hard. Flashed it across the face, arm was lurking. And the Pascoe Vale bench having a conversation with Benjamin Howe. I thought it was rolling. Side ball wasted. Ibrahim only turned it on for Turgut's, who had quite a tamed effort. Another cagey first 20. Another half where neither side has willingly thrown more than needed at the other. Atay Ibrahim maybe trying to do that. Lamb on for Kademi. Chance for Pascoe Vale if Turgut can take it, which he can't. And it means that Moreland, going into the break at least, may hold the points in their grasp. Setabello, the difference maker at the moment. Steered in at the back post. Ibrahim flicked it. Jarvis Gin sprawled. Shoving on! Somehow didn't find a way through. Time not Pascoe Vale's friend. In fact, they don't get the opportunity to counter. But what a half that was. What a half of futsal. Cagey, close, and Stellitano the difference. Half time in Darabin. It's Moreland 1, Pascoe Vale 0.
We return from half-time, Erkan Barakli. We now return to half-time. Erkan Barakli to have the ball rolling for the first time in this second half. Blues lead courtesy of Giovanni Stellitano, who starts the half on the bench. So does Dustezada, Ethan Rigg. Analysis on the first half of futsal in this clash. Oh, no time for it. Cooper hits the crossbar, bounces out of play. That would have been a great start for the Blues. Danger not averted yet. Dexter Hard went underground. Chin made a reactionary save. Well, Ethan Rigg, your thoughts on that first half? I'd probably deem it a little bit stale in terms of both sides not having too much offending to do, but the second half has been a complete opposite of what we saw in the first.
Real spark to life to kickstart the second half, but just to go back to that first, it felt very mellow, didn't it? It felt like two sides, not necessarily going through the motions, but there was a middle ground to it in a way. It was rather subdued, close and cagey like the one before it, but it lacked the ferocity. Second half, however, is making up for lost time.
Tilly days certainly have, as Ibrahim Cooper. Kevin Lamb cuts it off. Katemi. Wasn't sure where to go. Evangelista. Wasn't far away. Pastelakis was diving, not for the first time tonight.
Better from Evangelista as well. Was a little bit quiet in the first half. Was Pascavel's number 14. It's the start of the second half that he would have wanted and he would have looked for, just being able to get that space and get the opportunity to have a go.
The More Than Blues coaching staff needing some sugar, as Jarvis June would want the railing to not be there. Cooper, decks hard. Tried to volley off the spin, Lamb. Cut off by Cooper, broadcast wing. Got his shot away! And it looked as if he scored, although it hit the backboard and bounced behind the goal and hitting the back of the net from its behind. Is that how you'd say that, Ethan? That's really confusing if you think about it.
The very back of the net.
Literally. Meanwhile, another chance for the Blues. Cooper, decks hard, big slide, Kevin Lamb, corner.
They've flown out the trap, Smallland, really have. There must have been a message from Gabriel Zabayas or from Sam Milnes as well to really kickstart this second half in a great way and put Pascavel on the back foot, get the insurance goal.
Jarvis Chin palms it away. Ibrahim! Evangelista ships it forward. Katemi will reach it. Katemi. Kevin Lesman forced wide. Katemi. Turgut not on the back post, but Ibrahim there to clear instead.
Pascavel have weathered the storm. Now they must create an opportunity of their own. Kademi, Turgut had two to go around. Cooper and Bayrakli picked his pocket. Ibrahim unable to flick it round the corner. Lamb then took over. That's how Ibrahim dived in. Lamb went beyond him. And Lamb and Hards then became battled. Moreland have it, and Kevin Lamb can't quite believe it. Barakli Turgut happy to stand off. Cooper. Ibrahim. It's a thread. Turgut had to get a deflection on it. Took it away from Bayrakli, but out of play. This the second instalment tonight, the final one to come. A Hume side who've made a hot start. Carlton Art side still searching for a first top flight victory, though will be buoyed by the point they got against this outfit last week. And now Evangelista has got room to go on the break. And steered it wide of Apostolakis.
He really closes the angles, doesn't he? Apostolakis, he really makes it difficult for attackers to find pockets to shoot and place the ball within. Evangelista, although having the advantage by striding away, simply wasn't sure where to shoot. Apostolakis had full coverage of his goal.
Kevin Lamb. Oh, given away. Bayrakli's in behind. Squared it on for hard. Morland want to walk it in. Jarvis Jin denies. Gabriel Zabayos head in hands on the touchline. And again it's given away. And again Bayrakli wins it back. But this time there is no opportunity to counter. Ibrahim returns it and it's out for Cooper. Atay Ibrahim. Cooper. Ibrahim. That's a lovely ball to find Dexter Hard. Couldn't find Bayrakli. Turgut. Kademi. Again on for Turgut, who wanted to poke it on for Lamb. He was too far behind to make any impact.
I wonder if Staletano can try fix the ship at the moment. The Blues on court weren't having the chemistry needed. Bayrakli not at the back post as messaged by Gab Zabayos, and a few lines were rolling in unmarked.
Cooper. Staletano, sharp swivel. Bayrakli wanted the return. Too forceful. Morland will keep it. Felipe Evangelista protesting that he in fact didn't get a touch on it. Blues building. Cooper. Ibrahim. Wanted to work a yards. Kuradate blocked. Momentarily was in pursuit. Recycled for Apostolakis, who placed it away from Cooper. They still haven't really hit that groove. Not just in this half, but this evening so far, Morland.
It's been a weird game so far, in all truth. It's a lot of both sides trying, but not giving away too much either in terms of space or what they might have to throw as the game matures. Staletano into the back of Newen. Vu. Evangelista shut down by the lone goal scorer.
And he is the difference at the moment. The one real time where it all clicked for Morland. Staletano sauntered in and scored. Evangelista. Kuradate couldn't thread it for Newen. Pascavel, to their credit, have made it difficult for the Blues to break down with ease or to make inroads. They've had to ride their luck at times too. And they are still only one good moment away from getting this game back where it started. Adam Cooper. On for Dustizada. Away from Newen, not from Vu. Dustizada, Cooper went to crash it through. Splayed it out for a corner and out towards Sakawal Jarin. How Aidan Chachi would be hoping to have him tonight, especially with the way that this game has transpired. Give that energy, that spark, that bite to Pascavel. Newen tried to steer it for Vu. Cooper cleared. Evangelista got it back from Newen. Can they create an opportunity to get level? Newen, lovely ball! Vu was sliding. Him and Apostolakis collided, though it was a futsaling incident. It's a great ball from Michael Newen. Just split the Morland defence in half. The first real bit of creativity Pascavel have shown. Cooper. Staletano. Evangelista's challenge, a good one. Newen. Kuradate, that
Never
was
in play.
Never in play by the looks of it, or it trickled in then out. Lions still longing for any real sort of chemistry. The Blues slowly finding theirs. Cooper, Atay Ibrahim. Patient, Stelitano. Around Curidate, Stelitano, tracked the effort. Better from Gio Stelitano. Jarvis Gin in a hurry. Curidate, him and Dustizada. Now Curidate had a lot of Dustizada and wins a free kick. Ibrahim Habe leading the protest on the Moreland bench. Pascovel free kick. Adam Cooper in conversation with Benjamin Howell.
Can't believe it. They cannot believe what's happened there. What an opportunity it presents for Pasco Vale.
Felipe Evangelista! Postalakis caught it between his legs. Terrific save. Comedic as it was crucial. And still their search for an equaliser goes on. Though that is better, more purposeful from Pasco Vale. Evangelista. Wanted Newen on Marshall with him, and it's out of play.
Time flies when you're having fun. Stelitano, 4 against 2 for the Moreland Blues. And it's dragged wide.
And you can feel that real frustration as well on the bench. Gabriel Zeballos just cutting a more mean expression.
Curidate twisting. Goes into towards the danger. Evangelista. Newen. Dustizada nipping at the heels. Evangelista gets away. Had nothing to really go for, but that of Vu at the back post, and the Blues will calm things down. 1/3 of the way through this second half. Cooper. Dustizada not around Newen.
Felipe Evangelista just asking the question of whether that amount of contact warranted a card or not. Benjamin Howell didn't think so on that occasion.
Curidate trying to open up Vu. Stelitano opened up by Cooper. Well, Gab Zeballos wants a penalty. I wonder who Christos Apostolakis' favourite wrestler might be. Well, it's outside the area. The Blues protesting should have been inside. It might not be a penalty, but it's an opportunity for Cooper. On the paint of the semicircle. Adam Cooper has a chance to score. Gin closes the gates. Evangelista. Cooper backtracks. Arn goes down. Chaos in this game right now as Cooper. Dustizada. Bit of a miss kick. Curidate can run at Cooper, closes the gates. Newen had the idea, wasn't sure what to do with it. Stelitano blocked! And it fell on the path of a line turned blue. Chavanon arrives to double the Moreland Blues advantage. No celebration considering it's against his former employer. And the Lions now face a 2-goal deficit to chase.
Once part of the Pride, and now singing the blues against his former side. It's a good slide.
He just scored. What blues is he singing, Ethan? He's happy. He's scored a goal. Do you not know what blues are, Ethan?
Singing for the blues, maybe.
As well, Pascoe might be singing the blues soon, considering they can't manage to get a ball placed beyond Apostolakis' mid-grip. And the second effort on the follow-up goes up and over. That would have been something.
It was almost Calvert-Lewin-esque from David Ferreira. Chased down. And a deflection. He wins a corner.
Nguyen, edge of the area, twisting. No foul, although that's what Gabsabas wants. Can hear a lot of him. Paco have another corner. Apostolakis, it got awkward. Decks hard down the line. Arn will get there. He has a beating of Ferrer. Brought to a confined space, Arn. Cross the face, Barakli was present, although Kuradate was able to clear.
Brilliant from Chavanon, who, having lit his own Moreland blue touch paper against his former side, was in hot pursuit of a second and in hot pursuit of their third. And here he is again. Around Kademi, set it back for Cooper. Fizzed out the other way, Dexter Hard. Cooper. Apostolakis went direct, Kademi nodded it on. Lamb. Couldn't find Nguyen. Hard, Barakli on. That's lovely futsal from Moreland. Evaded the press well. Barakli made it work! And Jarvis Gin had to be sure and tip over for a corner. Much better hit from Barakli. Jarvis Gin alert, it just swerved late on him. Hard's corner. Out for Adam Cooper, who fancied a go on the half volley and wasn't quite able to connect. Moreland at the moment in control. Cooper and Arnt's there again! 2 against his former side. And though Pascoe Vale are certainly singing the blues now, Chavanon is marching to a much better tune as Moreland march towards 3 vital points. Similar vein to his first, slid in and scored. Gabsabios' new acquisition, worth his weight in gold, priceless in particular against Pascoe Vale. And now Barakli, not beyond Kademi. Three up now. Arn at the double, and what was a first half of Moreland misconnect is a second half of Moreland chemistry brewing. Barakli. Dexter Hard. Threaded for Arn, who's on a hat-trick against his former side. Wouldn't that be something? Cooper's found him. Arn fancied a shot on the swivel. Was shut up by Kademi.
Floodgates starting to open. The Blues getting more looks. Paco simply can't let the game get to them. They showed character last week against Thornbury, though the Blues aren't exactly the Lily Whites. You hope, from a neutral perspective, that the Lions can muster up enough courage to try roar again in this one.
Cooper searching. Arn was out the back again. This time Michael Nguyen marshalled him. Cooper. Lovely ball. Arn swiveling, striking. Jarvis Gin denied him. Moreland have a corner.
And the pressure gauge hasn't stopped. It's only gone up one way, and that's a blue way. They're looking to really put the Lions to the sword.
Moreland corner. Dexter Hard's take. Atai Ibrahim. In fact, Chavanon in Pimenter's kit. On for Atai Ibrahim. On. Wasn't able to thread for Dexter Hard. And Pascoe Vale wants time out. A quick fire double from one who used to roar in black and white. Moreland, though, are belting their way towards 3 points. As we get a timeout, it's Moreland 3, Pascoe Vale now.
We go back to business. Kademi down the line. Apostolakis, Ethan, had a lot to say to the troops at the timeout team talk. Some language we can't can't tell the audience, but that being said, Ethan, what was the message conveyed by Apostolakis to his troops?
Be ruthless. Don't even give them a goal. He said this next 5 minutes is the stretch where Moreland have to press extra hard just to completely kill this game. He doesn't want Pascoe Vale to get a look. Apostolakis is also searching for another clean sheet this season as well.
They could be in again, and they are in again. The ruthless aggression era has started at the Moreland Blues on court right now. And it's a deft finish from the returning Atai Ibrahim. He loves a dink, doesn't he? The tall number 5 for the Blues, who fires in their 4th.
And it's all unravelling for Pascoe Vale this evening now. What was a determined first half, and start to this second half with a similar fire. That fizzled out some time ago. The Chavanon double really derailed, and now they're at risk of it getting further inflicted.
Evangelista, Kademi out of court. Well, you assume the Blues are going to hold on to a victory. Although there's still ample time for the Lions to overturn a 4-goal deficit. By the way Moreland are playing right now, they're certainly playing the Lions off the court. Jarvis Gin might just represent in one passenger play how it's shaped up for the Lions tonight.
It is a microcosm, that really. It started positively for Pascoe Vale. They were going not necessarily toe-to-toe with Moreland, but they were able to hang in there and frustrate them in that first half and at the start of the second half. But since the Blues have been able to break the game open, and since they finally found that rhythm that they lacked, as Bayrakli steers in for another, and Moreland make it 5 this time. Completely unmarked. He waltzed in on his own. And that might be the exclamation point on a 5-star Moreland night.
I've got a feeling, Ethan, this is going to continue. This is going to continue being a bleak performance and a stark performance from the Blues. They're handing out to Pascoe Vale. You feel like it's only just beginning. Moreland really looking to prove a point. They've been very outspoken in recent weeks. Their Futsal doing the talking now. 5-0, heaps of time left on the clock. You got a feeling, Ethan, it's going to continue to extend that margin. which the Blues lead by as Cooper waited for Stellitano. Kademi holding him. Well, Apostolakis did say to the troops, be ruthless. They've been everything. The full meaning of that word. Chemezi stepped into the danger rather than going around it. Cooper stepping high. Evangelista, lovely control. Still going for Felipe. Stellitano crashed into two Lions. Chemezi. Evangelista. Stellitano wanted the foul.
He was really collected by two. The first one won the ball, and the second he was caught in a Pascavel sandwich.
Gave his best John McEnroe impersonation. Had Stellitano. Are you serious, man? Well, Stellitano was serious about that being a foul. Meanwhile, Cooper, Dustizada, Stellitano. The Blues looking for their sixth. Stellitano not around Evangelista. It will be Pascoval's ball.
So Moreland's Knights for the time being. Pascoval wanting to blemish a clean sheet, though the Lions in truth have looked a little toothless. That's lovely though from Kuradate. And Apostolakis did well to deny him. Gorgeous bit of footwork. And then only made his effort into Moreland's number one. Here's Evangelista. Chemezi. Kademi. Went clipping for Chemezi. Dustizada and Arn. Then couldn't sort it out. Kuradate. Kademi. Good control to take it. And then went on the left. And steered it over. Adam Cooper. Apostolakis apologising for the quality of pass to his teammate. Stellitano, Cooper, Dustizada. Again for Cooper, he's got Kuradate to go at. Lovely shift from Cooper. Found its way to Arnu's hat-trick hunting, denied by Jin. And then was bundled. And unable to break further through.
It's so routine right now for the Blues. The Lions stalling. Not really threatening, nor having anything implicative on the playing court right now. It's all one-way traffic. It's all the Blues.
It's steered over, looking for Kuradate. Him and Evangelista, they've not been short of effort this evening. But for Pascoval, effort has not been good enough. They've simply been outclassed. As Atay Ibrahim was given a bundle. And then quick to take the free kick and speared it on for Dustizada, who became entangled with Chemezi. Dustizada unable to keep it in, much to his own personal disappointment. Kuradate. On for Kevin Lamb. This quite a defeated feeling for Pascoval. One they have felt before this season. Kademi, that's well clipped. Chemezi. Is there something for them to salvage from this game? They at least clip a couple back and make this scoreline look a bit more respectable. As for 20 minutes, they and Moreland were locked in quite a tussle of a fixture. But since the break, since the resumption, the Blues have simply blown them away. Chemezi, Kuradate. Happy to send it back for Kademi. You can hear Gabriel Zeballos just backing his players to take a step off every now and again. They allow themselves to keep what's in the tank. Kuradate, Lamb. around Dustizada and then couldn't thread it through. Arn got in the way. Stelitano and Dustizada then sorted it out between themselves. He ran into Kademi not once but twice, flicked on for Kuradate. Now Kademi! Oh, cleared brilliantly off the line by Atay Ibrahim. That's superb.
And Apostolakis straight across to celebrate with the man who blocked the effort from going in.
There's the ruthlessness you talk about on the goal line. Loft the keeper, don't worry about it. Atay Ibrahim with an intervention, and Pasco Vale still searching. Kademi's corner, only found Stelitano. Wasn't able to get beyond Lamb. Two Lions converge. It broke for Kevin Lamb, who sat down Apostolakis. Kuradate with an open net. And Pasco Vale will blemish the clean sheet and get one back. And Adam Cooper's going fifth man. Christos Apostolakis not happy about concession. No keeper ever is. Pasco Vale at least chalk one up tonight. And with 5 to go, they need 4. There's Arn. Atay Ibrahim. Thumped it over. That's a brilliant ball for Adam Cooper. And Pasco Vale just about keep it alive.
Cam Zabias helping out with the technical issues here at SFV. The commentary table falling to pieces. Or not really.
Chaos in the commentary box. Dustizada.
Cooper still the fifth man. Stelitano out of court. Cooper will go for a jog. And wants to stay in between the sticks. These last 4.5 minutes. Evangelista. 5 fouls conceded. 3 for Paco, 2 for the Blues. Vu. Oh, Ibrahim sits down his undersized opponent. Brilliantly waited for Dustizada. Stelitano found him well.
That's good work from Atay Ibrahim and again from Stelitano too. Dustizada does the right thing. I like how he just holds the space. Doesn't try to go and give Stelitano a short option. Backs him to beat his man, which he does.
Stelitano. Pasco's ball. Kademi. Pressure was prevalent from Arn. Hume, FC Carlton Heart. That to be our final instalment of tonight's proceedings. Not too far away. The Black Army warming up. Carlton Heart. It's Rudy Wickett having a conversation with Jason Ishak of Fitzroy. Would be some result for Carlton Heart if they were to change their fortunes against that of the Black Army. That's not too far away. Vu had a shot blocked by Arn. Dustizada. Unsure where to go was Ibrahim. Turgut. Tough. Kademi. Back for Vu. What happens in the next match, Ethan?
Very interesting way to round out the evening. Hotly anticipated fixture. Hart won this on the reverse on that in the cup. They beat Hume in quite a goal fest. Hart in the league, though, still searching for their first win of the calendar year. They did well against Mornan last time out. The Black Army, though, know they've got an opportunity to peel away from Aku even further and really cement themselves in the top 3. This is going to be a very good game to round out the night.
Ibrahim went a long way. Jin might have been there to make the save, but Ethan, haven't answered my question. I asked you what happens in the next game. It's great that you set the scene, but I'd like you to tell me what you think's going to happen. Who's going to win? Who's going to lose? Who's going to score? What's going to happen?
A cracking game of futsal.
Oh,
that's what will happen between those two to close it out. Both have been building a lot of momentum in recent weeks. They've been playing some of their best futsal. Hume have started the season incredibly hot. They are one of the key narratives, a big subplot to it. Hart are getting up to steam. A little bit of a slow start, but you're seeing what Rudy Wickett wants to work is coming together.
Dexter's Hard's corner. Farhan, who's chasing a hat-trick against his former employer. Ibrahim. Barakli. 2.5 just over that left. The Blues looking at another consecutive victory in the competition. In fine fashion against the Lions. Back heel from Hard. Barakli. Dex Hard over the crossbar.
Should score. Dexter Hard takes a little bit of a bobble. It's beautiful though from Moreland. Just how well worked is that as a move. Brilliant link up between Bayrakli and Dexter Hard. He's just got to get over that.
Ibrahim. Doesn't mind running at players. Barakli. Hard. Enter the FC Carlton Heart squad. Lucas Hogan on court. On for a hat-trick! Wasn't to be. Doesn't look as if Mo Shafee is in the building tonight for FC Carlton Heart, so Luca Martina. No, in fact, there he is. That's gone down the creek. Team selections, both sides with ample benches. Lots of emphasis on our third clash tonight here at DCSS. Carlton Heart have been building. They've beaten Hume before this season. Black Army overcoming Aku's great start last week to win by a goal, 3-4 the final score. In a match where Hume, in all honesty, did not look worthy of the 3 points, but that shows a good side. Even though they weren't looking good, still found the means necessary to win. That's what separates the mediocre from the good. And Hume, so far this season, have been the latter.
They've made the case for that as well. They were not at their best last week, but they found a way when it mattered. Another thing and another hallmark of a good side, and a side who are incredibly well drilled under Fernando Di Moraes as well. You've seen just such a much more composure about them this season. And for Carlton, there will be that sour taste in the mouth of the way that they threw away a lead and the possibility for a big 3 points against Moreland last week. They'll be wanting to rectify that.
Is there a late twist in this tail? Turgut can't control it. 1 minute left. Ibrahim. Last few moments. You wonder how next week both sides will fare, considering the competition progressing. That's been 5 fouls that Pascoval have conceded. Confirmation on next week's fixtures coming up shortly, although a great performance from the Blues. They're not far away from 3 points. They remain only a 1 point behind Fitzroy at the top end of the series table. As for next week, Aku, Moreland. In fact, there's Cup Futsal. It's the Series Futsal League's Cup that returns to kickstart the month of May. Fitzroy facing Melbourne Aku, Pascoval facing Hume, and Moreland facing Braybrook. Hart take on Thornbury. And that basically rounds out all the series teams in the Cup next week. So the Blues enter the next round of Cup Futsal against Braybrook, a side sitting at the bottom end of the championship. 8 seconds left here. Going to the undies, Barakli. Marcus Yaris will sound his whistle. The Blues were 5-star. They dispatch Pascoe Vale. The full-time score, Moreland Blues 5, Pascoe Vale 1.
The evening's final instalment then, and one which of much anticipation. Hume have made quite the start to the campaign. Carlton Heart, despite still being winless in 2026, showed a lot of battle against the Blues to go and grab themselves a point. When they met in the Cup, it was Heart's first win in all competitions in the calendar year. But that being said, Hugh wants to write that, and Luke Ross is immediately into action. The Black Army know tonight that they can pull away from Aku in fourth. They can cement themselves in the top three and keep the race with Moreland going. They can get closer to the Blues. They can keep the pressure up and just have themselves hiding in the background of any sort of title picture. Ethan Ring and Adam Palombi to close out what's been quite the smashing Sunday in Darabin. A close one to start, a close first half in the second game before the Blues flex their muscle. These two going to tussle straight away, and Ramadan is rolling and winning the game's first corner.
Hume, in 30 seconds, have had 2 shots on goal and found a corner.
In fact, it won't be a corner.
No. Really?
Thought it took a flick off Hogan.
Oh.
Referee Benjamin Howe just giving me a brief head shake. No flick off Lucas Hogan.
Right. Nonetheless, it's a very quick start from the Black Army, wanting to alleviate any pre-match jitters. Last week, we're very slow out the gate against Aku. Tonight, looking to have the complete reverse effect to the game, although Hogan was searching.
Cavalli wasn't able to get on the end of it. Very easily mistaken for another of the Heart members, though. Cruz is on the charge. Ramadan was there to close it down. Hogan on for Kawan Kura. Cruz, Crivelli, not beyond Hamza Suede, and then couldn't keep it alive.
Temel, Suede, the captain for Ramadan. Temel, Hamza Suede, Ross. Oh, got awkward for Martina, and Hogan had to play his keeper. Kura going forward. Ross cuts it off. Very quick start to this game. Suede off the ball, bumps into Hogan. And Fernando de Moraes isn't impressed with Hamza Suede, who bumped into Hogan, and he's felt the after effects of that knock.
A few in Heart looking over him. Kura, Watson, Cruz, all showcasing concern. Luca Martina as well, with a quick venture from his goal. A very fiery start to Sunday's final instalment. Jaden Watson is going to be the one tasked with giving it back to the Black Army. To a little bit of rapture from that bench. It's what you like to see, thankfully. There's also Lucas Hogan's all right. There's Temel. Threaded it on for Ramadan. A very patient build-up from Dimarias' outfit. Ramadan, Temel, Hogan still marshalling him. Kura also wanting to cause an issue. Temel, Ramadan. For Luke Ross. Threaded out the other way for Hamza Suede. Temel went the dink. Hogan escorts it back to Martina. Both of these teams really with a lot on the line this evening. Heart can just get themselves out of the muddle. If they are to be victorious this evening, we've then got 3 teams level on points towards the bottom of the table. That would be quite something. They would not only be in with a great chance of going off the bottom of the Premiership table. They'd go level on points with Thornbury and Pascoe Vale, and depending on the goal difference, could end the evening in 5th, which would be quite the leapfrog for Rudy Wickett's side. For Hume, the objective is simple. Win, not only then are you 8 clear of Aku, you are also 1 behind Moreland, and only a win off the top of the table itself. So a lot to play for this evening to close out the Premiership, as Kura couldn't get beyond Hamza Swade, who last week in particular against Aku was a man inspired. Cruz couldn't thread it for Watson. Hogan, when launching Ramadan, wanted to roll out the back. Protest that there was a touch, and there was. Hume have a corner. Ramadan in a hurry. Power there to flick it away to safety. Ross to restart things. Hume are not messing about in the early exchanges of this game. They've stifled all Hard have had to throw at them. Ross threaded for Temmel. Set it back for Hamza Swade. Ross, Temmel, Swade. Ramadan went down the flank for him. Swade ran out of room though. Hart flew out of the traps last week. It's been a slower start tonight for them. Watson nearly sold short by Hogan, who then went and got it back. Cruz, Watson. He couldn't roll away round Ross, and then steered it in for Power, who had Temmel to hold off. Ramadan can now go marching. Swade's up with him. Ramadan not beyond Cruz, who's there to intervene.
Good block. Very good block from Cruz. It was toe-to-toe with Ramadan the entire journey. Hume still trying to force the envelope. Ubidi check in appearance tonight.
Still recovering from injury is UC7. Quite a bit available on the bench. Nicholas Parthamos getting instruction right now. Tobias Smith Jr. amongst the substitutes, as is Imran Turkman, Clanaris, Kelsall. As Hard have an early go. Good strike from range from Power, and it forced Gab Murray to get down. And Seb Wickett not starting tonight. That quite the interesting piece for Carlton Hart. He's been influential in recent weeks. Quite a few amongst the substitutes. Flores one, Kura taking his leave. Moe Shafei, who was starter at the start of the season, has been usurped by Martina in the pecking order. Shaban Rajab went with height, only found Parthamos. That's cleverly placed for Temmel. And Fernando Dimirais trying to will his team up court. Swade ran into Hogan. Rajab was there to ward him off. Parthamos kept it rolling out the other way for Temmel, who got away round Cruz. Temmel had a go and wasn't too far away. Patient from Hume, and it nearly paid off.
So the Mad Dog on court has 4 goals so far this season. Does Shaban Rajab, winding back the years. He's showcasing some of his vintage. Aging like a fine wine. In possession now. Hogan. Cruz. Gets around Swade inside the area. Hogan. Cruz was brought down. Nothing doing. But Carlton have a corner. Rajab. Power blocked. Parthamos first touches. Nick Parthamos wasn't sure where to go. Deep side ball for the side in white. Rajab rolls it. Cruz. Power. Great first touch. Temmel wants to escape. He thought he'd take the game on. Martina had the composure. Momentarily, Carlton had the numbers. Hogan. No left foot from Hogan. Couldn't use it. Swade nearly escaping through some space. Hogan, Parthamos, Temmel, Swade. The Black Army wanted to transition forward. Carlton settling behind the ball. Ross. Fancy that. Martina got low And dived the keeper to make the save.
Really good approach from Hume in this game. Very patient futsal. They know they can take their time, and the way they're working around, it draws hard out of their shape. They're doing very well to start this game.
Nearly an opportunity, Seb Wicket now on court. So is Michael Klanaris. Temmel and Charbs come together. Two veterans on the court, colliding. Temmel winning the foul. Ross, Klanaris. Parthamos, Wicket says no for now. Hogan shipping down the court for Wicket. It's creative, but not accurate.
He's made such an injection since coming on, Seb Wicket. He just provides an extra bit of run. He's an intelligent futsal player as well, and he works well in tandem with Lucas Hogan. You can see since he's come on, Hogan's just become a bit freer to go and get at and break the play up a bit more.
Ross takes a stumble. It's gone the other way. Hosseini. Decision's going against the Black Army, and they're not too happy about it. Power. Rajab. Oh! Brilliant save from Murray. That was certainly poised for the corner.
Good hit from Rajab. It just whips late as well. Gab Murray saw it a little bit later. His reaction was delayed, though he made the ground up well. It's a good stop.
Hosseini blocked by Ross. Side ball, Carlton Hart again. Turkman will come on next. Hosseini, Rajab through the traffic. Temmel clears momentarily. Parthamos wins possession. Klanaris in support. Parthamos not finding him. Hume side ball. Very even start to this one.
A real opportunity for both of these teams so far. Temmel on the turn. He and Rajab have come closest. Good save from Gab Murray. Temmel struck the woodwork via Martina. Imran Turkman and Tobias Smith Jr. getting instruction from Di Marais as Flores lost out this time to Ross, who got it on to Klanaris, was collected by Power. Klanaris slows it down. Temmel. And quickly on for Parthamos. Luke Ross. Patient from Hume. Parthamos once more. Steered it down the line for Klanaris. Set back for Temmel. Ross. Again for Klanaris down the line, and this time Rajab stood up firmly. It's been the start for Hume. They've had the lion's share of the possession. Have not been able to make inroads on Hart yet, as Wicket whipped it wildly and only into the palms of Murray, who flung it on for Parthamos. He wants to swivel and shoot. Martina was there to deny. And now Rajab. Hosseini. Wicket, well read by Klanaris. Him and Turkman sorted out eventually. Although not so without conceding a corner. Wickets on for Rajab, who struck the woodwork. Bruised the outside of the post. That's the closest Hart have come, and closest he has come since Murray's elastic intervention. They are building though. Weathered an early Hume storm. Smith Jr. dropped it off for Temmel, who wanted the return. And it gets an apology from Tobias Smith Jr.
There's a bird in the arena.
There's something flying around DCSS. Hosseini. In fact, it was Flores hit the floor from Temmel's tackle. Rajab, Wicket.
Look at the little fella go. He's flying around the court. Sorry, Ethan. There's a bird in here. There's a bird in here. Decent Robles is becoming aviary.
I believe that's a bat.
That's not a bat. That's a bird. No, it's not. It's a bat. You're right. Well, the vampire's coming out to play tonight, maybe.
That's wicked. Going searching down the line for Hosseini. Wasn't able to find him. One of these sides will have their wings clipped this evening, that's for sure. Clanaris with a good read. Smith Jr. was up with him. Hosseini flew in into good effect. And now maybe Carlton can counter. Flores. Turkman hot on his heels. Hosseini, that's calm. Rajab. Rolled it in for Flores. Temel got a boot in, as did Smith Jr. Flores hasn't touched it. That was cleverly done. Wicket. Hosseini. Flores, 1-2 didn't work out. And now Temel. Options left and right. Mohamed Temel is on the march. And Rajab is there to intervene.
Set it up. Relax yourselves now. Breathe for a bit.
Smith Jr. Clanaris. Corner.
Mateta thought about maybe controlling or trying to handle the ball. Gave up on it at the last moment. Corner. Turkman chipping. Temel had shape. Oh. And Smith Jr. thought to leave it. It goes wide of the post, and another look goes begging for Hume.
It's a good hit as well. It just faded late though. Prevented really Smith Jr. from knowing how to get a gauge on it. That little bit of movement from Temel. Hume have had to withstand a couple minutes of pressure. It's good to have a punch back from them.
Watson nearly. Temel. Clanaris had the ball go behind him. Flores. Battling with Clanaris. We get some applause from the contingent of Hume personnel sitting in the stands. Hosseini, Flores, Temel blocks. Watson demanded to take the ball, he does. Flores, wicket. Hogan having a spell, Flores. Hosseini caught off it and left Turkman with an after.
It's clumsy from Hosseini. Knows that Turkman was getting and galloping away from him, and he gets a yellow card.
If you're Rudy Wicket, you are surely saying to Hosseini, mate, enough's enough. Every week it's your birthday. The refs are always giving you cards. We need this to stop being the case. We need you to tuck your head in a little bit. Because from a neutral perspective, those are my exact thoughts. Temel, aimless with the free kick. Flores, blocked by Temel, who took the free kick. He goes in. Hosseini. Tina clears. But back onto him, Ethan. Before you have something to say, I want to get this off my chest. Hosseini's a good player. That's why I hold him to a high regard. If you're going to keep playing without discipline, perhaps check yourself before you wreck yourself, and you're going to wreck your Carlton teammates again.
And he's got to be really careful. That challenge flies in. If he collects Temel, he's off. Already. And you get booked twice in the space of a minute. That was a reckless fly-in. He needs to be quite cautious because Carlton Hart need him.
It's aimless. He could be so important for Carlton. Yet week in, week out, he decides, I want to 2-foot somebody. Anyway, Watson. Blocked by that of Smith Jr. Still scoreless after 9.5 minutes. In fact, no, after 11 minutes played, 9.5 left on the scoreboard. Ross. Swade told to lock in. Smith Jr. Luke Ross. The Prince of Perth has his shot blocked. Hosseini down the line, cut off Ross's effort. Watson never received the pass. Messina will claim. Hosseini. Goes down, Ramadan gave him an after. Carlton earn a free kick of their own. Hume have conceded 4 fouls. So discipline going out the window in this one. Ramadan holding Flores. Watson, wicket. This is where Carlton really can't seem to make much happen with the ball. Although, lovely combination. Again, Murray sees the play out. It's in that passage, Ethan. They work it from broadcast side to the left flank. From that, they get a bit stifled, Carlton, and aren't sure where to go.
It was almost a stalemate. Wicket did well on that occasion. Smith Jr.'s shout is, let's not force things. And he's absolutely spot on. Hume looked better in this game when they were keeping it calm. And here is Swade. Steered it for Ramadan. Flores' challenge was good. Quick glance at the clock for Suleiman Mohammed. Still a plethora of time in this first half, and hard having to make the change. Flores is in some discomfort here. I'll be hoping he's all right. Smith Jr. will be able to go beyond Watson. It's been a theme of the evening, cagey first half. Scoreless here still. The only goal so far that's come in a first half of futsal is courtesy of Gio Stelitano tonight. In the top flight at least. Smith Jr. into Watson. Can Hugh Morehart break that too? Smith Jr.'s take out for Hamza Swades, who gave it a hit. And it was a rather rash one in the end. Cruz. Watson. Cruz was nearly sold short. Hume saw it as an opportunity to press. Wicket went searching for Kura, though Luke Ross will usher that out of play. Murray, that's a lovely find for Ramadan. Wicket did well to pick his pocket. Watson then came in defensive retreat too. Hume know that they're on 4 fouls. They are 1 from the limit. There's Wicket. Watson. Good read from Swade. Cruz. Can anybody find a way through? That's wasteful from Matt Cruz. When clipping over the top. Ross. Tried to steer it for Ramadan, wasn't able to. And where the futsal flowed freely, first of all, it's now just become a little bit scrappy, a little bit more stop-starty. Hogan, who post-spell is back. Wicket gave away to Smith Jr. Now Ross. Swade. Smith Jr. wanted to open up, and not for the first time tonight, us in the commentary box are in danger. This time the handling of Josh Fusco. Commissioner put to the test.
Good save.
You said it yourself, Josh.
Ramadan rolling. Set it back for Ross, who crunched it into Cruz. Swade.
Kelsall getting ready to come on. Jumping up and down. He's really keen to immerse himself in this contest, Ethan.
He might get his introduction soon. Cruz, wicket. Threaded it for Cruz once more. Ross had to block. They're not out of the woods yet, Hume. And now Swade could go on the counter. 2 up with him. Hamza Swade went alone. And forced a diligent stop out of Matina. Not a bad Swade strike. Smith Jr.'s corner.
What just happened?
Ramadan. Ross. Smith Jr. couldn't flick it. Now wicket. Ross up ahead of Hogan. Cruz with a loose one. And now Smith Jr. can go. And he rolled it on for Ramadan, who was blocked by wicket. Kura. Carlton with a heart in mouths moment. And somehow, some way, Hogan came away with it. Though with 2 ricochets, it finds touch.
So Hume treading water. 4 fouls conceded. Kelsall with his first match minutes tonight, the number 11. Rajab. Murray spilt it. Fortunate that hadn't got anywhere behind him. Man from Queensland smiles, tries to shrug it off. Ross. Nearly Rajab. The only player who would have reached it given his height. Trying to go around Parthamos, Jabanu jab. Who takes down Parthamos for good measure. Kalsall rolls it for Swade. Hume should have scored.
Great chance. The first really clean-cut chance either team has produced. Hamza Swade's just got to keep it down. And he's got the pace to beat Matina. It's a great run. He just leans back when he goes to strike it. It's a chance gone begging.
Kura. Hogan. Controlled for a jab with composure by Lucas Hogan. That was not the case from the Mad Dog. Swade. Hogan and Swade having a bit of a archie-barchie off the ball. And Swade might have a chance to score. And he should have, yet again. Hamza was so strong off the ball, he had sat down Lucas Hogan as Cruz. Swade backtracks, but he gets supported by his teammates. You feel as if he should have scored. He certainly does think that's the case.
He should have had a double, Hamza Swade. Two great looks and he squandered both.
Kura swung at it. Never brought genuine purchase. Kalsall. Reactive game at the moment from both sides. Kalsall. Rajab. 5 left in this opening term. Rajab. Kura. Shaban Rajab. White side ball. (2009), nearing 20 years under the Black Army. A Foz Cup to their name, have not won an SFE title. Again, their fortunes change. It's Gam Murray who's tapped it right back to Jaban Rajab. Kalsall was looking to infiltrate down some vacant space. Jaban Rajab never had the ball. Bit of physicality in this game. Certainly a feeling.
Hume walking the tightrope with that physicality. 4 fouls, they can't afford to hit that limit. And you mentioned nearly 20 years for the Black Army, 20 years for Hart this year. 3-time champions, have been yo-yoing in recent seasons. They'll be wanting to really restore themselves to a much more regular top flight fixture.
It's been the case for Carlton for some time. Ross, trying for jab. Well poised, well placed. Well intervened. Ross. Turkman. Skips around the Mad Dog. Hogan with a Scorpion-esque clearance. I've never seen Sully do something like that. I've never seen him act that quick. I've never seen him be that desperate to issue a timeout. That's the severity of this contest right now. Hume upon the resumption of play. The deep side ball, 0-0. Hume Carlton, timeout. So Suleiman Mohammed making everybody around him all question his antics, but they get what they're after. Hume, that was a timeout following the side ball. They can set up here. Ross, Temel, Parthamos, Luke Ross takes it on from downtown. Martina sees it out of play.
And still, we are yet to find an opener. Sunday's closing act. Final chapter of the novel. Hart and Hume lock level. 5 to the break. Hamza Swade's come close not once but twice. And he's quite unhappy about it. Cruz, on the other hand, got a touch from Murray and as well from the upright, and it will be a corner. Corner for Rajab. Fancy to go, and it was a bit of a wild swipe. This the third game to have a goal or less in the first half tonight. All three have been real arm wrestles. Parthamos on that occasion lost out to Kura, who was denied by Murray, and now Parthamos can profit. He's got Turkman up with him, threaded it superbly. And Imran Turkman, who was lunging, couldn't apply more on it. Beautiful ball. Really well placed by Parthamos. All it needed was the finishing touch. Search down the line for Cruz. Marshalled well by Temel. Hume have just got to be cautious still. 4 fouls in the first half. Rajab wins a corner. Corner taken for Shaban Rajab, who got a yard on Temel, quickly across the block. You can feel the tension in this place. Plenty of action on both benches. Rudy Wickett, Fernando Di Moraes cutting two rather pensive figures at this point in time, deep in contemplation. Martina, nodded on by Temel, hooked away by Turkman. Cruz the other way. And Murray went venturing and clipped Kura. And Cruz with an open net couldn't steer it in. That's much more deft from Murray. Turkman, fancy to go, took a deflection off Hogan. And Hume have a corner. Another glance at the clock for Suleiman Mohammed. Parthamos' corner. Read well by Cruz with depth. He's got Rajab up with him. That's well read by Temel, who has got Kura. Parthamos was charging and just about kept it alive before Kura came crashing through. Parthamos. Temel! Wasn't far away. 2.5 to the break. The deadlock unbroken. Nobody has blinked. Power lost out to Swade. Parthamos might want to change that. Martina denied him. He was given quite a bit of contact. Wickett couldn't place it in Power's path. Hugh make the case for a foul. They definitely had one. Quite a bit of contact on Nicholas Parthamos. Murray, Swade was stressed momentarily. Now Temel. Taking time, Ross. Away from Cruz. On for Parthamos. Ross, Temel. Parthamos, that's well clipped for Swade. He tried to steer it one more into the path of Luke Ross and wasn't able to. Hogan. Cruz. Hogan will get there on the 1-2. Opportunity for Hart and Kura. In fact, it was Power sliding and unable to get a finishing touch. Goal getting readjustment. Mohamed Temel. Time ticking to the break. Is there one last change to the first half script? Who wants to pen the most prominent piece of the chapter? Swayed around power, still bustling. And winning a corner. Swayed. Ramadan rolled and Martina denied him. Cruz cleared. Murray. Temel. Luke Ross. Swayed. Lovely footwork. Set it on for Ross, who's got wicket to go round. Now Temel, who's within range! It's an absolute beauty! Wonderful hit from Temel, and Hume have hit the front on the stroke of the break.
That is a brilliant finish from the captain. Took the roof off the net. On the Black Alley bench into an absolute uproar. Let me just save that goal real quick.
Superb. Absolutely superb.
Incredible.
Superb from the skipper. And Hume have got the goal they craved. And Carlton Hart, as a result, called timeout. Time ticking away to half-time. It's a Mo Temel special in Darabin, and it broke the deadlock. Hume lead Hearts by a goal to nil. So then, Hearts have got it to do to get level before the break. 70 seconds on the dots. Thanks to a terrific Mo Temel hit. Hume have got the lead. Hume have got exactly what they came for so far. Only he and Stellitano have struck before the break this evening. It's been one of those nights in Darabin. KG and close. 3 cracking fixtures. Wicket was driving. Ramadan picked his pocket. And now Temel's on the march again. Hogan's in retreat. Mohamed Temel, wouldn't would he? Inches.
He has the confidence. He has the confidence as the captain. And why not, following that ripper he scored. Ross may have been in support, but Temel ignored it. Meanwhile, going down, power shot was dispatched regardless. The keeper Murray stands tall. Hogan from behind was Hamza Swade. And well, Mother Hogan has become a real notorious character around SFE in recent weeks.
You can't blame her when it's his son. I'll be honest.
Saying that was from behind, and she was not wrong. So, Carlton Hart have a free kick. 5 fouls. Are the Black Army. Cheers for Watson. The Black Army stand tall. Well, she was the only representative from Carlton Hart in all of that said anything. So fair play to Mother Hogan for that. Meanwhile, Watson, nobody home inside the box.
Hart are pressing for an equaliser before half-time. Couple of good opportunities. Hume have just got to hang in there now, take the tempo out of it. You can see Carlton going higher though, looking for that equaliser.
Ramadan twisting. So teasing is the big fella. 5 fouls, Hume, have to be careful. 22 seconds left on the clock in this opening half. Wicket. Hogan. A foot race ensues. Martina, big slide, well kept. Off his line, the keeper, very quickly.
He might have collected Lucas Hogan as collateral damage as well in that slide, Martina. It's a good piece of judgment from him.
Temel. Ooh, nearly for Ross. 9 seconds left. Watson. Deep side ball yet for Hume. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. No, it'll be 3 seconds. Deflection was devilish. Swain head of the way. 1 second. Very difficult. But Carlton will try regardless. Power in for Hogan. Beats all comers, and that will be the whistle. We turn for home upon the resumption of play. Hume, courtesy of their captain Mo Temel, have a 1-goal lead against FC Carlton Hart. Bear in mind, Hart have recorded their only victory this season against the Black Army. That was in the Series Futsal League Cup. A big 20 minutes await us as we turn for home following the break. 1-0 Hume, half-time.
And so we return from half-time. The evening's final installation, and courtesy of Mohamed Temel, currently Hume are pushing themselves closer to the top two, further away from the rest of the chasing pack. The Rajab and Hart, within a matter of seconds, have caused an issue in a way of turning it around. Beautiful ball from Wicket to find him. Hosseini, Wicket, Cruz, again wanted to steer for Rajab, who'd gone centrally. But if that's an indication of what Carlton are about in this closing 20 minutes, and we are going to be in for quite the close to Sunday. An emphatic, real bit of attacking purpose. And that's brilliantly done from Murray just to relieve the pressure. Now Ross. Smith Jr. couldn't steer it down the line for Temel. Hearts have got to go with pressure. Again, a very tense first half. Neither side really created or gave up many opportunities, though they did give Mohamed Temel a yard, and that yard is the difference at the moment. Cruz. On for Moe Shafei, there's been a rotation. Hosseini clipped it back for Cruz. Look at Martinez Knight, bar injury, you get the feeling is done. As Wicket left one in on Ross, Temel just chipped it out the other way for Swade, steered it on for Smith Jr., who turned smashingly. Swade on the follow-in scores. And inside a second half minute, Hume double their lead.
Means a lot to Hamza Swade. He had a couple of opportunities in the first half, which went to begging. And Tobias Smith Jr. won his own ball. Was in space, could have gone solo. Realised there's a more squaring option available ahead of him. That's exactly what Tobias had played. And Swade the beneficiary. Hume in front by 2.
Terrifically taken by Hamza Swade, who's been threatening. And Hume are threatening to blow Carlton Hart away. Hart don't want to flatline just yet. Shafei searched long. Hosseini's touch was heavy. Smith Jr. got intricate. Temel got busy. Luke Ross. Swade. Smith Jr. happy to let it run. Temel. Cruz wanted to go and press him. Now Smith Jr., who fancies a go at Hosseini. Wonderful again from Smith Jr. And Swade went early, but Tobias Smith Jr. is causing Hosseini one mighty headache. Wicket wanted the return. Smith Jr. wins in again, and Ross then took over. Temel. Smith Jr. calm. Temel. Hume just toying with Carlton for the time being. Hamza Swade, Mohamed Temel, And now Ross had inherited that space. Timmerais wanting more forward movement. Temel, Ross. Temel had Cruz to go around. Rajab then got a boot in. And Mohamed Temel went and won it. Hosseini tiptoed beyond. Squared it for Cruz. Hard have got one back. Just like that. Temel's pocket picked and Hart half the deficit.
That's the presence you can't sleep on with Carlton Hart. And Matt Cruz able to score. Unselfish futsal from both sides upon attacking chances. 2-1, they've halved the deficit. Ross. Temel becoming a shootout here at Darabin. On the angle was Ross. Shafie's had a very busy start to this game. Hogan. Drifting inside. Well done to find Cruz. Wicket. Hosseini. Loses out. Ross. Piercing ball. Swayed. Denied at the near post.
It's much better again from Hume. The way they look to go on the counter and get at Hart. It's easy to see. Goals come in ones and twos and they come quickly. Hume just trying to lock it down, but beyond that, reminding Hart there's a threat they still possess.
Smith Jr. has had a game so far. Shafie just inside his area. Wicket. Really had nowhere to go. So went down the line to give the ball back to that of Hume. If you're only just joining us tonight, it's been quite the evening in Darabin. Moreland winning 5-1 against Pascoe Vale. Fitzroy winning 3-2 against Malbanaku, who led that match at one stage. Meanwhile here, Ross hasn't been on the scoring party yet. Shafie denying him. Hume, we're in front by 2. Now only have the 1-goal lead courtesy of Matt Cruz, who clawed the margin back for Carlton.
At the moment, Hume are just trying to reinstate that 2-goal buffer. Shafee's been very busy, he's very vocal. And they seem to have gone up again. It's almost like that goal conceded has kicked Hume back into gear. They just switched off for it, tried to overplay. There's a real simplicity back to it, and that's where they're getting a lot of joy.
Wicket. Playing it. Hogan. Deflecting ball favours Gam Murray. Clenaris. Carlton pressing high. Parthamos forced to go. Carlton's ball.
And they are on the way to clawing this game back. And they've halved the Hume advantage. And despite weathering a bit of a storm at the moment, Hearts certainly are searching. Kura was found by Wicket. Wasn't able to spin further forwards. Murray went long for Clenaris. That's well up by Hogan. Happy to divert it to safety. Jaden Watson makes his reintroduction. Matt Cruz comes for a breather. This a very, very well poised Hart quartet currently out on court. Clenaris. Temel came onto it and was not far away from a second spectacular. Oh, so close, it whipped wonderfully. Shafee had a good look, and Wicket's lost out to Ross. And where Hart did it to Hume first, the Black Army belt one back. Ross ripped it away, and Hume made Hart pay.
Too much power on the effort from Ross. Shafie, his mid-grip lets him down. The keeper couldn't handle what was a hot effort. And Hume finds their 2-goal buffer again.
And Hart's pole switch was being restored. Faintons a little bit. Ross dropped it off for Parthamos. Temel. Hume with that buffer back. Brilliant ball. Ross got there first.
Save.
Good save from Shafei. And now Kura, who could lead the counter. Watson was with him. That's an important touch from Temel.
Credit the keeper. Shrugged off the goal just conceded by ensuring he hadn't conceded two in a matter of moments. Ross in the right place was denied. Good save by the keeper using his legs.
Hearts hunting again. They've got to go and pick themselves up once more. Watson with height. Wicked on the volley. Watson on the follow-in. Temel and him battled. And Mohamed Temel's been in quite the bit of conflict this evening. Not shying away, the Hume captain. There's Ross getting out for Gab Murray. Luke Ross. He fancied a go and it dipped devilishly on Shafei. Not enough to worry him, but enough to give him the thought of action. Watson. Hogan. Hart, at the moment, going through the motions. They need to do more than that. Rajab lost out, and Ross is charging and galloping. And Temel up with him. And the ball was a fraction too heavy. Kura. Had two to contend with and did wonderfully. Did Karan Kura. Who wins a free kick. And Hart have got a good opportunity.
So Carlton needs something soon, you feel. The next goal almost important. Despite 15 minutes being left on the clock. They haven't been able to really muster up the courage to get a shot away as a jab. Grounded effort, Cam Murray with conviction, controlled, went for Luke Ross, who's been very lively. Watson.
Though it didn't work out, that's a brilliant ball from Gab Murray. Just relieves all the pressure. Ross's head is into a dangerous area. He just needs the runner. That's fantastic distribution.
Watson. Parthamos somewhat diffuses the situation. Ross, Temel, Hume starting deep.
Most of the players must hate this league if they don't like us.
Temel. Ross. The jab cuts it off. Carlton not out this game yet, obviously, but not really showing any signs of coming back as Clarnaris from downtown goes bang!
It's a Hume special this evening from distance. It's a Clarnaris corker, really. Drilled low, drilled hard, drilled beyond Shea feet, and he's going to force Rudy Wickett's hand here.
And there it is, the timeout issued. Carlton Hart conceding yet another in this second half. Hume scoring. Clarnaris picking the bottom corner of the keeper for a timeout break score. Hume leading by 3 goals. 4-1 the score. Carlton Hart with soul searching to do as we cross to timeout. Rajab brought out the hairdryer, told his players to lift, not tuck their chins down, play futsal, find out what could happen. Hume have taken the game to Carlton. It's found 4 goals for them. And again, Murray forced into a save early. At the other end, Parthamos with Hogan. Could have been a 5th.
Terrific save from Murray. Was switched on straight away. Good move from Hart to get it going. They need to lift and they need to show more adventure and more aggression like that. They've been far too passive in this game so far.
Rajab. Glenaris with a block. Kura. The move will keep going. Watson. Sent in by Hogan. Why not? He thought, did Lucas. 14 minutes left on the clock. 4-1 the score. Carlton. Not at panic stations, but have to stem the bleeding. Have to try find themselves. Back in this contest, not concede, score the next. If you score again, that might just be that. Although the clock reading a chunky amount of time left. Watson has it blocked. Ramadan backtracking.
Hume have flown out the traps to start this second half. Seb Wickett waiting reintroduction. Aidan Power also up from the bench. There's Cruz. Wanted to steer it for Watson or Cora. Now Kelsall, who is away from Cruz. Kelsall's on the charge, and Shafee was out to deny him. Been the more active of the 2 shot stoppers as Mohamed Shafee. Hume hunting a 5th. Tamil, beautiful ball. And Kelsall couldn't convert. He screeched in at the back stick. And all he needed was to stay down, and they would have had number 5. Wicket, Cruz. Clipped it out for Hogan. Kawan Kura gave it a poke from range, and it was one which Murray was unbothered by. He flung it on. Ramadan battling with Wicket. Kelsall. Temel. Steered it to Turkman, got away from Kura. Temel once more, now Ramadan. He's able to glide his way through and then gave it away. Kura's got options left and right, one of whom is Hogan. And Ramadan in retreat, put a good challenge in. Hogan stake, Cruz, Wicket. Again for Matt Cruz. 2 former Fitzroy boys combining. Temel will let that trickle out of play. It's been a real sign of Carlton Arts night tonight. There's not been that power. Ramadan's rolling, however, and was worrying, rumbling the bar.
Well done from Kelsall. No look pass to unleash Ramadan. Trickled down the line with real placement. It's well done.
Wicket. One for Hogan, who got around Ramadan. Power wanted to place it back into his path, and it was cut off by Temel, who was quickly on for Kelsall. He got around Wicket, but not around Power, who intervened. Wicket for Cruz. Power, oh, that's lovely. Cruz could keep it alive, which he can't. But that's better from Hart. That's what they need to show more of if they are to get back into this game. For the time being, though, Hume have them where they want them. Ramadan. Wicket was holding him off. Set it back for Tuckman. Temel. Got away from Power and forced a good shave out of Shafee down low, who was quick to go for Aidan Power again. He got a couple last week against Moreland, but can't out-muscle Temel at the moment. Ramadan, Kelsall, Temel, who has been terrific this evening. Happy to slow it down. Waited for Turkman to make his move, and Hogan intervenes at the expense of a corner. Ramadan's corner. Take it quickly for Lucas, who crashes the crossbar. And clatters a bit of froth on the floor as well.
It's snowing in Darabin. Benjamin Howe will get the froth mop out. So Arturo Diaz watching along with the likes of Reset Chuaglu, Yubili Chichek, Imran Turkman. Ethan nods his head. Why, Ethan?
Omar Turkman.
That's the one. Turkman's getting confused. Nonetheless, they're not really confused at Hume at the moment, are they, Ethan, considering they're playing at a pretty high octane level, and those watching them are rather content.
Black Army always bolstered by the cavalry watching outside the court. You've been in fine voice tonight, and here is Imran Turkman. You fancy to go at Flores. He did well to hold him off. Ross. Kelsall, who's been lively, fancies a go at Hogan. Set it back for Ross. Threaded it brilliantly. Turkman, Shafee was on his knees, and Kelsall gave it a go and crashed the effort wide.
Wicket. Down the court, Kelsall blocks. Power. Will come off, and Shaban Rajab has the fly kit on, so Rudy Wicket. We'll find out here. Salim Mohammed has the timeout handed in promptly towards Benjamin Howe. Wicket. Hogan. Power. Carlton itching closer. Rajab blocked by Ramadan. Turkman closed by Hogan. Power stumbling on the ball. Flores goes away of Carlton. Carlton get very keen to get the ball rolling again. Shafee will wait to reimmerse himself in the contest. Rajab having the fly kit on. Deep ball, Ross cuts it out, scuffs at the effort. Allows for Wicket to restart this move. Extra player on the court for Carlton. Power found. Rajab got it back. Power inside the area. Rajab nearly. Ramadan trying to twist out the danger. Must win ball for Carlton. They do win it. Hogan wheels to get their corner. They'll have the Hearts.
Really good battle from Carlton not to give up on that. Smith Jr., Ramadan were both lurking. Hume get that. It's a vacant net. It's a good 50-50 to win, and they need to start winning them more often.
Rajab deflecting. Hogan barely had to move to receive it. Wicket. Hogan. Wicket again. Pass and move, pass and move. That was the idea from Rudy Wicket. Scam Murray palms the ball out of play. Nick Parthamos back on. Wicket, Cruz. Risky, it will work. Rajab, back post the idea. Murray will go around. Well, it's certainly put him on the back foot, going fifth man, hasn't it, Ethan?
It certainly has. They're just dropping deeper and deeper. Rajab's been incredibly vigilant with ball at feet. Hard have just got to get the movements going quicker. There needs to be somebody willing to peel off and make a run into space to get a shot away. It's a little bit stagnant.
Oh, brilliant save, Gam Murray. There's his shot, Ethan. The Mad Dog, who's found 4 this season already, testing the man in blue.
It's a good save from
I'll
Murray.
give you more than that. It's a better than good save,
It's
Ethan.
a top save. He sees it late, springs across. It's headed for the postage stamp, really. That's a fabulous stop.
Wicket, Rajab, Cruz. Wicket, they move it left and right, Carlton. Hogan couldn't measure the header. Smith Jr., big ball to win for Carlton. Rajab advancing as much as he can. Wicket playing goalkeeper. Temel. Smith Jr. Parthamos. Rajab's got in between the sticks.
I have never seen that before. In transition, Hart essentially set up with 2 banks of 2 and a 1 who was an outfielder. That is astonishing.
Luke Ross over the top of the keeper, no. Rajab quick on for Cruz. Wicket, Cruz. Carlton reinstate 5th man. Hogan. 8 left on the clock. Certainly, this move has put Hume on the back foot. But Carlton, it would mean nothing if they can't score. Rajab. Is there one here? Yes, there is. Power has the last touch. Chubbs happy with himself, knowing that 5th man has worked for now. Shafee goes back in between the sticks. They have scored, Carlton Hart. While Hume will have the timeout they issued, dare I say, more than 2 match minutes ago. Upon the resumption of play, Carlton chasing a 2-goal deficit. Hume in front, 4-2 the score. Timeout break. We return. Carlton will continue to play 5th man. Charbs has not taken the bib off. And you expect him to come on pretty soon.
And you'd expect them to do it all the way to the end. Hart causing Hume a headache with 5th man. And Momi Shafee, with a quick pair of heels, makes way. Cruz. Now's not the time for patience. Wicket. There's still quite a bit of time for them to get back into this game, though. They've got to move quickly. And Ross rolled it on for Turkman. Tobias Smith Jr. was also up with him. Hume have an opportunity. Hogan in retreat. It's given away to Watson. Turkman dived in, and Watson kept on going. On for Cruz. Hogan. And they will wait. Wickets. Rajab. Through the legs of Smith Jr. Away from Turkman. On for Hogan. And again Rajab. And again, this time they bundle with one another. Do Rajab and Hogan. And Hume will have it. Lucas Hogan claiming there was a shove in there. Officials not exactly seeing eye to eye.
No one does at futsal. We don't, Ethan, that's for sure.
There's Turkman. Couldn't get it beyond wicket. Cruz. Sebastian Wicket will have a go. Murray saved. Turkman didn't clear properly. Watson. Hamza Sway quickly instated. Rajab right back out there. It's a good bit of cardio for Moe Shafee. Going on and off like that as Hogan unable to storm forward. What have Hearts got? They haven't been able to provide much more potency. Cruz collected by Shafee. Watson then tried to wear one from Swade. Hamza Swade spun him superbly. Watson had a lot of him, as did Cruz. And Hume have a free kick. Hogan, Watson, two former Phoenix boys.
Yeah, true.
Both in the wall. There's your niche bit of ball knowledge for Sunday
Northern
night.
Phoenix. It's a distant memory now, Ethan, isn't it? Oh, it is, though. Come on.
Certainly for some time. Temmel's take. Smith Jr. was on his own. Hart completely switched off at the back. Tobias Smith Jr. essentially walked right into that space, stood there, waited for a player who never came to go and take him. That lapse, if the ball was better, could have proved costly. And still, Hart are holding in there. Wicket, Watson did well to readjust and get something on the header. Not enough purchase to trouble Murray, who flung too long. Chaffee on for Watson, now Cruz. Out the other way for Wicket. Cut out by Temmel, on for Luke Ross. Hume happy to take the sting out of proceedings for a bit. Threaded for Smith Jr. Wicket got a foot in. Ross did well in retreat, found it Murray. Temmel. That's a beautiful ball for Smith Jr., who just couldn't sort his feet out. Terrific weight from Temmel. Hume hunting another, maybe an insurance, more so than anything else. Temmel, Smith Jr. went to flick for Swade. Hogan intervened. Now Hume on a back pass. And it's not the most forlorn thing. Gab Murray fancies a go. And he got a shout of time from Temmel. 5.5. For Hart to find 2 or for Hume to hold in.
Murray's gone a long way. Oh, nearly. Brief moment of anticipation. Cam Murray throwing it long. Swade, what a game he's had tonight. Asks a bit of himself. Watson, Hogan unmarked. Nearly found. Ross in the way. Away goes the boss. Drags himself wide. In fact, too wide in the end. Low Charbs has not re-emerged in some time. Has the fly kit on. Hume backpedaling with his presence. That hasn't been seen in some time. Murray. Luke Ross. Hogan cuts it off. First time wicket. Trying to provide the same for that of Cruz. Ross down the court. Ramadan keeps it in. Hogan says to Chaffee, get off the court. We need our 5th man back. Power holding it up. Rajab. Cruz. Vacant in space. Laterally. Power. Rajab. Ramadan has an open goal. Big block by Chaban Rajab. Wicket. 4.5 left. If Charbs has a fly kit on, Ethan, strap yourself in. Wicket. Lots of pace in the ball. Power keeps it in just. Side ball, Carlton.
It is desperation as well now for Hart. They are doing everything to keep the ball alive, to keep the move rolling. Rajab with a big win, with a big block. Power got a poke on it to keep it going. They are going to pen Hume in.
Wicket. Hogan. Shaban Rajab. Cruz lurking. He's unmarked. A lot of black shirts around the ball. Ramadan's one of them. Drags it wide. They'll get their corner. Cards are not protesting it. Hume were. 4 left on the clock.
Hume's corner. Ramadan. Parthamos tried to bundle his way beyond wickets, who got a foot in. Humes to keep. Shaban Rajab still eagerly waiting an opportunity to come back in amongst it all. Wicket went and won it. Him and Ramadan were entangled. Now Temmel. Ramadan tried to flick it on for Parthamos. Cruz in retreat. Pressed by Parthamos. Shafay just about got there. And steered it on for power. That's a really nice ball. Hogan got there and Murray got down low. Temel now. Away from Hogan. On for Ramadan. Threaded it on for Ross, who took over. Invited into space. And then Parthamos was lunging. Cruz. On for Rajab. Wicket. Rajab. Fancied a go. Murray got a palm on it and did well not to steer it into Power's path.
Looked unsure, Murray. Looked unsure. 3 left on the clock. The parry will work for now.
Hearts are hunting. Suleiman Mohammed with a glance at the clock. A little bit of angst setting in for Hume. Rajab. Hogan took a deflection. Murray had to be sure. Gave away a corner. And still, Rudy Wickett is pensive on the Carlton Heart touchline. Can they will themselves within 1? Rajab. Matt Cruz had a go! Hearts are within 1! And we've got a red-hot game on our hands. Cruz through the lot, Murray unsure, unsighted, and Carlton are on the climb.
That's all you got to do. It's all you need to do. When there's so many bodies in the way, why not just have it grounded? It's sure to take a deflection. It is sure to go anywhere. And no matter who's in between the sticks, it'll have them beaten.
Ramadan rolling, wins a corner. New intensity, new energy about Hart. Hume's turn to hang on. Ramadan's take. Luke Ross! Inches from something truly special. My word, didn't we have a good look of it.
Oh, wow. Lots of technicality. Lots of pace on the ball from Ross. It was a great effort.
And now Cruz at the other end. Murray again unsure, again conceded the corner. Carlton can feel that they have a golden opportunity to get level. Cruz, Wicket, Rajab. Can they put them under pressure? That's a lovely touch from Cruz, ever so deft for power. They'll do it again.
.217 left. You cannot hear a pin drop across DCWS for a moment as the corner was taken. Rajab. Wicket. Hogan at the back post. Power lurking ominously. Hogan. Rajab. Cruz. Wicket can strike it.
Not his best.
Really? You reckon?
Not his
That's gone back
best.
to Baldwin. Regardless, play resumes. Wicket can follow up. Still time for Carlton. Hogan wrestling 3. Black shirts. And it's gone through. Luke Ross's makeshift clearance slips through the palms of Shafee. He was in his own defensive third. Ross smacked it. Shafee was stretching. And that might be the game for Hume.
And it's cruel on Shafee and it's cruel on Carlton Heart. Ross just hammered it. And all that hard work is undone.
And it's not over, but it might just be now. Imran Turkman says game, set, match. The Hume Army have a 3-goal lead and the 3 points wrapped up under 1 minute and 38 seconds left, you'd assume, Ethan.
1-2 punch, and that'll be that. Hume are headed for freedom and clarity in the top 3. Carlton have given it everything again, but it's the same old story. Nearly, but not quite.
And Murray will fancy his luck from downtown. It was unfortunate from Carlton. They really made things look difficult for Hume, having 5th man. Couldn't find the goal required. Well, the goals required to get back on level terms. And unfortunately for Shafee, hasn't been poor, although certainly would want those 2 moments back. I just hope it doesn't damage his confidence in future games. It was such a tense battle on court. And considering the screamers he's conceded also, they wouldn't do the keeper any favours in trying to regain himself to find the means necessary to keep his side in the game from where he can. But regardless, Carlton will hunt for a consolation. Hume showing character again.
Hogan, wickets. Carlton Hart corner. They've been valiant. There is no denial in that. As we tick beyond and into the final minute here in Darabin, Hume are going to stay in the hunt. Quarter of the way through the season, who could have seen this? The subplot of the season as Murray nearly had a moment. But the storyline that has wrote headlines was resigned to the back page. Now, in a clear column, the Black Army are in the background of the title picture. Only 3 from the top, only 1 behind the Blues, and still the only side to beat Fitzroy this season. They are chasing, they are hunting. The first title since their establishment in 2009, a first in their history. They're going to be in the race. For Hearts, this was a good opportunity to go level with Pascoe and Thornbury. It's one which has been squandered, but Hume are the headline. The Black Army hang on, and they bolster their championship credentials in 2026. Done the hard way, done with grit and guile, full-time in Darabin. Hume 6, Carlton Hart 3.